My name is Paul, and I'm from Russia. I'm playing AO4, and like my previous RTS games were StarCraft 2 main, VC3, and Zero Space. I think, as all tell me, it's creativity, right, and aggression. So no one don't know what to await from me. My proudest moment was like to reach that place first of all, because I didn't was at the LAN already for like 7 years, so it's a great experience for me again. I think the most annoying player for me here is Marine Lord, because I just hate his spawns and I really can't get lucky against him and just get free win as he. I'm doing outside of the gaming, like playing guitar, dancing, and sitting with my wife and daughter. Also, I like to just walk and sing songs sometimes. The most difficult part to like play and win in AO4, it's like new patch which adds a lot of bugs, and you first of all need to learn them in practice and finding little details. So it takes a lot of time and I didn't practice a lot, so that's the difficult one for me. The greediest player, he is, I think, Annotant, because we're like both sometimes YOLO at finding boy and deer at one place and try to gather it without like towers or any defensive structures. I want to like steal from other players, first of all, good knowledge of English, just to speak like them, and maybe I will also try to stream in English as I did it like 2 years ago, and maybe get huge experience in taking first places. So it will give me a great motivation to keep that place and playing more and more.
Who's winning the tournament?
I will tell that I am. It's just like for a little motivation for me, but who knows?
I am Puppy Paw, an Age of Empires 4 player from Canada. I play Age of Empires because I love playing games that are complicated, require a lot of attention, problem solving, and I have played a lot of RTS in my life, so after playing Age of Empires 3, Age of Empires 4 was kind of the next step for me when it came out. I never really decided to be a pro gamer, but I kind of just played Age of Empires 4 a lot when it came out, and I got really good at the game, so I decided to enter a few tournaments, and I did really well. So the most difficult part about being a pro player is maintaining a level of commitment, motivating myself to get up every day and practice, and even though effort isn't always correlated with performance, I need to realize that the more I practice, the higher probability I have that I do better in these tournaments, even if sometimes there's ups and downs. I'd love to steal some more defensive, passive playstyles, probably from Marinold or Beastyqt. I think they both play pretty defensive and passive. I feel like I have this need to like always be doing something, always being active on the map, when a lot of the time it's very advantageous to just sit back, relax, especially when you're in a commanding position. The most annoying person to play against would probably be Wham. I just don't like playing against my brother. It makes things very competitive. Yeah, I just don't like playing with Swim. The biggest shit talker at this tournament would have to be Marinold. I always shit talk a little bit back, but yeah, I can't compete with how much he shit talks. I think Beasty's gonna win. He looks really strong so far, and Beasty's always one of those players that can perform well when needed. He's done pretty well. Obviously, in past tournaments, he's won a few. So I think he has the ability to make it pretty far and definitely a good pick to win the tournament. I love Age of Empires because I feel as though I can. Let's redo that.
It's okay.
Can we redo that? Yeah. I don't know.
Like, why do I play this game?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I don't know. Yeah, I guess winning, but yeah, that's not why I play, I suppose. Still.
Oh. Okay, we almost got trolled there by Cow. Hello, hello. We are here, yeah. We are back, and we have more merch, guys. Can all my people on the couch please turn around? Ladies and gentlemen, we have a little bit of a neutral design available for you on Fourth Wall. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to snatch yourself one of these, keep in mind some of these will be signed that we will be sending away from here, but Fourth Wall ones will be clean. You get to wear a nice normal shirt if you're a nice little shirt person, but there's also something strange happening in front of me. Marine Lord, what is this?
It's a draft desk, I guess. We're gonna be using it for the playoff.
Okay.
And I'm gonna be testing it for us, I guess.
Are you gonna be watching closely as these guys do it, just to master it and beat them all tomorrow?
I'm gonna watch the games, right? But
Okay.
I don't know who I play tomorrow, so we'll see. I will watch the replay later on.
Okay. Well, Marine Lord gets to watch the draft system up and close. Ladies and gentlemen, our Cal has put together something complicated and fantastic. We see red, we see green. That means picks and bans, ladies and gentlemen. But so far, we do have a bunch of activities later in today, and we do have some giveaways that will happen a little bit later on. But for now, we're gonna be heading over, I believe, to our casters so that we can talk about what is gonna happen between these two, who will be taking over all this space and drafting live. I hope. Otherwise, we're just awkwardly looking at the camera again. Oh, I love this. Wow!
We're showing the merchant.
Whoa!
No, Beastie, that's not Homestead merch. What are you doing?
One more squad. Oh.
Do you want to squat again, Alex? Beastie hasn't had the chance to go to the gym anymore, and now this is his
How
moment.
is the sock situation?
Show your socks right now. Alright.
Shock! Oh my god!
Bro.
It's
Wow.
the
You
patio.
can't see it on camera.
Yeah.
Look how clean and white.
Oh my god.
Okay, that's a red flag. I don't know.
Yeah,
man.
from in here.
Okay, sock reveal, guys. Sock reveal. Okay,
Oh
Marianne.
damn.
Cheating with the blade.
Yeah.
Okay. That's coming online. Okay, you can come sit here. Come, please.
Come cuddle.
No, we're gonna all cuddle together.
I just want to sit.
Okay. You're like, I need space in my house. So, guys, our house is basically besieged completely, and this is a very difficult life for Mr. Introvert Beastie. So, I do hear some noises in the back. I do see two people ready to draft.
And the giveaway winner is...
You get your house back in a few days. Congratulations.
Casters.
Oh, casters already. Okay, bye, guys. See you later.
Adios.
Yo. Okay, let's go.
All right, casters are indeed ready. Welcome, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for another round of the Homestead Cup here live in Niš, Serbia. I'm Crackly, joined today by Boy. How you doing, Boy?
I am doing great. I am so excited for what is to come. We are starting off with, an amazing series, B versus Puppy Paw. Paw is the law, everybody knows it. But also B has shown an incredible performance thus far in this tournament. So I'm really excited to see what's going to happen.
Gonna have to see if B is the lawbreaker. In the end, he does have his own style. He follows his own rules. So we'll definitely be keen and interested in seeing how exactly that is going to be developing. You saw it earlier. We've got a new and interesting form of a live draft happening here today. So definitely also looking forward to having that be there. But yeah, Definitely going to be exciting. We're now entering the best of 7 stage, so no more best of 5s from now on. You get a little bit more leeway when it comes to these sets. It doesn't matter if you lose the first 2 or not as much compared to before. You're no longer going to be immediately on match point. You get a little bit more leeway. But of course, every single game is going to be important nonetheless. But here we go. We've got our players ready, and the maps have already been drafted. We're going to be starting off on Kalogger here today.
Yeah, I mean, definitely very interesting. I'm very interesting to see, interested to see this live draft happen. I mean, our production cow worked very hard on it for very long, so it's going to be very exciting to finally see it in action. Seeing the players live draft instead of just seeing it pop up on screen. I'm very curious what we'll do. As you said, B has a very unique playstyle, so I mean, are we going to see a more traditional draft with the civs that we currently think are very good? Or are we going to see some more unique civs like English and maybe Mongol played, which before this tournament we heard a lot of it, maybe it wasn't that good, but I mean, they have an astonishing win rate so far this tournament.
Yeah, there's definitely differing opinions when it comes to the Mongols in particular. A lot of people say, they're really bad. A lot of people say, they're fine on hybrid. I would agree that on land, they're not the best civilization at the moment that's out there. But when it comes to hybrid maps, they certainly do still have their space in the game. And right now, we do have our players going for the live draft here, as we do see the Malians and the Ottomans are getting banned out here. It looks like it's a little bit dark in there, so it's kind of difficult to see. But, there we go. Ottomans also being banned by B for Puppy Paw. Another ban's coming in. Yeah, it's kind of difficult to tell. It's a little bit dark in there, isn't it?
It's for sure. It's a bit dark.
Is that an
maybe
English flag? I don't think that's an English flag.
If we squint our eyes, we can see it. Is it Tugluk? Yeah, it is Tugluk.
Tugluk ban. Okay, interesting. Well, or at least we're trying to ban Tugluk here. Oh, it was the wrong Tugluk. There we go. Look at that. It's all working out.
Yeah. I mean, it's important to get the right Tugluk right, otherwise it just won't work. I'm very curious to see what picks here will be. I mean, we have we have 2 hybrid maps in this draft right now. We have some land maps. So we have China picked. I mean, a very strong first pick always, right? China.
Yeah, it's a solid civ. I mean, not just solid. It's downright overbearing when it comes to the amount of units that you get out with a fast Castle Age follow-up right behind it. So a civilization that definitely feels like one of the most deserving S-tier civilizations in the game at the moment, I would want to say. Ottomans, of course, they're up there as well, but I mean, we don't see them. They're banned for good reason.
We see French coming in from Puppy Paw, very interesting. I mean, Knights always strong. But yeah, I say maybe a bit unexpected. I think I would have expected maybe some other civilizations to be drafted first. I mean, French still maybe 8 there, but
I think it's also like who you're up against, right? Like B, he loves to play French as well. So with global picks, it's not just you getting the French, but it's also you taking the French away from him. B already took China, so maybe Puppy Paw wanted China as one of the first picks. Overall, I think it's a fine pick, getting French in first. It's definitely one of the stronger civilizations in this cavalry meta here at the moment. One that is going to be very, very tough to kill as the game goes on as well, with multiple keeps and the Red Palace always being just a powerhouse when it comes to defense. Shushi's Legacy now a second pick here for Puppy Paw, so he's also going to have a Chinese variant on his side.
It's very close to my heart. I mean, Sushi might be my favorite civilization in the game. And I'm very excited it's getting picked second. And I mean, I think especially on maps like Kurlauga, it can be a very, very strong pick. We see Macedonians now coming in for B, also a very, very strong civilization at the moment. We see Wham is just... he's vibing it, and B is looking very much at his notes, seeing what maybe when played, maybe prepared. We see a Byzantine pick coming in from B now.
Yep.
Well, now we see it.
So Byzantines and Macedonian dynasty in for B. The main civ and the variant civilization together there. Puppy Paw now going to be next up. We see the green tile flashing there, or at least circling around a little bit. So we know that it's his turn at the moment to go for the draft.
It's almost like watching a loading screen.
Yeah.
He's thinking very, very hard about it. And we do see he's picking now.
These are very tactical decisions here. And Sengoku's going to be coming in. All right, Sengoku, of course. Pretty decent. There it is.
It has gotten some nerfs lately, but it's definitely not a bad civ, I think, still.
Golden Horde for B. Yeah, this civilization at the moment, definitely one of the favorite civilizations by many players. It's definitely, like, incredibly strong when it comes to just massing a ton of units in the feudal age. And at the moment where pressure is king, just being able to mass so many units very easily, like getting a very full army composition in a very natural way with the Batukan and with the Torgut. So yeah, pressure, definitely something that the Golden Horde do excel at. And okay, Knights Templar now also coming in. We do, after all, have 4 lakes in the draft as well.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Like the what you can do so well with what is that? Is that Mongol?
Mongols.
Mongol. So we
Yeah.
do see a Mongol coming in from B. So I mean, there's
Persian Marshes is there.
Yeah,
That's pretty good for Mongols.
Frisian Marshes. I think that's realistically the only map we've seen Mongol really been played so far this tournament as well.
is also fine, or used to be fine. We saw a lot of Mangudai play on that map back in the day. Not so much at the moment. Mangudai did, after all, also receive some heavy nerfs in the past. Papipon now with the Japanese. And we've seen Japanese many a times go for the fast cast stage with the Mounted Samurai. It hasn't really worked out for them at all yet so far in this tournament.
I mean, especially with that Golden Horde, right? We've seen multiple times when people try to age up to that castle age, and Golden Horde, if you're playing as it, is really punishing. It can really put you off of your tempo and give Golden Horde a great advantage there.
Holy Roman Empire is going to be next here for B. We have seen him play HRE a couple of times here so far, mostly on hybrid maps as well.
Yeah, we can see Wham is thinking very deep about his next decision here. And it is going to be Iowitz, another very strong civ. The option to play feudal, but most of the time you want to get to castle, try and get that timing in. We see B is immediately picking. And it is going to be House of Lancaster. Quite an unusual pick, I would say. It's not seen as very strong at the moment, but still not a civ that should be underestimated.
Yeah, we've seen House of Lancaster a couple of times, and they've been aided by a lot of buffs recently, namely around the manor, reduced wood cost, and also TCs with the reduced stone cost. It's much more affordable now to go for a 2 TC into manor type play, and yeah, genuinely, definitely a strategy that you could go for nowadays with that civilization. So it's not floating as much in limbo anymore as it used to before getting those couple of buffs.
I mean, we've already seen it from B this tournament, right? He played a very nice House of Lancaster 2 TC and won his game with it. So he might try and repeat that again. And I think that's a Delhi or Abbasid?
It looks like Abbasid, yeah. It's a little bit dark in the room, but yeah, Abbasid, it is here for Papipon. We have seen his Abbasid as well in the past, and yeah, definitely a good pick. He mentioned earlier, I believe, that it was just a test run with Abbasid when he picked it earlier. So now that it's been tested, now it's been practiced live in the tournament, he can go for real with it, and that looks like a Jeanne d'Arc pick right there coming in for B. So he doesn't get access to the French, but he will have access to Jeanne d'Arc, the variant civilization there, so will still have access to his Royal Knights throughout the draft.
Yeah, for sure. And Wham is thinking. I mean, it's all very important. The decisions here you make can be very, very...
I'm just going to be guessing here. I think they can probably hear us in the living room as we're casting this, so maybe this is our time to troll a little bit. Yeah, Macedonian, Fast Imperial, Flaming Springles, that's going to be something that Puppypaw is going to have to watch out for. That's probably going to be the first strategy that B is going to employ. English now, okay. 5 TC English, we'll see it here first.
No, I'm telling you, it's going to be a Fast Imperial into the Man-at-Arms. Man-at-Arms versus Fast Imperial, an amazing strategy from English, of course.
Ooh, and now he's picking Tuklak. Malians for B. So overall, pretty decent draft here, I want to say. And yeah, the players even applauding. They know, okay, yeah, they've been cooking with this one. They fear the 5 TC English. They fear the 1 cattle ranch into 3 TC Malians with Farimba Garrison. It's all these strategies are, tried and tested at this point in the game. Players shaking hands, and I believe now it's gonna be time for them to walk on over to the gaming setup. And yeah, we're back. Hello, everybody. We're back.
Yeah, I mean, looking at these drafts over here, it's. I don't think I favor any one of these drafts. I mean, they look very strong. They have some very strong civs in there, maybe some weaker civs as well for both. But overall, I think it's very equal.
I would say I would personally favor B's draft overall a little bit more. China just really, really good. We have the Macedonian dynasty in there. I like that civilization baseline. Byzantine's probably the best infantry civilization in the game right now. And then the Golden Horde, we've seen it just slay time and time again in this tournament. So just looking at the first 4 civilizations here from B, gotta say, love them all around. Puppy Paw, Sengoku namely, is like one of the top tier civs. Shushi's Legacy, we haven't seen Shushi's Legacy being used that much yet.
We've seen a Marine Lord game with it. He played very well with it.
Yeah. Like, ever since the rework, I'm not sure if players exactly know how to play with the new landmarks, with the rework, but I'm assuming that they've tested as well. And, yeah, overall, looking at it, the draft, I would give a slight edge personally to B, but Puppy Paw has a lot of his own comfort picks there as well, namely, like, the Japanese, Sengoku Daimyo, Ayubits, I would say are pretty good civilizations for Puppy Paw in there. So overall, should be fine. First match, of course, is going to be Kurlogger, so it's going to be interesting to see which civilizations are going to be picked on up over there. We do, of course, have our sniping system, so players, they're going to be able to choose 2 civilizations both, and then snipe one from their opponent, and the remaining civilization will be the one that ends up getting played by them.
I mean, I feel especially on Kurlauga, like Puppy Paw has so many options here. He can play something like Sushi, he can play Ayubits, Tuklak, all very potent civs on these hybrid maps. So I'm especially excited what Puppy Paw is going to pick here, because maybe you can even play something like KT, although I think that's a bit better on 4 lakes than on the Kurlauga, but maybe some special strategy cooked up.
Maybe. I would personally opt more for something like Shushi or French on a map like Kurlogger. I think both those civilizations just kind of excel when it comes to utilizing the map control, Shushi's Legacy, with a potential fast castle age. And then there's a lot of natural resource out on the map. Could probably also get some pretty decent spots in for Meditation Garden. Though at the moment, I think most people have decided to just open up with the Jiangnan Tower when they play Shushi's Legacy at the moment, just looking at it as a more tempo-based landmark currently than the Meditation Garden used to be. For B on Kurlogger, I think a civilization that's also very good is Macedonian and China potentially as well, but I think Macedonians or JD could be a pretty decent option there for him as well. Both civilizations that just excel when it comes to these types of maps, and having the Hippodrome champions available to you as the Macedonian dynasty just immediately gives you that little bit of additional pressure that you can use to go all around the map and try and harass your opponent. Because on this map, you will have to move out from your base at some point. All the food resources, they're all out there on the map. You get like these little, well, not little, but you have the rivers running across the map, and there's a lot of shoreline fish in there, which you will want to end up harvesting.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, those shoreline fish are very, very important. It can give you such a big food economy, as we saw yesterday, for example. If one of the opponents gets full control of water and can make like 20 fishing ship and the other can't, even if you lose a few villagers in the process, it can still be very beneficial for you in general. And I think we are about to go into the game.
Well, something's happening here.
We are looking at the Civ draft again.
There it is. Right there. Got some players in the background there as well. Give us a little peace sign there. That's Beasty and Marine Lord. Okay, they're not listening.
And then showing BC something very important, so they don't have time for us poorly casters.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
All right. Quick little intermission there as well. We do, of course, have our donation bar right over here. So if you guys have been enjoying all the Age of Empires 4 tournament content here so far, I greatly encourage you to maybe, donate to the event. It helps us, of course, bring you guys more events like this. Maybe like a Homestead Cup too would be very cool, very much appreciated. Also, check out the merch over on Fourth Wall. We got some amazing pieces there. We haven't showed them off earlier. And yeah, there it is. We got the carousel right there. Amazing merch. Definitely do make sure you check out the gradients, the prints. Everything is looking absolutely amazing. The quality is very, very high, top-notch there. So, if you want some amazing t-shirts, amazing hoodies, definitely make sure you check out the Fourth Wall right there.
Yeah, I mean, the donation bar, it's not just for the donations. You can also get something if you, for every milestone, for a certain amount of money, you can, for example, get a signed mouse pad or even a worn shirt by Beasty.
Washed or unwashed, depending on what you prefer. It's your choice. It's your choice. We'll leave it all up to you.
For sure.
We don't judge. TM. Anyways, Kurlogger, of course, going to be our first map here. Wondering what the state is at the moment if the players are getting ready for their snipe there. Maybe we can quickly check on into our gaming room, see what exactly is going on over there. Maybe not.
Maybe?
Yes, no?
Production cow? Or we can just keep on chatting, of course. That's also possible.
Yeah, that's totally fine. That's totally fine. We're fine chatting over here. Yeah. We've got our expert with us as well.
Yeah. He's just helping around with everything, right? Can't do without him.
Exactly. Puppy Paw versus B. I mean, we call it the Paw is the law. B, the potential lawbreaker. We'll have to end up seeing. Puppy Paw, I mean, I think he's maybe a little bit deflated, right? Because his brother, obviously, it was a pretty heartbreaking
for sure.
situation that we had there yesterday. If only had won a single game up against Beasty, would have been able to continue on up. But this means that Vortex, he's going to be taking his spot instead. And it was a very close situation, I have to say. Like, in general, like, getting into a position where it is a matter of not just winning the set, but just getting some individual games in where, you know, these tensions can be very high. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we have our civilizations drafted here. And I expected these civilizations to come in a little bit later on 4 legs, but Puppy Paw, he's decided between the Knights Templar and the Tuklak. And he's going to be playing as the Tuklak here today. B, he has given the choice between Jeanne d'Arc and the Mongols. Ends up going to be playing Jeanne d'Arc here. So we'll have JD versus the Tuklak. And that's going to be an interesting one. Elephants, they are thick in experience, I want to say.
For sure.
Yeah. When you get an elephant kill, you really feel it. That bar, like, ticking up from JD.
But what you also feel is those radar elephants in the back. Your villagers for sure feel that.
Yeah.
It can be very, very misleading, right? You think elephants, slow, it's gonna take a while for them to get there. But then suddenly there's 5 raiders elephant in the back, your 10 villagers missing. So against the Tuklak, you always have to look out for that.
Yeah. Those elephants, they are very, very fast indeed. And they can even take fights up against those Royal Knights. And yeah, definitely something that you do have to account for. Maybe it's a situation where you don't just go Knights and Archers as Jeanne d'Arc. Maybe you even have to add in some Spearmen. I think for Jeanne d'Arc, much more so than the French, it is fine for you to add in Spears because you can, of course, consecrate those barracks, get some additional food savings in there on your men-at-arms later down the line. But most importantly, the Spearmen, they cost mostly food anyway, so there's great savings to be had there for sure. And
I mean, percentage-wise, like consecrating a archery range or a stable or a barracks is way more efficient, right? Because it's mostly food that the units cost, and you get a discount on food. You also get a discount on gold, but you only can get it later in the castle age. So for sure, it's very nice to get those discounts on the men-at-arms. You save more than you would on any other production building.
Indeed, indeed. All right, so now we have all of our drafts done. We know which civilizations are going to be played, and that means, ladies and gentlemen, that it is time. We are jumping on in to our first game in the round of 6 here in the Homestead Cup. We've got Puppy Paw playing as the Tuklak dynasty here on Kalogger in the color red. In the color green, we have B playing as Jeanne d'Arc herself, and yeah, this is going to be an interesting one for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Let's go spawn a little bit. How did it spawn? Because on both sides we can see we have a forward gold, but for B he does have some backward there. And for Puppy Paw they are also forward next to his gold, so that's quite a nice spawn for B, I would say.
Most importantly to look at is that which player here is gonna... Okay, for a second I was like, wait, Abbasid, Mongols? Okay, we're updating the UI in just a second here. But yeah, most importantly, Puppy Paw, he is actually going to be moving out to that river, and he is going to be going up on that dock. So we'll be getting that shoreline fishing in early rather than later. There we go.
And we can see the UI is being updated, so everything's displaying correctly now. So we don't see a dock from Jeanne d'Arc here, so it looks like Jeanne d'Arc is just immediately going to that feudal age, while Puppy Paw on the Tuklak dynasty is going to try and get some of those fishing boats out. And I get it, right? Because those fishing boats from the Tuklak can be very dangerous, seeing as they have some arrows that, if you dock on the same side, it can be very, very annoying for B to not be able to fish there.
Yeah, and B starting us off there with the deer gathering, has his scout lure the deer a little bit closer towards the town center. Isn't getting survival techniques in early, would have to gather up just a little bit of additional wood for that. Instead, chooses to just gather the deer up normally here early on. And Puppy Paw already has the first fishing ship out, second one now in queue as well. The Tuklak, such a nice civilization when it comes to playing on these hybrid maps, as all the resources that they're gathering are basically increased by 5%, no matter where on land or on water. So those fishing ships are also going to have a nice little gathering bonus there.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And it's a fine line, right? Because against Jeanne d'Arc, who can obviously has very strong knights immediately the moment they reach feudal age, how many fishing ships are you going to make? You don't want to make too many that you get pushed off all your resources, but you want to make enough that you get a nice eco lead in feudal for your dock investments. Right?
I think 4 to 5 is typically what you will mostly see on a map like Kurlager. And even when the first initial batch of fishing ship has been, for shoreline fish has been depleted, there's still more further down or further up the river that you can then transition onto.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And we can see that B is aging up with 4 villagers right now. Jeanne d'Arc already halfway, and is Jeanne d'Arc there helping?
She is building. She's the one at the bottom.
Ah, yeah, she is building. So that's a nice XP bonus for Jeanne d'Arc right there. Because she goes just a little faster to her second age than if she is gathering resource. So that's why you want to be building with Jeanne d'Arc usually.
Yeah. Papipaw already placing some houses next to each other. Could be that they're already in a position that would benefit a Tuklabat fort being dropped nearby. Yeah, as you mentioned, School of Cavalry is getting rushed up a little bit.
We do see a villager going out for B now, so he also wants to get some of those fishing boats nice and early to supplement his food eco here.
Yeah, this is interesting. He's not actually going for the dock on the side of Puppypaw, where he has already docked. Instead going for the other side. At the same time, I can somewhat see it. He could get an archer ship out, and that would help him just secure it for long term. But, yeah, it just feels a little bit odd that he's not contesting it, considering that he is going to have the age-up advantage there. Tower Victory coming in for Puppypaw. And, oh. Okay, interesting placement there with the houses. Typically, you want to make sure that your houses are going to be in a position that would benefit the Tuklabat fort. He's going to be blocking that a little bit with the Tower Victory, so I guess those houses were not meant for the Tuklabat fort. Makes sense, because the way they were placed there, he wouldn't really secure a lot of like major resources. Sometimes you want to mostly just have them next to the gold, so the Tuklabat fort can protect your gold vein.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, if he's going to make the Tuklabat fort, is he then indeed not going for that the houses are giving extra food, or might be going for a different ambassador there?
Mm.
We do some villagers from Puppypaw now moving out to make a barracks close to his base. So we are going to see some spearmen against those knights from B. First one already in queue. Do we have any fish? We don't have any fishing ships yet from B, so I think they might be in queue. Yeah, the first one is about to come out here. And the first knight's also out.
Yeah, so a little bit of a priority shift here. I think that B, he is not going to most likely achieve too much here with the knights, just because Puppypaw, he's been on the ball. He's already got his own spears in production right now, and right now it's looking pretty good for him. He has the first spearman out now. Tower Victory is about to finish on up. Already 6 shoreline fish, or rather fishing ships gathering from the shoreline fish. Scout now also finding the dock there from B. 2 fishing ships out now.
I mean, that wood line from Puppypaw feels very far away from his town center, so if he is not able to defend that, those knights can really cause a lot of idle time right here. He already has 1 spearman, but it is still in Dark Age, but he just reached feudal, and as we know, the upgrades from Tuglak Dynasty come in really quickly.
Yeah.
So 2 spears pushing away the knight now. Jeanne d'Arc moving forward. She has enough XP to get to the second age, but hasn't been aged up yet.
I think he's going to try and maybe get an outpost up on the gold. There is, of course, still another gold on the other side of Puppypaw's base, but that would at least in some way impact Puppypaw, as in giving B a ton of information about what Puppypaw is going to be doing inside of his base.
It's very interesting, right? Because we can see Jeanne d'Arc moving here on the minimap, but not going towards the gold
ranged.
of Puppypaw. So I am not sure what he's doing. Is he going to maybe tower the wood line? But that seems very
it's
far
ranged,
away.
JD. He already upgraded.
Oh, he already upgraded. It is range JD, so he just upgraded, yeah. So he's going to try and deny some of that wood line. Some of the spearmen already burning the dock from B, trying to get some fishing boat kills, trying to get some idle time.
Got some interesting walls there, even utilizing the spearmen there to build those walls up. Range AD, though, is going to be there as well. And there's the first elephant that we're getting in here, the Elephant Raider. And JD, she's going to have to run away. As we know, of course, the elephants, they're horsemen supreme, and yeah, doing a lot of bonus damage there to JD. She's going to have to run. First Knight already going down.
Jeanne d'Arc very low here. She has to really look out, and she's 1 hit, and Jeanne d'Arc, she is going down. That is very bad for B, in my
instantly
opinion.
bought. Wait, no, never mind. For a second I thought she got bought back, but no. She's not being bought back. She is going to stay dead for the time being. And Puppypaw actually just rushing a dock up right next to the dock from B, being unable to get the villager kill in there. potentially able to kill at the very least a couple of spearmen there, but no, they also get away with their life free.
I mean, this is looking so good for Puppy Paw. That early Jean d'Arc is so huge. He has a dog contesting B's dog right now. It's 15 military compared to 5. Already 8 fishing ships from Puppy Paw out, only 1 for B. I mean, it's looking very, very good for him. 2 elephants out, more spearmen in queue. 1 knight very low from B right here. They do all get away, and he does kill a spearman. So he can eventually just heal those knights up once he gets the upgrade for it.
Sprinkle Ship is there for B now as well, so has all of the tools that he needs in order to defend that dock side there. Knights here as well aren't going to be going for the torch. They are somewhat low health, so they will just try and survive for the time being. B, he's a little bit struggling when it comes to the food count right now. Doesn't have that much in the queue, no knights, and not a lot of food in the bank either. Actually gets the villager kill though, B does.
So it does seem B is pushing Puppy Paw off of the water here. That's the second dock from B being placed, so he can start producing more of those fishing ships. Puppy Paw not making any more boats from his dock right here, so B did take total control over that water again. On that left side we do see some knights getting chased by elephants. Already 3 elephants on the field from Puppy Paw, 4 knights from B. B also adding in some archers right now, which is of course a very powerful combo, knights and archers, right? It's very classic.
Definitely is. Just gotta make sure that you have enough archers to be able to one-shot the spearmen, but the thing with elephants is that they can trample, and once they start trampling, they're gonna start ignoring collision. They will just run on top of the archers, so you have to be very, very much on point there.
That is painful.
Yeah.
Killing the elephant just before Jean d'Arc is supposed to spawn back, you're missing out on a lot of XP there.
Better to kill it and not get the experience than not to kill it at all.
Yeah, like 9 minutes in, Jean d'Arc is just back, almost still no XP towards level 3.
Yeah.
It's you would hope it's a bit more by now, right? But I mean, one good fight by B can totally almost level her up again. So it's everything can happen.
For the most part. I don't think that Puppy Paw really expected to get that much experience, or rather, B didn't expect to get that much experience with Jean d'Arc here early on. Anyways, we went for the ranged AD form, which to me is a little bit strange, just because the ranged AD obviously, like, she does get counted out quite hard. Oh, demo ship, demo ship, demo ship. It is good. Wait.
No.
Yes, maybe, no. Okay, wow.
Wow.
Did not find the connection there. Puppy Paw potentially losing yet another elephant. Yep.
So that's 22 XP extra, another elephant down. So B is playing really nice now in terms of micro. But 2 of the knights do go down to low health one. It's a very nice micro there by Puppy Paw.
Yeah, getting 2 knights down. That's a pretty heavy loss there for B.
Still fighting heavily on water, but it does look like Puppy Paw's dock is going down and he won't be able to save it. His military ships fully got repaired there. There's also some knights from B burning that dock. An elephant is pushing B off the gold here, causing some idle time, trying to kill some archers.
2 shots.
It's kind of insane how much damage they do, right? It's
and their attack speed has increased as well, thanks to the Tower Victory. Dock now has been burnt down. That's an additional 15 experience for Jean d'Arc, so she's going to be very happy about that.
Yeah, finally B can get some rest and get some of those fishing boats out for that food eco he desperately needs here. Because as we can see, B is on about 500 food per minute, and with all those fishing boats Puppy Paw has, he is on 800 food per minute. So that's quite a big difference there.
It is for sure, but Puppy Paw, has he made a Tuklabat fort yet? I do see him having gathered up a little bit of stone. I think that was for a naval emplacement in between. I do believe I saw the dock that he had at some point actually shooting the ships from B, so I've just invested into an arrow slits emplacement there. What we're not seeing, though, from him is one of those Tuklabat forts, and now even putting an okay, never mind. Not an outpost, putting a house next to the gold vein. Just going for the 1-1-1 army composition. Interesting that he's opting for the archers now, considering that he actually doesn't have any spearmen himself. So these archers are just going to be up against these archers, but he's not going to be doing any bonus damage there. So we'll need a lot of them to start one-shotting them.
I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, looking at the map right now, it is very equal. B is making some of those extra fishing boats. So there's only a 2 economy difference so far. Both of them killed 2 villagers. So this game definitely can swing. And the other way, the elephants causing some idle time, almost getting a villager kills, but B is reacting very, very nicely here. The knights trying to catch some of those elephants, but they are just so fast. Now we see Puppy Paw moving forward with his army across the map to the dock from B. So I'm very curious to see if he will do some damage there. Of course, we do still have...
He's finding the villagers. Is not going to go for the trample or anything like that, but will for sure be glad that he got that information in. Archers now pushing forward into the, well, naval line from B.
That's... I don't think it's enough archers to really push in there against those naval units, right? Because they do just so much damage, and especially that arrow ship that can just damage multiple archers at the same time. It can be very detrimental if you don't micro it correctly. We do see the elephants still running from the knights, still running ring around the rosy here. Meanwhile, Puppypaw getting his +1 in. B doesn't have any blacksmith techs yet. And
B's looking for a castle age here from the looks of it at least. He's got a lot of food in the bank, 14 villagers on gold now at this point. Elephant still trying to go for a little bit of harass here and there. Villager is getting pulled. Weak one is not making it out there. Sometimes very difficult to click the individual weak villagers, but the elephant does still end up going down.
Yeah, I don't know if the trade was worth it. I mean, elephants are still a very, very expensive unit.
Yeah.
So we do see a knight, and it... Is it going to...
No, and goes down.
Wow, that's some very, very nice micro by Puppypaw, saving that villager on 1 HP. Meanwhile, I mean, it looks like B is going castle, but he is still producing some knights here, so it isn't going as fast as we might have thought here. I mean, he is still missing a lot of gold, right? He only has 200 gold in the bag, but he does have 1100 food. But there's 13 villagers on there, so the moment he stops producing some of the knights, he will get there very, very quickly.
Yeah. I think it's still going
We
to
can
the
see a
plan
raid,
here
I think,
for
going
him.
on the gold.
Yeah,
The elephants are back. Getting 1 villager, getting 2 villagers.
Also spots the villagers on the boar.
That's a lot of idle time. Getting a 3rd villager here.
Some big damage being found there by Puppypaw. Knights are going to be there on the defense, though. Has a good chunk of them as well. So these elephants... Oh, Puppypaw, he's not reacting. Reacting just a little bit too late. Losing all of the elephants there. Heavy, heavy losses for him. B... He did reinvest a couple of times into some additional knights, but he's still keeping the option open of going for a potential Age-up now.
And we do see the spearmen from Puppypaw trying to find, trying to see if the villagers went back there, maybe trying to find some extra eco kills. Puppypaw now is also killing some of the navy from B. Meanwhile, the spearmen fought the villagers. B is not reacting here. He doesn't see it.
Here are the knights, and there aren't any spearmen here now. Puppypaw is going to have to fall back.
A nice demo ship, though, by B. Oh,
that is brutal. That is genuinely brutal. 15 villager lead at the moment for Puppypaw.
I mean, it's 8 villagers on the board, right? Going down. I mean, there is still one more demo ship from Puppypaw because he did make a dock at home, but it does seem like B is to repel him for the moment. And all 8 villagers went down. I mean, I'm not even sure B has noticed yet. B is pushing in now with his knights and archers. He needs to find some of these eco kills from Puppypaw, seeing as currently there's a 20 eco difference.
Definitely in a situation where he needs to make something happen. JD now there at the front lines. Has a good amount of knights. I mean, there's Paul remassing the spearmen, and now B starts really reinvesting once again into the knights. It looks like he realized that he can't just easily get the Age-up in now. Lots of villagers on wood at the moment. Not sure if he's going to try and go for a farm transition follow-up now behind this, but...
There is some elephants, I think, in the woodline. Oh, it's spearmen in the woodline, actually. Those spearmen, very, very, very annoying against B here. Causing some idle time, but not really getting any villagers. Not doing really enough damage to snipe them out really quickly. And the archer mass from B is able to defend here. Yeah, I mean, meanwhile, B reinvested everything he had, right? He's on 16 knights again. Oh.
A good pick off over here, though. Knights picking off a lot of the fishing ships now from Puppypaw.
It's already 3 fishing ships down. Probably a 4th. A demo ship.
He's going to have to maneuver around it.
Oh. Oh, and B does get away. I mean, he could still get a good connection here.
Almost. Doesn't get it.
Oh, very unfortunate. I mean, that was a very, very close. That would have been... No, B. Look out for the demo ship. Don't forget it's there. He is taking quite a nice fight. There's not a lot of spearmen.
Oh, and he dodges the demo ship.
Excellent micro by B there. And I mean, there's no spearmen left, right? It's just 1 spearman, 1 elephant, and a lot of archers. So that's... He really has to look out there not to lose his army.
Yeah, there aren't any spearmen remaining now from Puppy Paw after you just lost them in the wood line. Still a good couple of archers, but B with mostly knights at the moment. Definitely able to do some bullying here now.
Yeah, it's very strange that Puppy Paw is not making any spearmen or elephants, right? He just has archers in queue at the moment. And there are 17 knights out from B here. So, I mean, we have seen a archer mass before, but you would think Puppy Paw would be making at least some frontline against this. And that's a lot of archers caught out by the knights right now. But with the reinforcements coming in, he does manage to push the knights away from B. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw making some naval military again to try and defend B's naval military here. I mean, it's a Springle ship, arrow ship, and a demolition ship all at the same time here coming in. He is destroying some of that fishing eco with those knights.
Archers trading out well as well.
JD is very close to level 3. Like, even though he's like quite a lot of eco down, it's not looking that bad for B right now with only archers for Puppy Paw.
JD level 3 reached. We do see the men-at-arms coming in now. And with that, he's just pushing straight into the base from Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw now on triple barracks. But if the archers are positioned over here, then realistically, there's just no real way for Puppy Paw to get any more spearmen out. But he's got a lot of archers, Puppy Paw has, and he's able to pick off so many knights here for pretty much free with these archers doing great job kiting.
I mean, those men-at-arms can be very, very tanky, though, against these H2 archers.
And look at what he's doing, though.
I mean, this micro from Puppy is
so
very
many
nice.
knights just going down. Every volley knight should be going down from here on out.
There's only 9 knights left from B. I mean, Puppy Paw is playing this amazing, even though you would think B would counter him here. We've seen Marine Lord do this before with a lot of archers, and there is a demo ship waiting. He does miss the connection barely, though, just barely. Is guiding away very far. There is still a level 3 JD there. So it is going to be a close fight, but it's... I mean, I thought that this would go way worse for Puppy Paw than it did.
I agree. Now the demo ship has come in, but no longer in position. Archer is still able to micro down some of the knights here.
It does seem like Puppy Paw is about to get cleaned up. There's just not enough archers left to really snipe out those knights anymore. And that level 3 JD also doing a lot of work. Military count is looking very equal right now. Puppy Paw reinvesting into some of these spears and elephants to fend off these knights. B lost most of the knights though. Mainly archers left at this point. But Puppy Paw is still on a 12 eco or 13 eco advantage right now.
Yeah, eco advantage definitely still there for him. Needs to just get some more units out onto the field. Army value, firm lead at the moment for B. 20 archers, and he is remassing the knights quite actively. With JD at level 3 as well, there's a lot of weight that B can throw around with a unit like that. But once again, Puppy Paw, he's not letting up on water as well. Once again, gets up on there with the presence of a single Springle ship, taking down some of the fishing ships there from B.
I mean, there has been a lot of naval fighting this match compared to some other Kalauga matches we've seen here. So I think that's also keeping it very refreshing for us, but also the player is very micro-intensive, right? They're not paying attention to one place, and suddenly it can swing one way or the other.
For sure, JD at level 3 already gained a significant amount of experience so far here in this game.
I mean,
we could actually see a JD level 4 here if this continues like this.
JD level 4 in Feudal Age would be crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't see that very often.
Imagine the Bombard, and also you get the Imperial Age unique units.
Yeah, for sure. And we do see B trying to push in here, but Puppy Paw does have a lot of spears to fend off these knights. We are seeing the archers trade out a bit. Knights are pushing in now.
Spearman holding at the front line up against the knights. Still, experience is being soaked up continuously by JD here. Archers trying their best, but they don't do any bonus damage up against the enemy archers from B. So that's just not the most efficient unit here when it comes to taking the fights against them. And now Knights taking the superior lead here. They're going to be charging in onto the archers, and a lot of them end up going down here. And GG is getting called. B opens us up here in this set with a victory.
I mean, honestly, B pulled that back very, very nicely. At one point, after Puppy Paw got a lot of kills, there was a
yeah.
20 eco difference with B managing to pull back that level JD. Maybe a bit of questionable decisions from Puppy Paw making that many archers against the knights here. I mean, B must be really, really happy with himself being able to pull that back. And
Yeah,
you can see if he manages to continue this trend there, or if Puppy Paw manages to bring it back.
Yeah. That is going to end up being the question here. Puppy Paw now down 1 point on the scoreboard. Once again, you can see those beautiful merch pieces there in the back.
Little smirk from B being happy with himself.
Yeah, he can be happy there. He absolutely can be happy with his performance. In general, so far in this tournament, he's been performing absolutely amazingly. So definitely can be proud of his own performance. And, you know, there's a lot of things to be proud for. Of course, he's also got his daughter, his wife here as well. So there are people that he wants to make proud as well. And I think that helps him out a lot here.
For sure, it's definitely some motivation to try and do your best and get this win here. As we can see by the stats here, the total resources gathered from Puppy Paw is quite significantly higher than B. He was ahead in military for most of this game, but there were just 2 very good fights for B if we look here. And especially that last fight, it was just too much for Puppy Paw to hold. So overall, a very impressive game by both. But yeah, just a bit played better by B.
I think he threw the spears a little bit away when he sent them into the woodlines, and then suddenly he didn't have spears when the knights arrived on the archers. But sometimes these kind of things can happen. Like you think, oh, I can extract more value out of my spearmen if I just send him into the woodline there, get some raids. And he got phenomenal value with them in earlier, getting a lot of villager kills in there. So I can definitely see the argument to be made there for him. Next up, though, we are going to be moving over to Four Lakes. Players currently drafting the civilizations. And on Four Lakes, Puppy Paw still having that Knight Templar pick available to him. Japanese as well, they do scale phenomenally when it comes to these pawns, as their fishing ship cost is reduced by quite a bit. B, on the other hand side, Macedonians, not a civilization that you immediately think about when it comes to water, but having that sustained food income helps you a lot there out as well. But looks like we got our civilizations in. Actually, House of Lancaster for B up against the Shushi's Legacy. So Shushi also really strong on these hybrid maps. House of Lancaster is interesting. I'm very, very keen to see what B has planned for us with that. Could be a Dark Age Barracks rush and try and deny some of the dock potential from the Shushi's Legacy early on.
Yeah, I mean, if it's very classic B, right? Playing something unpredictable, something very non-conventional here, playing House of Lancaster. I mean, we've seen it once before from him, but not on a hybrid map, so I'm very curious what he has cooked up here. Sushi, of course, always good on hybrid. Having that very fast transition into Castle after he can get out units so fast with a little bit of supervision. So they're very versatile as well, right? It's going to be a very interesting match. I mean, I would give the slight edge to Sushi here normally, but with B, you never know. He might have something crazy ace up his sleeve.
Exactly, so we'll have to see. And indeed, it is going to be a Dark Age Barracks rush, as we do see B play as the House of Lancaster here. Barracks already being prepared, and the other hand side, I feel like Puppy Paw, oh, he is actually going to try and go for a dock play. Already has the village, already has the lumber camp down, but maybe the lumber camp is for his own counter barracks play. It could be. We'll have to wait and see whether he is actually going to be going for a dock play there. Because usually when you go for a dock play, you don't go for the village, you go for a house instead.
We don't see a villager moving out.
No, he is. Okay, so he is going for the village into the dock play. All right.
I mean, this can be very, very dangerous, right?
It
if
will
B
be.
spots this out and Puppy Paw can't get the dock off, or the dock gets burned down really quickly, it can get very, very rough. So, oh, he is putting the villager back. Maybe he scouted the barracks?
Yes, he scouted it. He scouted it indeed, and could be going for his own barracks now just instead.
So he did scout the spearman because he didn't see the barracks in his vision. Yeah, I mean, the spearman's already
Oh, he's
moving
just going back further. He's dropping the dock in the back. Maybe a little sneaky wall there around. Yes, there we go. Puppy Paw starts us off with the dock and then adds the wall around as well. B, though, he does end up seeing the dock position. Is he going to wait? Is he going to stick around? Wait for a potential palisade wall up? And he could block that. He could very much block that. Puppy Paw, though, he realized, oh, no, my opponent's scout is here. Now I cannot wall anymore. I got to pull the villager back. I think this could... Oh, no way he's doing it. Okay, yeah, for a second, the body blocking can be quite dangerous, but Puppy Paw, he's going to be just investing into a single fishing ship here.
We have 4 spearmen out from B, so they should be able to burn that dock quite quickly.
I think Puppy Paw can make his own barracks though. And then with the supervision, you can get your own spearmen out incredibly quickly. The issue is just that B behind this, he's been, you know, optimizing his economy for a feudal age follow-up, which could be quite a bit harder for Puppy Paw, who has not been, you know, collecting taxes on a mill since he has been skipping that so far. Only taxes on a lumber camp.
Yeah,
will be dangerous. I think, yeah, it looks like he's actually just going to go for the age up. Still has 4 villagers on wood though, so yeah, he's actually just following up with more fishing ships behind a feudal age play.
I mean, he can always just make the fishing ships, push back the spearmen and remake the dock later.
Yeah.
So the fishing ships are not a complete waste of resources, right?
Yeah.
It's not like they're just going to die. It's just very unfortunate because they will be idle for a while and you will have to reinvest 150 wood for the dock. So I think overall it's definitely worth it for B in this scenario. He is already also very, very close to aging up, just needing a little bit more resources. We do see the mill now getting dropped down from Puppy. That's of course very nice because you can supervise it. It also, you can drop off some taxes, so you're earning a little extra gold. What I am very curious about in this game, what landmark do you go? Of course, the landmarks from Sushi's Legacy have been reworked a bit. So yeah, I mean, it's a good question, right? Do you go for maybe the more traditional meditation gardens?
I think your Jiangnan Tower would make a lot of sense, right? Since you're already dealing with a couple of spearmen, just getting that initial burst of units immediately to be able to push the House of Flying Casters all out of your base. Especially if there's like continued feudal age aggression, being able to get those like continued bursts of units in every now and then would help you out a ton in that regard. Abbey of Kings is coming in, and it is indeed going to be the Jiangnan Tower being rushed up now by Puppy Paw, 4 villagers working on that.
I mean, in my opinion, so cool to see, right? Meditation Garden has been a meta for, I mean, I think since the Civ released. And finally now with these changes, we are seeing some new and unique strategies popping up where it's not common anymore to just go... The option is not that easy anymore, you know? The Jiangnan Tower now has a lot of extra advantages compared to what it had before. Giving military units for every couple of military units, you get a free one from the Jiangnan Tower. So that is, of course, very, very nice and can give you some of that early extra aggression. Meanwhile, B going for his own counter dock on Puppy Paw's spawn, so he doesn't just want to let him take it. He wants to kill those fishing ships, make sure he really doesn't get anything out of his water investment early in Dark Age.
Yeah, at the moment, I mean, he is putting up a lot of pressure up against him. Even has that one spearman patrolling around the shoreline just to make sure that exactly what Puppy Paw's trying to go for doesn't happen. Puppy Paw trying to add in an additional dock, and that spearman is going to end up finding that villager here. And is Puppy Paw? Yeah, he has to cancel it. Runs back with that villager. I think at this point, just ignore that pond, and I don't think you can reclaim it. Sure, it's bad about the 3 fishing ships that you have in there, but maybe just focus on another pond. Like, you can be a little bit sneaky. Go for... Oh my god, he's already there with the scout. And spearman as well. Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess you gotta go for some units, and there are Jigunu coming in now as well, so... Better to fight for it. And okay, 4 villagers being sent out. He really wants to get that dock up. He needs to get it up as well, because B already has his first archer ship in queue, so he will be able to start taking down those fishing ships, which you don't want to lose.
I mean, with that extra building speed from Sushi's Legacy, right, you get it up so fast when you pull 4 villagers. Not really anything B can do it at that point to stop the dock from going up. We do see that the archer ship from B should be almost completed. It is completed, actually, but he is pop-capped.
Oh, yeah, pop-locked there for just a second, and it's gonna mean that, yep, archer ship wasn't coming out quite in time. The fishing ships at least now can seek shelter inside of the dock here for Puppy Paw until the archer ship comes out, and with the archer ship he has the fishing ships which will be able to repair. So in a fight, Puppy Paw should be able to trade a good bit better.
Yeah,
at least until the Springle ship comes in.
Springle ship from B should almost be coming in it. I mean, it came in at almost the same time as the archer ship from Puppy Paw was being built. So what we do see here, it's only 1 king thus far from B, not any extra being added in. Currently the Springle ship is being built, so B is going to push away those fishing ships and the archer ship from Puppy Paw. There's also a Springle ship in the queue for Puppy Paw almost coming out. So it's going to be very interesting to see who takes his water in the end.
There's the Springle ship now. Archer ship is going to be in position to try and snipe out the demo ship. Fishing ships need to actively repair the Archer ship, though. And it looks like Puppy Paw, for the time being, should be in a position to hold this.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with that fishing ship repair, right? It's just so powerful.
Yeah, it's quite overbearing, I gotta say. Like, the fishing ship repair speed, or even villager repair speed, if you actually end up pulling a villager, it means that you pretty much can't take the ship down with normal means. You need, like, overbearing numbers there.
Yeah, we currently see 2 demos, so he is trying to flank around on 2 sides, trying to get a connection in here from B. One of the demo ships does get taken out. He is pulling away back the second demo ship because, I mean, he is going to try for it, but it's going to be very, very difficult. 2 Springle ships now out from Puppy Paw. Archer ship almost does go down, but I mean, it is getting repaired again.
Good micro from Puppy, yeah. Able to keep it alive. Great micro as well from B, keeping the demo ship alive for so long. A demo ship could actually find a connection there on the Springle ship and, yeah, gets it taken down. Great micro there from B.
I mean, where's the Archer ship from Puppy? There's another demo from B out.
Yeah, it's still out there. The Archer ship is following behind. But he needs to be playing this a little bit more carefully. He has a villager next to the dock that is able to help repair all of these ships as well. And now there's horsemen on the horizon from B.
I mean, it can be very dangerous, right? Puppy Paw just making 2 canoe right now, doesn't have any spearmen yet. He is taking down some of these spearmen here. B can't really defend against that yet. And meanwhile, B just going very big into the demo play, trying to get around, maybe coming from the backside with those demo ships. Puppy Paw, meanwhile, has made a second Archer ship, so it's going to be very difficult for those demos to find a connection.
Yeah. He so far hasn't quite found an answer yet up against the fishing ships. Doesn't have any additional scaling of his own. Not even a manor at this point out on his side. The Hobbler is there, though, able to pick off some of the Jugenu Archer ships. Also in position in order to take down the demo ships. Fishing ships repairing. Springle ship coming in. And yeah, that's a... It was a nice plan there from B. Does actually manage to get down one of the Archer ships, but in the end is going to have to fall back nonetheless. And now it's double Springle ships yet again for Puppy.
I mean, that's very expensive for B, right? It's 80 for demo ship, so that's in total 320 resources down the drain if they get both sniped. Which, especially this early on in the game, is a huge investment. Meanwhile, we see B is still adding in some of those horsemen, trying to get rid of those Sukunu. Puppy Paw, in response, is finally adding in some spearmen to defend against it. Puppy Paw probably will be pushed off gold soon if B spots it. And as we can see, Puppy Paw has 2 docks on the bottom pond, with B making one of the top pond as well to get some of those fishing ships in and supplementing his eco here.
Archer ship once again in a precarious position. Actually, Puppy Paw getting the takedown there, but he isn't adding any of his own demo ships, so not like he's going to be taking any real advantage there of that. Hobbler's finding some villagers out on the shoreline fish. Yeah, Puppy Paw, he has transitioned over to the second pond, so is able to get some additional food income now from that point as well. Hobblers are able to get at least 1 villager kill there.
That's the second one already.
Yeah.
So, as we can see, Puppy Paw is defending very well on this pond, right? He was already on a second pond as well with 2 docks. So, he's really adding in those fishing ships now. He's on 9 fishing ships compared to, I think, 1 or 2 fishing ships from B at this point in time.
Archer ship able to get a takedown on the demo ships. Another dead villager. Hobbler finding one again.
Yeah, Puppy Paw is adding in a second Archer ship again, because, I mean, B is loving these demos right now.
He's adding a lot of them in, yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
It's so difficult. He needs Springle ships at this point, really, in order to start, like, winning, or at least start taking down the Archer ship. Just this one Archer ship here for Puppy Paw has been taking down demos time after time after time again. And he keeps reinvesting into them, so it's very difficult for B to get these connections in with the demos, no matter how well he micros it.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking very good for B at the start, but you gotta wonder, was all this water investment on the top pond worth it for him? I mean, Puppy Paw also had to invest a lot, but he's just been losing so many demo ship, and another one is going down with another demo ship being very, very low. He finally did push away the horseman on his gold, so there won't be any more villagers going down there. Meanwhile, all B's boats are very, very low here. There is now 2 demo ships, so he could try and take one down. I mean, it looks like the demo ships make connection, but
Oh, it's
stopped.
standing still. There's still another Sprinkle ship that he could take down. B, Earth to B. Hello, hello. Oh, no. He didn't react in time. Oh, that was close as well, though.
There is another demo ship there, and there's currently no Archer ship out, so if he manages to micro it... And that he is going for it there, and it does look like it's going down. There's
That one
no
should
way
connect,
Puppy
yeah.
can stop it in time. We can still see he's trying to raid with some of these horsemen, but it is getting more and more difficult, right?
He's
There's
actually
already...
getting closer to a Castle Age follow-up here, and if he gets up with the White Tower, he's immediately going to be spawning 3 Earl's Guards, and knowing B, like a mass Earl Guard spam could definitely be on the menu for him. Never mind, he's starting queuing up more upgrades, and we're seeing Yeoman now coming in as well.
See, what I think would be very interesting if he were to go White Tower, where would he drop it? Would it be drop it maybe a bit more defensively, or would he try and drop it aggressively, maybe on that 8k vein there in the middle?
Hard to tell. Probably on a resource that's on land, like inside of his base or close to his base. Just secure that. Second gold, potentially.
I mean, as we can see now, B is finally adding in quite a lot more fishing boats, but Puppypaw already on 16 fishing boats compared to 5 from B. So even though B did get 3 villager kills and Puppypaw hasn't gotten any yet, Puppypaw is still 8 eco ahead of B here.
He's starting to add in some Palace Guards, and Palace Guards against a civilization like the House of Lancaster with very expensive archers, where typically you just want to be pumping out melee infantry. They do quite well. They've got 3 melee armor, only 2 ranged armor, but the 3 melee armor especially against both Hobbler and Spearmen mean that you have a very, very tanky front line with them. And the Jugunu now as a follow-up as well. That is a very scary army composition now from Puppypaw, and he's not really close to a potential Castle Age on his side at all. And with the Yeoman, he's going to really have to give it his all to try and defend now against this massive force that Puppypaw has out there.
And especially once you scale into Castle, right? Those men-at-arms just get a big, big buff the moment they get there. And get really, really tanky suddenly. I mean, they are fighting on land and water at the same time, so these players are really going to have to pull out their micro skills. It does look like B is losing on water, just not paying enough attention. He is just trying to defend at home. There is still 4 of those kings on the field, buffing the health of all the units around them and the kings themselves, of course. And, I mean, the villager is repairing the ship, so he will likely be able to defend, but it is very close. The demo ship almost getting the connection. And oh, that is so bad for B. 3 fishing,
yeah.
3 military ships going down right here just by that one demo.
Reasonably stay on this pond now at this point. Like, that was just devastating.
Yeah, you kind of have to just give up the pond there. I mean, he is trying to reinvest with another a Springle ship, but you gotta wonder if it's worth it here. You might as well just give up. I mean, he is on 2 ponds, so they will both be on 2 ponds, even if he gives this one up right here. 2 docks right, second dock right now being made on the left pond from B. Meanwhile, both players just still investing into feudal, but it looks like Puppypaw might be going castle soon. 450 gold in the bank, 900 food.
From the Tang Dynasty after all. So if he chose to, his Asia would be a little bit less expensive. But he's still queuing up more and more of the Palace Guards right now. He's actually the one pushing forward right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing, right? Because B is pushing forward. Maybe Puppypaw thinks that B has more army than he actually has, and he doesn't want to invest too little that he cannot defend anymore. So maybe he's going to invest just a little bit longer into men-at-arms.
Yeah.
And if he eventually sees, like, hey, I took a good fight, I want to go castle, he can get there very quickly with a sushi.
Ship able to pick at least one of the fishing ships there. Puppypaw at the moment already up on 20 fishing ships. We do see what looks like the beginning of an engagement with B. He realizes, wait, I do not have what it takes in order to win this fight, even remotely. Yeoman, with the additional movement speed, should be able to run away from the Jugunu. Not if they kite, though. Lots of Lancasters, though. They do not seem ready to take this fight at all, even with missing upgrades on Puppypaw's side.
I mean, they are very tanky, but against 17 Shukunu, just not tanky enough right here. One of them is going down. Meanwhile, 16 Palace Guards, 7 in queue from Puppypaw, just pushing forward. He is trying to get those horsemen on the Tsukunu, but they almost all go down before they get there. Beastyqt tanking very well against these yeomen, and he's just pushing him further. I mean, it's double the military from puppypaw at this point, so it is looking very, very good for him.
And if he were to go for the age up now, he would be able to upgrade 25 Palace Guards to Castle Age Men-at-Arms, and that's a pretty massive number with which you can pretty easily just run into your opponent's base. Could even do it now, but I think in Feudal Age it's just a lot more risky when you're when you have the potential of just going for the age up. I think that might just be the case. What he's going for now, he just cancels a lot of the Men-at-Arms, suddenly has a lot of resource in the bank, and that indeed is going to be everything that he needs for the Shaolin Monastery follow-up.
Well, it's actually Mount Lu Academy, not a Shaolin
Oh yeah, he
Monastery.
cancelled it for a second. It was Shaolin for... Yeah, there we go. Oh. Cancelled it, and it is going to be the Mount Lu.
Yeah, so what's very interesting here, actually, he is getting that +1 range defense. If he supervises it, goes to Castle, immediately gets that +2 range defense. He can almost dive anything he wants from B, and it will almost do no damage. Those yeomen or the town center will do no damage and can just idle out so much. The horsemen are having a nice little raid here on puppypaw. He is idling a lot of those wood villagers. puppypaw is fighting
just
back.
taking the shivs, yeah. Pulling out the shivs, and the age up has come in.
He's trying to surround it and take a fight, I think. Or not? I mean,
He sent some Palace Guards back, so the Palace Guards are now going to try and deal with that. Veterancy on the Palace Guards is also coming in behind this.
I mean, that's some very needed eco kills from B
look
right
at what
here.
B did, though. Behind this, he suddenly pumped out a lot more fishing ships and is actually able to follow this up now with his own Castle Age landmark White Tower on the way.
Yeah, I mean, B really pulled it back this game. It's the same thing as last game, right? puppypaw was so much ahead in economy, but yet B is managing to keep very competitive in this game. Can go both ways still. Dropping that White Tower, securing that second gold here. Meanwhile, puppypaw docked on B spawn, trying to... oh, is he gonna dock though? I don't think that villager survives. I mean,
I mean,
barely,
that was
barely.
close. That was really close. I mean, really, that's typically the thing, right? Like, even when there's a villager right there as the dock starts getting produced, the Chinese villager production speed just so fast. So the dock did manage to get up, and now House of Lancaster, some villagers are going to have to go for a little bit of a run now for no particular reason at all.
Yeah,
man, gonna have to be careful here up against the Jugunu.
Those 3 men-at-arms being really tanky the moment they come out. Tsukunu almost in Castle Age now, so they will start dealing a lot more damage.
Still the same.
I mean,
Defensive ship already there, though, for B. Now the Yemen. They gotta focus down the Jugunu. They don't do that much damage up against the Palace Guards. Veterancy is in queue now for them, but it's gonna take a while for that to come in. We actually have a knight now going for the charge at the front line. It's gonna be pretty tanky. Yeah, Yemen just focusing on the Jugunu there in the background.
meanwhile, +2 ranged armor coming in from puppypaw, so these yeomen will do even less damage than they are doing right now. And meanwhile, puppypaw is just making a full switch to knights and men-at-arms here, or palace guards, I should say.
I feel like that doesn't really help you a ton, though. In the end, you are still dealing with the White Tower, so these kind of like tempo-based units, what they are going to do, though, is they're going to allow him to potentially grab relics behind all of this.
Yeah, I mean, and we can see he already went for the upgrade that gives him 1 free IO. And he can actually make one more up to a total of 6, so that's also very useful. You can supervise a lot of these production buildings and resource buildings as well to get that +20%.
Exactly. Being able to just research a ton of the production buildings, or mainly, I want to say, like, the economy buildings would help you out a lot. If it ends up going for the eventual granary transition, let's say 15 minutes from now, having 6 Imperial officials rather than 4 just means that you can supervise all 3 granaries and just supercharge your economy. Still, though, B is hanging on here in this game. The Yeoman doing a great job of just targeting down the weak health units time and time again. Cluster Pierce damage is also in the queue at the moment. Knights are diving deep, but there's still a White Tower nearby, so he's going to have to be careful with that one.
I mean, even though that White Tower got a small nerf, right, it's still a very, very frightening keep there.
It's mainly just a nerf when it comes to the garrison slots that it does provide. So down from 20 to 15. I wouldn't really call it that big of a nerf, at least not in the current situation. Right now, in this situation, it doesn't actually have that big of an impact, as Paw isn't really able to straight up go for a dive underneath the white tower. That would be quite brave of him.
Yeah, what I'm curious about, they both don't seem to aren't seem to be making any monks right now to try and pick up some of those relics. I mean, you would expect it from Puppy-Paw, right? Right now he has all the map control, 4 relics right for the taking.
Oh, the Knights now going on top of the Yeoman. Yeoman stepping forward. Trying to just get the Jugunu mass down at this point, and he is going to be successful in doing so. Reinforcement Knights, some Earl Scout also being there. Looks like B actually able to win this fight in the end. I mean, the Lords of Lancaster also, of course, providing the plus 15% right now with the 3 that he has there. Health on the Knights. The bonus health on the Knights actually being quite strong.
Yeah, for sure. And meanwhile, while this is all happening, what we might not have been paying attention to, they were equal on economy, right? And Puppy-Paw, I mean, he did kill 6 villagers right here, but also his 37 fishing ship.
Yeah.
So he was just continuously making more and more fishing ships while this all was happening. Siege engineering, that's very interesting this late in the game.
Rams, yeah. Looks like he just wants to start taking down some more of the infrastructure here. Realize that B is a little bit behind in the numbers game, so he can't take any too direct engagements. Now both players also adding in their religious units, so relics should start disappearing off the map here shortly.
Yeah, I mean, Puppy-Paw, he has 1,300 wood in the bank, so maybe he wants to start thinking about getting that second feudal landmark, so he can start getting some of those cheaper farms in around those granaries, and unlock the granaries in the first place. But yeah, for now, Puppy-Paw is in quite a good army lead. He just can't really push in because of that white tower yet.
Yeah. And now we do actually have those Rams coming in, so that's what the wood is going to end up being used for. Try and take down some of the infrastructure here inside of B space. He just continuously messing up more crossbows, more knights right now. Gold, though, is running out for him. He just secured a full stone mine, so with that, has enough stone now to drop a keep somewhere to potentially secure some more gold. And we do see a large group of villagers being accompanied by the entire army from B. Even see some nice little sneaky quick walls there coming in. But the army, it's there as well. B, he's going to have to take a fight, but he does not have the numbers for it. This is going to be something that feels like do or die here for him. He just doesn't have a gold to drop the keep on right now. Where could he drop the keep on? All the gold is on the same side here on the map, and Puppy-Paw realizes that, yeah, B just downright doesn't have the gold. He exchanged a little bit of the stone that he had left over with the keep in order to get some more units in. We do see there is a spot on the left-hand side, but he just needs to go there. The army from Puppy-Paw is still so close to that spot.
Yeah, I mean, what is also very interesting, right? He hasn't made any manners yet this game, not a single one, which is very unusual for a House of Lancaster. Meanwhile, the monk's getting sniped while trying to pick up some relics, so it does look like Puppy-Paw is going to get 4 relics after all. Meanwhile, a big fight with all the villagers, a lot of villagers going down already, 21 eco kills here from Puppy-Paw. I mean, more going down, the villagers trying to burn down the rams, but is it going to be enough, that extra little front line? I mean,
it is quite rough. There is a ton of crossbowmen here just doing so much damage to these knights. Yeomen and crossbows alike, but there's the big army of knights from Puppy-Paw that is coming in now. The front line is getting reinforced, and there's just no way for B to hold this one. GG is right around the corner here as the entire army from B is gonna fall, and there it is. GG gets called. Puppy-Paw able to even out the set in the second game.
yeah, definitely. It's a equalizer. It's 1-1 now, so everything can happen. I think both players showed a very strong performance here. Puppy-Paw ahead in the beginning, quite a bit on eco. B pulling it back, but in the end, Puppy-Paw does manage to win this game.
A very important win for Puppy-Paw there. It gives you a nice little mental reset as well, being able to immediately take the second game of your opponent after being down a point. So this is a good reset for him, for the mental as well, and it allows him to go into the third game with a clean mind, I want to say, with a calmer mind.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. So yeah, currently there's very curious what map they will pick. It's B's map pick at this point. I mean, let's see what he has left. I mean, the Knights Templar is very interesting, right? Because there's no more hybrid maps left, so you gotta think, where does he, if he even wants to play it, and if so, where is he going to play it?
There's Frisian Marshals. You can somewhat pick it there hybrid-wise. It's a little bit awkward because like you're gonna be dropping a lot of harbors, and harbors are quite expensive. But then again, your wood income is very, very strong with the Knights Templar as well, and just going for the additional food income there does mean that you're gonna be able to just leverage all of the additional wood income that you have there. I would say if you want to play Knights Templar, that would be the map to go for. But you still have a lot of other civilizations that you can end up playing on those maps. And the next one is going to be Coastal Cliffs. That's going to be coming in up next. And on Coastal Cliffs, what civilizations could we end up seeing there? He's got Macedonians and China. Those are like the main civilizations that I would see there. Malians is also really good.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's just it's kind of hard to overlook this, right? But if we're looking at the drafts, I mean, people are already using Sushi and Tuklak, two very strong civs, and B using Jeanne d'Arc and House of Lancaster maybe as some of the weaker civs in his draft. So he still has some very, very strong civs left here. So if he decides to pick those, it could get very dangerous for Puppy here. Just if we purely look at the drafts right now.
Yeah. Sengoku, Ayubits, Japanese, very good options there for Puppy Paw to be picked here as well. We'll find out in just a moment just exactly which civilizations end up being picked here. A quick little shout out once again to our merch. In fact, Shuki, can you quickly pass me one of the awesome t-shirts that we have over there just so we can quickly show him off yet again? Here's our merch. We got it in the carousel up here as well. Look at the design. Look at the gradient, how it pops. You want one of those. I already know it. And you can find them on our fourth wall. So definitely make sure that you do check that one out. We got some amazing designs there. Definitely make sure that you take a look.
Definitely, I mean, they are looking very, very good. Meanwhile, we can see that the players did have picked their civs. So from Puppy, we are seeing French and Ayubit, and from B, Malian and Chinese. And it is going to be a Chinese versus Ayubit. So as we have discussed before, of course, Malians and Chinese, very, very strong civs. Meanwhile, I am quite surprised by the Ayubits pick here. Maybe you can say a little more about that?
I think Ayubits is quite fine on this map as well. You are going to be running into some food issues here on this map at some point. And on a map where you're pretty close together, whoever like runs out of food first, has to do farm transition, is a lot more vulnerable. Having the additional food in the berries or even like passive military production from a potential reinforcement wing, the healing from the dervishes to keep your army value up high, Ayubits just have a lot going for them overall on a map like this. Now, the Chinese, similarly, they can go for Pro Scouts, which is also very, very strong on a map like this. Having all the food safe inside of your base helps out a ton. You have the Barbican as well, with which you can potentially lock down a boar and secure some resources there as well. So both civilizations here makes a lot of sense to be picking them. They have a lot of food resilience, I want to say, when it comes to just securing food resources in the game. It's a pretty good give and take between the two. I'm not sure which one exactly I would favor. I think personally that I do end up liking China just a bit more because it is one of those civilizations that can just pump out a lot of infantry, which doesn't end up getting debuffed by the Ayubits. And when you have a good solid infantry mass, you're going to be doing quite well up against the Ayubits. And it looks like we're going to be jumping on into our game number 3. Now, we've got B playing as the Chinese here on Coastal Cliffs and Puppy Paw as the Ayubits. And we're going to be jumping right on in. Right now, we got the split perspective view right now. We can see the point of view from both of our players right now. Mill already dropped by B with the Chinese, has the villagers out there on the sheep, already moving out to gold as well. That is a no IO opening from him, as is common practice at this point in time. And both players just now looking to find as many sheep as possible, as food is key on this map.
Yeah, for sure. And as we can see by B, it's a pretty standard Chinese play, right? They are going into that village just to save a little bit in the long term on that wood cost. Meanwhile, I think Puppy Paw, does he have 2 scouts? No, it's just 1 scout, but there's only 2 sheep behind it yet. I mean, B only has 3 sheep, right? So it's not that big of a difference. I have to say, I think I like B scouting pattern here quite a lot.
really, I think it's still a lot of options for Puppy Paw to potentially find some more sheep. You can tell, like, Puppy Paw actually already has found a good couple of sheep. Looks like he already had some being sent back to his base. There's still 10 more neutral sheep available, though, out on the map to be had, and I think on the right-hand side there definitely should be some more, and Puppy Paw is actually the one to steer to the right first, so looks like he, if he paths correctly, should be able to find a good couple more here.
Does B notice, or is he just going to follow right behind Puppy Paw
He
Scout?
sees it. There's just not a lot that he can do about it. He's been kind of lured into, I want to say, a little bit of a trap there from Puppy Paw Scout.
Yeah, I mean, that's some very nice scouting by Puppy Paw. I have to admit that, indeed. Meanwhile, what wing would you go here with Iobits? Would you go for the Dervish wing, which you
Logistics,
see
yeah.
quite standardly?
Yeah. I mean, you could go for the economic wing growth, but we can already tell a little bit from how Puppy Paw spread out his villagers that on the berries that he's not really thinking about a growth wing, because typically when you go for a growth wing, you wanna like not focus on any of these berry bushes. You wanna have them all alive for when they, or rather, you wanna have them all still up for when your age up comes in. That way they all will get that food increase on them. And we can tell he like doesn't really care too much about that, so it'll most likely just be a logistics wing.
Yeah, I mean, as we can see in
Master Smiths.
that's very unexpected.
Okay.
I mean, I would have expected this from B maybe, because he is known for some very unconventional plays. But from Puppy, this is very interesting to see here. A Master Smiths coming out, just getting those free blacksmith techs for the level 1. Meanwhile, it's gone now, but we saw very nicely on the minimap the nice graphic that Cow made, where you could see this the path the scouts took. Very, very nice. But we are just seeing the Imperial Academy from the Chinese.
I mean,
as
that will
expected.
make sense. Master Smiths, I'm a little bit more surprised by. Now, the thing is, with Master Smiths, getting the immediate blacksmith upgrades, this must be like super, super early aggression from Puppy Paw, I want to say, because when you're up against the civilization, okay, I mean, against Shushi it makes even more sense because they get Zhuge without going to Song Dynasty, but just in general, when you're up against potentially Zhuge, having Master Smiths is very, 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 very strong indeed.
And our resident expert just coming here trying to make us laugh, trying to distract us from this cast.
We're getting distracted by production here, left, right, front, and center, so do bear with us here.
But I mean, what we can see here in this game is I'm not sure if it's a pro scout. There's only 2 villagers on gold here, so it does seem like he's just going to make some units, if I had to guess. I think it's more conventional to pull like 2 extra villagers to gold quite a bit earlier for that pro scout, seeing as it does cost quite a lot of gold. So he is also just going to be investing into military early. So I think we're going to see quite some feudal fights here in this game.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense here for sure. Puppy Paw, he hasn't actually gathered up that much or any additional wood at all. So looks like it's not going to be too aggressive of a play at all. And
7 villagers on gold?
yeah, it is a fast castle after all for him. So we'll be going for fast castle with the feudal age Master Smiths. Does at least mean that he's going to be saving up quite a lot of resources when it comes to blacksmith upgrades. He's going to have all the blacksmith upgrades on his units, on his castle age units early on. That is typically like the one thing that you can still have going for yourself when you're playing up against a fast castle age player, when you make a lot of units that, sure, your opponent, he's got units with higher quality, but he's typically missing blacksmith upgrades for a while longer. Meanwhile, with the Master Smiths, the units from Puppy Paw are immediately going to have the tier 1, and he's going to immediately be in a position to grab the tier 2 upgrades the second he gets the age up in.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. This is very interesting, very unconventional, right? The 7 villagers on gold is also interesting to me, because he's going to have way more gold than he has food. So it seems to me like he just wants to be really sure, even if he gets pushed off this gold early, because he's not making a tower, that he will be able to pump out some of these expensive castle units once he reaches there.
Yeah,
there is already a horseman out on the field from B to try and deny some of those berries, some of that gold from Puppy Paw, seeing as he making sure he can't maybe get a lot of it, but he just he is moving out now, so he's not just waiting in his base. And we see a villager pull, so it's probably going to be a boar play. Yeah, it is going
he's
to be
going for the boar. He's threading in another mill. He's not going for it with the Barbican. Has a lot of wood in the bank in case he needs some emergency outpost or production buildings here. This does get spotted out by Puppy Paw, so he will be aware of it. but it doesn't deter his plan. He's still going for the fast castle age play. Question is, what is it going to be? Logistics wing or industry wing? Okay, so he's going to have a lot of resource to immediately make a ton of production buildings. Still going to be with a lot of villagers on wood right away.
I mean, I'm loving this more and more from PuppyPaw. I love just seeing these strategies that we haven't really seen before and seeing how it works out. I mean, maybe if this goes incredibly well, we could see a new meta of IOBits coming in
We've
this
seen this
season.
before, but it is definitely a rare strategy. And I don't recall off the top of my head in which situations it was really like all that good. So I'm looking forward to this one. Definitely something that you do have to have practice. So I do believe in PuppyPaw. I do believe that the paw is the law, and I am excited to see how this one is going to end up playing out.
What I'm very curious about here, I don't know how you feel about it, but I feel like there's two ways to play the industry wing. Either you get the industry wing, immediately get a second TC, or you just trade all your stone away for different resources to really invest into that military early.
Yeah, I think you go for military typically. I mean, you get enough resources typically to get the output, to get the second TC, and then some. I don't think this is gonna be second TC though. I could be mistaken. There's a market already being prepared, so it looks like he is gonna try and trade out the stone immediately.
Yeah,
We also haven't seen any stables yet, so maybe he's waiting for the age up for that to come through. Just wants to delay the production buildings a little bit longer, but B behind this is also going to be going for his own fast castle play. Now, with this in mind, I actually do prefer PuppyPaw's position a good bit, because B, he doesn't have like pro scouts. If he gets pushed off the resources on the map, that's going to be quite bad for him. Now, he is going up with the Imperial Palace in a very forward position, so he's going to see absolutely everything. But, that's both a benefit and maybe a negative, because when you see your demise in the, about to unfold, it doesn't feel great. It doesn't feel great. We see more production buildings coming in now. We see the moss coming in for PuppyPaw. The age up has just finished up, multiple archery ranges and stables now as well. And the archers are coming in immediately for him. Veterancy on the archers as well. And he already has the blacksmith upgrades. Okay, so we're going to be getting the typical IOBit archers and camel lancer army composition here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I love this wing. You just get so much wood, being able to immediately put on all these production buildings, not having to worry about it, and just producing. I mean, the first dervish already in the queue, trying to get some of these relics. First monastery from B has also been built. So, I mean, it's going to be a good relics race, right? It's very important. I mean, I wouldn't say it's that important, but it would be very nice here to get a relic advantage.
It's a pretty big bonus to have for sure. I mean, so much even that B is also immediately trying to get his own monks out, and we will be seeing a little bit of a relic race here to start us off. And Camelance is also in queue. There isn't any inspiration or supervision rather coming in on the monastery. So the monks are coming in at normal speed.
Yeah, and meanwhile we see B is just going for a lot of knights here. So these archers from PuppyPaw won't be that good, but he is...
There's no blacksmith upgrades.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? He has +2, and B doesn't have a single ranged defense, so these archers will actually start packing some punch before B starts getting those blacksmith upgrades in. And meanwhile, these camel lancers will start debuffing these knights from B by 20%.
Emergency message to production, Lash needs pancakes now.
I mean, he was looking very hungry before.
Yes.
I gotta say.
Good archer mass at the moment from... Okay. Vodka and Kyle would like some too.
We'll get some to vodka.
Yeah. Vodka is gonna get some as well.
Yeah,
But
meanwhile...
yeah, the archers right now, they're doing a phenomenal job. No blacksmith upgrades at all yet for B, so they can actually take really, really good trades here up against the knights. Camelanese, of course, also being there means that the knights aren't actually doing that much damage up against the archers than they would usually be doing. And yeah, the archers just really, really strong here when it comes to damage they're dishing out.
It's not even that many archers, but they do so much damage to these knights. Like, it's a bit shocking, actually, how much these archers can do. It's
the only
very scary.
It's the only blacksmith upgrade that matters. It's the ranged ones.
Yeah. I mean, he is getting some crossbowmen in, but that archer mass from PuppyPaw is already so big. He can just start sniping out these crossbowmen. I mean, the first one already is going down. Very nice charge here from PuppyPaw. debuffing all these knights. And I'm not sure how much I like this from B.
Blacksmith upgrade is coming in now, but it just feels a little bit too late. And B, I think he will eventually get pushed off the resource here at the front line, losing all of these knights. Now the entire military mass with this is going to be gone. The archers just start firing onto the villagers, and at this point there's just no way out. Yeah, B, he is going to be defeated here in game number 3 as well. So now Puppy Paw able to get 2 games back to back as a victory here for him. He's got to be feeling good about that. Some knuckle cracking coming in as well after that.
I mean, it was such a beautiful strategy.
Yeah.
Very precisely executed. These timings from Puppy Paw, very, very good. You know, B has got to be thinking here, what am I going to change to try and pull this back at this point in time?
Yeah, that one was quite rough. The timing definitely well here for him, for Puppy Paw. Definitely something that he must have had practice before, and
I mean, this was definitely a
great
well thought out
execution.
strategy. Practice probably a lot before to try and get this. I mean, it just looked so incredible, right? Everything just perfect on the second almost.
Yeah.
And we can see, like, B, he made some horsemen, so he got a small military lead, but the moment Puppy Paw reached castle, just all these production buildings, immediately getting those relics, getting that +2 on the archers, just being able to kill those knights from B, because he just didn't have any blacksmith upgrades yet. It's something not everybody might think about immediately, but, I mean, very impressive from Puppy Paw.
Yeah, blacksmith upgrades for range units, they definitely are key. And when you're dealing with like lower damage numbers, being able to do 5 instead of just 3 damage with every single shot up against these knights, it really does make quite a big difference here. And yeah, basically doing like double the damage with your archers. Next up, we are going to be moving over to Dry Arabia. It is not match point yet, as it would be on a best of 5, so a best of 7, of course, being a lot more forgiving. So B still having a great chance when it comes to coming back in the set. He has been performing admirably so far in this entire tournament, so wouldn't put it past him to, you know, maybe get the turnaround now in this game number 4, and is going to be, oh my god, who made Puppy Paw play English? Who was this? We're seeing English up against Byzantines, and I mean, we've been talking about this in the past. Byzantines, you know, being like the new English, they can make longbows just a little bit better than the English, and it's gonna be interesting though. Most likely, we will be seeing a 2TC play from Puppy Paw with the English. It's just meta with them. You get the king out, you make the second TC, you try and scale your economy.
I mean, you can't really play 1TC, right? You will just get outskilled by Byzantines
Yeah.
so hard with these cisterns.
Even with 2TCs, it feels like you're just gonna be like trying to stay even. Like Byzantine's like one of the best civilization when it comes to keeping up economy-wise with a 2TC play while being on 1TC. I'm not counting Malian because I count cattle as like a second TC. But yeah, Byzantine's definitely up there when it comes to keeping up in the economy. And there we go. We're already underway into our next game. Players really like rapidly getting into these games. Now, we've got B playing as the Byzantines here on Dry Arabia. His opponent, none other than Puppy Paw, playing as the English. And that's going to be an interesting one for sure. We have B already out on the stone, and Puppy Paw already opening us up with an early farm here in the Dark Age.
Yeah, I mean, these players jumping in really quick, almost no break in between. I mean, B must be really eager to prove himself here, that he can do it. I mean, after that last performance by Puppy, that was very dominant, right? Meanwhile, when looking at their spawns right now, we can see that B has a back gold and Puppy as well. So doing anything very early feudal is most likely not going to happen.
Mid-feudal for sure. I think like
Yeah.
Byzantines, they can definitely do pressure in feudal age up against the English. It's just that before that, they've got something else to do, right? Like they want to get on the berries, they want to start getting those mercenaries out. They can already start making some Limitani early on to defend against the king. But once they've secured themselves, once they've nestled into their base and got the cisterns going, they want to start moving out with some javelin throwers potentially, or some archers. I think, honestly, you could go for javelin throwers just because it's probably one of the better units to have access to when you're up against the English, which is like making longbows long-term, or even crossbowmen in the mid-game. Just having a unit with a little bit of extra range, a little bit more movement speed than a typical longbow. And, of course, all of those counter stats does help out a lot. if you get into a situation where it's like a white tower fast castle and then it's going to be a mass keep game, you'll also have the option of getting some camel riders in down the line, which can help you securing relics potentially, but it's too far into the future, so not something that we need to worry about just yet. We do, of course, have a wonderful sheep overlay there, so we can tell exactly how many sheep are still out there on the map and are still going to get picked up as the game goes on. Cistern level 2 already on its way, and with 3 villagers on stone, he's going to be getting a lot of cisterns early on.
Yeah, I mean, we already see a farm out from Puppypaw. Very interesting, right? We do see the Abbey of Kings. So with the Abbey of Kings, it's almost always a second TC. Meanwhile, for B, I think he's just going to go for level 5 Cistern immediately at the moment he scouts out that it is a second TC play. Because, I mean, you do get a time for it, right? And it just pays off so much in the long term.
Yeah. Okay, we're seeing 4 villagers now moving over from Puppypaw over to Wood. He needs a little bit more for a mining camp if he wants to go for a second TC, but he actually has invested into a lumber camp first villagers. Okay, never mind, he is going for that second TC. I was a little bit worried, maybe he could have been, you know, crafting something else up behind the scenes, and it is going to end up being that second TC, the tried and tested English strategy, the #1 strategy that they're good with. It's also the most viable strategy for Jin Dynasty, and yeah, both civilizations ranking similarly on the tier list at the moment.
The favorite strategy for the gold Elo heroes, right?
Gold
English
Elo hero? Nah, we've got a lot of people that still want to play second TC on all sides of the ladder. It's just that there's something nice about getting that additional scaling in. Not everybody likes to play aggressively all the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's English is very defensive, right? But you don't have any map control the moment the Byzantines start going. They can just produce so many units with that Cistern level 5, their production speed. You get those mercenaries out. So B can really go out on the map, get those 2 deer packs, even though they are on the opposite sides, which you would rather not have usually. It doesn't really matter. Maybe Puppypaw can make his king or some horsemen to try and raid on those flanks, which can be very helpful in a matchup like this.
There are both positives and negatives to having the deer on opposite sides. Mainly that the positive is, if you're on one side, like if your opponent's harassing one side, you can still go out to the other. Spreading the attention of your opponent a bit can be quite nice. And oh, game crash. Is that on our end, or is that potentially on one of the players' ends? That's going to be the question here. If we're going to have to go for a redo. No, actually, it looks like the players are still in game. So it's just our observer that has unfortunately crashed here. So we still have the individual players' point of views that we can be looking at. So Ageof has just come in for B with the Byzantines. We see the villagers moving out to the berries, and another cistern also gonna be coming in now as well. Taking a look here. It's always interesting when you see like the POV of some of the players. Like a lot of them actually still use like the classic camera angle instead of the panoramic view. Like Puppypaw is here, for example.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's very interesting, right? Because you see a side of the game you really don't ever see. Usually you see it really from the observer perspective, but now you can see really what goes into it, right? All the individual things the pros are doing, like microing the deer, microing the gold, meanwhile putting that campfire down for that plus extra, for that gathering rate. So, yeah, I mean, you can also see, right? Normally we have a full overview of this map. And right now we are just seeing this perspective of one of the players. So they really have, unless they're scouting, they don't really know what the enemy is doing. So B does have a lot of info on Puppypaw. He knows he's going second TC, but as we just saw with Puppypaw just now, is that he didn't really scout B yet. So he doesn't really know what B is going.
That's the thing, though. When you're playing 2TC, you first, like, especially when you're going for the deer, you gotta just, like, have some units there to try and deny your opponent from, like, luring the deer away. In the end, you'll still get the scouting information later, and typically Byzantines, there are, like, timings when you need to scout, and the timing to scout, it's right about now at this point. It wasn't there that much earlier, and, like, Puppypaw is gonna get all the information that he needs. It's not like there was a critical information point where he definitely, like, desperately needed to scout the Byzantines early on. At least, like, when you see that your opponent's going to be going for Grand Winery, it's like, oh, okay, I don't need to, like, scout immediately. It's also something nice when we're, like, looking at the player's point of view here. It just it portrays a lot of just their skill level as well. When we see them like shifting their attention between the different points, we see the king, for example, just about being to approach, and players just being like, oh, okay, I can keep my villagers there for just a little bit longer. I don't need to pull them back immediately. But here we go. We once again have our beautiful observer overlay, and we can see exactly everything. Well, yeah, just about everything here. We have the god vision. We see the king harassing the villagers away from the gold from B. And it looks like he was actually thinking about a fast castle on B side. He's hoarding up a lot of food at the moment. Doesn't have too many villagers on wood and just wants to go for the age up. And look at that Kashik mercenaries. Oh my god, is this a Jiggly build?
It's starting to look like a Jiggly build. I mean, getting those Kashyyyks, it very much looks like he just wants to go castle, get those powerful knights out. We're looking at the markets right now, so I mean, we do see Sepahi and Arbitrary, but the market is so far away. There's no realistic way B can go for that, right?
There it is. Kashyyyks are gonna get revealed. So Puppy Paw, he's gonna find himself on the deep end when it comes to a game against B, where we see some unorthodox strategies being utilized. Quick shout out to, or quick info to production. We can still, I believe, hear the audio from the individual players' POVs. There we go.
And now it's a lot calmer suddenly.
It's a lot calmer all of a sudden here. We're seeing a follow-up with a barracks play now from B, but I do believe that an age-up should be right around the corner from B here. Puppy Paw with the barracks now is going to be starting to add in some spearmen as well. And it's going to be the Golden Horn Tower for B. So not quite the Jiggly build here in this one.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to go knights here, right? The moment you age up. It would be really weird to go any other units here.
I mean, you could.
You could go men-at-arms, I guess.
Yeah, you could make just crossbows or something.
But going like something like just spearmen or
natural,
archers is not very natural here if you try in the fast castle. What is very nice of the Byzantines is they
the king kill. That is very important.
What is very nice though is you can immediately get those monks out right the moment you reach castle, so you can really get those relics really quickly.
Not just that, you can also increase the production speed of those monks thanks to the conscription on your sister, and so those monks, you can actually get them out in just 15 seconds each, and that is quite strong. And look at that, we actually are going to be getting just normal archers from B as a follow-up with the Kashyyyks.
That is very interesting.
I mean, you want to have a full army composition, right? So it makes a lot of sense. It's one way or the other, pretty much.
Puppy Paw is managing to snipe a single villager off of B so far. He is being pushed away by these Kashyyyks. Meanwhile, I'm very curious to what we will see now. And there is immediately a monk in queue, just like we expected. Meanwhile, 2 more Kashyyyks in queue, more archers in queue. And a white tower being dropped by Puppy Paw on his berries. I mean, it's a good position, right? Because you really protect that left side flank there, but it's only a berry, so there's not a gold being protected. So when that 1 gold runs out in his base, he's really going to have to move out quite far. Because that second gold we are seeing on the left side is not being protected by anything. So B could still very well try and contest that.
White Tower now coming in for Puppy Paw. He's used a lot of his units to try and get some kills in early on in the game. Hasn't really been able to achieve all that much with it, but he's still on 2 TC at the end of the day. 12 villager lead currently for him. He is going to be getting the White Tower up, so a nice defensive position on his side. He's just going to have to hold and, you know, try and continue outscaling his opponent.
Yeah. And as we can see right here, a 3rd monk in queue for B, so he really wants to go aggressively for those relics, not letting Puppy Paw get anything. Puppy Paw right now immediately making some knights from that white tower, trying to maybe contest some of these monks, contest some of these archers and Kashyyyks. I mean, knights are a very good counter against this, right? Knights are just a bit stronger of a Kashyyyyk, they counter the archers. So it's a very natural move from Puppy Paw right here.
Indeed, having the knights there does pretty much counter out just about everything that B has. You got the stronger knight, you got the knights against the archers as well. But already 4 monks about to be there for B, so not only will he be getting most of the relics in, I reckon, but he's also going to be able to heal up all of his Kashyyyks outside of combat, not just when they're attacking buildings. And being able to retain your knights is very important, especially when you're up against the English, which do have that Abbey of Kings, so they also have a way to, you know, just heal up their knights time and time and time again. You want to similarly have a bonus like that.
Yeah, for sure. And as we see, B is currently still on the berries. There's still one very safe berries behind his base as well. So there's a lot more olive oil coming in, so he can just keep producing these Keshiks. He's already on 8 Keshiks, 1 Keshik in production, 1 coming from his Castle Age landmark as well. Meanwhile, already 5 knights on the field from Pupipa. Is he going to add in some stables, or is he just only going to keep producing from that white tower right now? And as I said before, like, this goal, it's really difficult to get for Pupipa, because it's just outside that white tower range, right? So as we can see right now, he only has 1 gold, and B is pushing him and denying him of this goal, so it is going to be a bit more difficult to make this knights with the idle time.
He is just straight up going for the relic from Puppypaw there. That is so cheeky.
I mean, I think he's going to get it though, right? There's quite a big army from Pupipa there. Nothing that Wham can really contest now.
Yeah.
Seeing as Pupipa's
yeah.
knights are also in B's base right now. He is trying to get some villager kills. Not managing to find any. He is managing to fight some idle time. A knight dying on the berries.
Villager is just being idled out a little bit more. Puppypaw is still with a massive villager lead at this point, but yeah, B potentially getting all of the relics. That would be quite huge for him. Knight's getting chased by the Keshiks at the moment. Could find the Monk kill over here. Monk gonna try his best. Is gonna be able to get out alive. And yeah, at the moment, B already with a lot of the relics being secured at the moment.
Yeah, and he sees that Pupipa's making a lot of knights, right? So he's going to go into those crossbowmen now. I mean, he's made 2 so far, nothing more in queue. He has a lot of resources though. 1,000 food, 500 wood, 300 gold. I'm very curious what his ID is here.
Wallow came in. Archers protecting the Monk and the second Monk there to bring the relic
So there
on back
is an
home.
archer upgrade coming in. He only has 7 archers though, no more archers in queue.
You just want them against the Spearmen, so totally fair to not have that many, and he's still focusing a lot on other units as well. As he has a lot of the Keshiks, and oh, Monk once again getting picked off there. He's going to need to send out another one yet again for that.
Yeah, I mean, meanwhile, Pupipa just keeps going. Oh, he is adding in some of those crossbowmen. So it's going to be a tricom from Pupipa. I mean, that seems very reasonable, right? You have the Spearmen wanting to fight against those Keshiks. Your Knights that basically counter the Keshiks and the Archers both. And then those crossbowmen, I mean, they do amazing against the Keshik as well. So I kind of favor Pupipa's army composition right now. It's looking very strong against what B is making.
I'm not so sure, because B is also adding in some crossbows now as well, and Cataphract as well. The one thing that really that Puppypaw has going for himself is he's already added in more and more farms behind this. Like, look at the food economy from Puppypaw. I think army composition-wise, B is in a fine spot. The main issue, or rather the main thing that we need to pay attention to here is just the main overall economy advantage that Puppypaw has. Sure, B is getting a ton of the relics in, that much is clear, but the economy from the English, especially in regards to the food, it can really just snowball out of control to the point where no matter how many units B kills, there's always going to be more units coming out from Puppypaw.
I mean, it's 27 villagers on food. Well, 22 now, but that's still a lot. 1.2k a minute compared to 400 food per minute. B is getting, of course, an extra little bit of olive oil for every food he collects from those berries. But those berries will eventually come out, and if he wants to get more olive oil, he will have to switch to those farms. Isn't really managing to pick up any villager kills in this wood line. Very nice defense from Pupipa here.
Points that actually getting some kills as well over on B side.
It's going to be quite a lot of idle time maybe once those knights reach that wood line here. You know, Pupipa pulling back a little bit. It's a big army from B, right? It's not something to scoff at right now.
Yeah. And he is adding in more and more crossbows. Not sure where all of the crossbows at the moment are from Puppypaw, guessing just inside of his base. Still, though, getting more kills in B space behind this, potentially. Yeah, actually managed to get the villager inside of the TC. Picks off another one there with a point-blank charge. And B actually diving straight up into Puppypaw's space here. That is not a strategy that's going to end up working here, as Puppypaw able to do a good amount of damage to all of the units here from B. The crossbows also are going to end up being revealed, and at the end of the day, there's still the white tower, and B, without siege, not in a position to really punish that. What is B's, like, out here now? Does he need to maybe drop a second TC himself? I wonder. It could be a way to at least follow up with the scaling, as he is bringing in the last 2 remaining relics. So he is going to be on all 5 relics.
I mean, if he manages to drag out this game, right, those 5 relics are really going to make a big difference here. The problem now is that he's 30 villagers behind, with probably like 25 farms currently from, or 23, at least more than 20 farms from Puppypaw. B trying to add in some of his own farms, but that also means he's not producing as much as Puppypaw can right now.
Now the thing is, you're Byzantines. With 5 relics, it's like, okay, he does have a second TC. So there's not going to be any more scaling advantage at the moment for Puppypaw. You got to think of it like this. Byzantines with 5 relics, like 5 relics, that's already like 10 villagers, alright? So instead of a 30 villager difference, more like a 20 villager difference. Puppypaw is playing the English, so he's already like 20 villagers down baseline as the game begins. So they're pretty even at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it looks like Puppypaw is going for an Imperial play here. He's saving up the gold, saving up that food.
Wingard would allow him to make some pretty strong, unique units. Namely, he could just produce an absolute massive amount of knights and horsemen. Or you could be making something like Wingard Footmen, which destroy your opponent's cavalry. Not necessarily needed here. Or the Wingard Rangers long-term. A little bit expensive early on, but the strongest archer unit in the game by far. Having a massive amount of range and damage. B, try to find some villagers out here on the deer. Is going to end up meeting up with the crossbows from Puppypaw and will have to fall back. Actually loses a lot of his cavalry there.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. He is 1.6k food per minute, so that is a lot. So he's going to be there very, very quickly to that Imperial Age the moment he gets those resources. I mean, it's a very even position, though, I still feel like.
What's going through your head at the moment, boy? I mean, I'm still not sure if I would call it even. The second TC is nice. The second TC is nice, but Imperial Age for the English with the Wingard, like, that's one of their main win conditions. And when I'm looking at, like, what he has out on the field, sure, I'm seeing, like, crossbows, I'm seeing archers, but that's not going to stop the mass cavalry spam that you can get from the Wingard Raiders as the English. But we do start seeing the first couple of Limitani in queue, so maybe B realizes that that is something that he's going to end up having to deal with.
I mean, that Wingard Palace, in my opinion, one of the best landmarks in the game. You can produce
it's so a lot of value, yeah.
You can produce either just a lot of knights and horsemen, of course, which is like the spam option, right? If you just want to get something out real quick, that's what you go for. Or you can choose to go for those premium units, which, I mean, it's the best archers in the game. It's maybe even the best men-at-arms in the game, almost. There's a few contenders for the best men-at-arms, but they are definitely very strong, right?
We're seeing men-at-arms, like normal default men-at-arms, also being upgraded at the moment for Puppypaw, so this is something as well, like when you're really like getting into the deep end of the English, you just are floating so much food, so much so that you can't spend it all on the Wingard units. So you need some additional production units to pump units out from. Men-at-arms are a perfect food sink to use for that, so he's going to be able to just pump units out non-stop from there as well. Got some 40 villagers on gold at the moment for Puppypaw, so he's in a position to really start researching all of these technologies now that he's reached the Imperial Age.
I mean, yeah, for sure. And especially now with those knights coming in and those horsemen coming in. He is getting the horseman upgrade. I don't see a knight upgrade to Imperial just yet. But, I mean, with 42 vills on gold, he should be getting that in quite quickly as well. We are seeing that 25 extra production speed from the blacksmith right now being researched. That also applies to landmark, so he's going to be able to make those horsemen from the landmark 25% quicker as well.
Used to apply to all landmarks. Kaganat now the sole exception for the Mongols. Yeah, definitely. It's one of the main things that you're going to want to have with the Wingard, just to get that extra production speed in there. Still giving a little bit of a run around here. At the moment, even army numbers between the two. He is also getting closer and closer to an eventual age up. It's not a lot that he's missing for his own Imperial Age.
He is slowly reinvesting into some units, but I mean, he's not far off, right? It's very close. You just need a bit of food, bit of gold. Does seem to be going for it. Meanwhile, Puppypaw getting enclosures, a premium or Imperial upgrade for the English, which for every farm you had, you get just a little trickle of gold, which that can really be a big deal, right? Once you have a lot of farms.
When you have so many villagers on gold, it definitely does start adding up. Keshik's now raiding the base from Puppypaw. He is falling back with his army. At the same time, still raiding with some more cavalry units. Just really utilizing all of the extra mobility that he has, and B actually getting a good couple of villager kills in the wood line. Is trying to bridge the gap that when it comes to the villager camp. A lot of villagers also being idled inside of B's base as Puppypaw is being relentless with these night raids.
Yeah, I mean, 15 kills already for B and 9 for Puppypaw. So a lot of villagers from both have gone down so far. Army numbers still very equal. B saving up his olive oil. So why I think he is doing that, right? Because the moment you can go Imperial, depending on the landmark you go, of course, you can get those unique siege units, for example, with that olive oil. Getting some of those cannons in with that foreign engineering company, indeed. So he's gonna get Nest of Bees. He can get some cannons, which of course is a premium Imperial siege, which can be really, really big in these type of fights. Meanwhile, we do see a small brawl coming in here. Does seem that he is running away for the moment. I mean, those Imperial upgrades for Puppypaw are quite nice. We already see the Imperial crossbowmen. Meanwhile, the rest of the units are still castle. So he's just going to need a little bit more gold in order to ace us up. Men-at-Arms reaching Imperial soon, also getting that extra armor on them and the +3 ranged defense, which is going to make them extra tanky.
I'm surprised we're seeing Imperial Men-at-Arms before we're actually seeing Imperial Knights here, considering that Puppypaw is pumping out those Wingard Raiders non-stop. But he is right now pushing into B space as B has just hit his own Imperial Age timing. Reinforcements, though, from B are all here now as well. We already have Elite on the crossbow as well. Elite now also coming on the Knights, so Puppypaw really getting every single Elite upgrade possible here for his late-game English army composition.
Yeah, we don't see any units being made from the foreign engineering company just yet. He still has almost 2,000 olive oil in queue. Could be trying to get some of those raids in with these knights, killing a few villagers here and there. Yeah, I mean, it would be very big right now for B not to forget that landmark, because getting some, especially, I mean, Nest of Bees in this situation would be quite nice. But there is a lot of horsemen and knights, so maybe just going for those cannons, right? But you would rather get some of those cannons once you're attacking to take down that landmark, take down that white tower, so you can actually push in there.
Puppypaw is getting close to being fully maxed out, 200 of 200 population. B still relatively far away, doesn't even have all of the houses ready for it to reach that mark. At the moment, just pumping out more and more of the Limitani, but it's all more like a faint army strength, as the Limitani are no match for the men-at-arms and crossbows on Puppypaw's side. And we do see a good, nice little Cataphract charge coming in there as well. Cataphract upgrade to Elite by B, so looks like that is going to end up being like his main army composition here potentially in this game. More stables coming up, more raids still coming in from Puppypaw. And on the top side now as well, there was a walling attempt. Lots of cavalry in there now, butchering all of these villagers. He has just lost a lot of villagers there.
He's being pushed back from the front side as well. Meanwhile, Puppypaw attacking from 3 sides. I mean, very beautifully done. Meanwhile, he's on 70 army versus 45 army. So Puppypaw is looking very, very dominant in this position, denying him of so many resources, so many villagers idle right here. This is starting to look very dangerous. Meanwhile, B is getting that live barn, so he is going to get that extra food, that extra gold, that extra stone. But the question is it going to matter
anymore? The men-at-arms, don't forget that they do have the additional armor, right? Like +2 with the armor clad, so they can stay here indefinitely. And just like that, GG is coming in. Puppypaw in peak form at the moment. 3 wins in a row for him.
Yeah, I mean, B has got to be feeling at least a bit down at this moment, right? He started this series off with winning the first game.
Yeah.
And then Puppypaw just climbing it back, winning 3 games in a row. It has to feel really, really difficult for him right now.
Indeed, indeed, it does. But B, he's not a quitter. He is
Definitely
going to try and give it his all. After all, this is his moment, potentially. He's got... Oh my god, they actually had pancakes?
Wow, I'm very jealous right now that they're eating pancakes.
Yeah, they're eating pancakes! Oh my god. Okay, that's awesome. I'm getting some later as well.
We can see everybody just chilling on the couch here, having fun, watching the games. I mean, it's very exciting game so far, so I can understand why they're watching very closely at it.
Wham, there as well, cheering on his brother. You know, it's... I think it's also good for him, you know, seeing his brother succeed there and being able to continue on in this tournament, performing really well, so I'm sure he's happy for him as well. And now, it is time for us to take a look at the next game. It is B's turn once again to pick the next map. He's got Gorge, Oldlands, or Frisian as an option here for him. Looking at the civilizations that he has left for him as well. Malians, HRE, Mongols, Golden Horde, or Macedonians. Still some really good civs available, and it looks like it is going to end up being Frisian here. We've seen Puppy Paw with the Abbasid before, and Frisian could be his choice there again. And yeah, maybe Sengoku alongside it. Japanese also a good choice. We talked about KT. I'm not sure if you want to play KT on that map. To be fair, the man's ahead.
Yeah.
2 points on the scoreboard. He can experiment a little. We can cut him some slack in that regard.
Definitely. I mean, on B side, he also has some very powerful civs. Or Mongol, I mean, maybe even the most potent as we've seen this far this tournament. Yeah, so he's going to pick Mongol H3. Mongol is going to get banned. Mongol thus far on Frisian Marshes, I think, having 100% win rate this tournament.
Yeah.
So it's very understandable that Wham is a bit, or Puppy is a bit...
100? I'm not quite sure if it is 100, but definitely has a relatively high win rate there for sure. But HRE on that map as well, very, very strong. We've seen the Burgrave timings coming in time and time again with the HRE at the moment. They're looking quite good. There's been a lot of, I want to say, like small things that could have potentially formed like a power creep for the HRE with their men-at-arms. The cost decrease, the buff with the Burgrave Palace now doing 50% more charge damage on your infantry. Could definitely see a timing like that work out against a civilization like the Abbasid.
For sure, for sure. And I think we have a Whammon coming in here that has something to say to you all.
Yeah, I'm stealing Boy's spot. We put poor Boy up for 3 games, and then Beastie fell asleep on the couch. I wish we had clips. Oh, wait. I wish we had clips of Beastie being asleep on the couch, but poor Boy has been suffering through it all. But I actually came here to do a little announcement as well, because we're actually starting our first giveaway of the day.
Oh.
So, guys, for an Aerox 3 mouse pad. Oh, mouse pad. Mouse. There we go.
The moose pad.
The moose pad is right after. So, guys, for an Aerox 3 mouse, we would like you guys to go write !Aerox 3 in the AgeofRTS chat so that we can go and give away our first mouse. So, guys, we will announce the winner after this game so we can see exactly what's happening. But they are already in game, so we get to roll right in and continue the cast. So, guys, AgeofRTS, !Aerox 3, and let's hop in to our next game.
Indeed, it is time, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. It is game number 5 right now between these two giants. And Puppy Paw, he's in a great spot. He is on match point. Just one more victory, and he is gonna be through to the semifinals. He's fighting for survival for his tournament life in this one. He is playing as the HRE, and we do have an early dock play here from, it seems like both players are just gonna be opening us up with a dock here early on. Actually is B. Yeah, B has the dock, and I do not see a dock from Puppy Paw at all, so he's just going to be going for the fast feudal age play instead.
Now, usually with the HRE, I'm just so used to seeing a nice little barracks, but against the Abbasid, that's not really something that pays off. Now, of course, if Abbasid decides to opt in for that very, very cheap dock and get that food economy pumping, you take the risk of just fighting against the HRE spearmen that are just so much better in Dark Age if you have the micro down, which, as we know, B is an absolute monster when it comes to that micro ability. But now, Puppy Paw opting for the safe age up here. What is the usual follow-up from Abbasid the moment this hits?
The Abbasid, I'm wondering if Puppy Paw is just going to be aging up here with the military wing. If it's the military wing, then of course you are going to have some sort of answer to that. Typically should be something along the lines of archers, of course, and with archers you're going to be able to both deal with the spearmen and the archers from your opponent. But you're going to be behind a little bit in the timer. Oh, look at that. Puppy Paw actually now on a delay going for his own dock drop. So he respects the amount of scaling that you can get with those shoreline fish and thinks to himself, okay, I got to get in on the action on that. I also have to scale as well. And yeah, so we're going to be having a little bit of a dock off here.
Now, what I love about this early style gameplay that we see on Frisian Marshes is that with your scout, obviously, you want to get as much sheep as you can, you want to do your scouting patterns, but you forego a little bit of that when you're up against the HRE and you need to scout whether they're actually going for a dock or not, or a barracks or not. Now, with B going for the dock, this just means that aggression wasn't there and Puppy Paw can now comfortably go for that that dock, but B is already on the second one, and this is the second one in Dark Age. This man knows no bounds. He's just going straight for it. Seeing that Puppy Paw has gone for his own dock, he knows he's got a little bit of time, but the problem is, Abbasid, when they start aging, I know when we're going to see a military wing as well, this just means he's going to instantly have a reaction, but it takes a minute and a half. You're not going to be on too much of a time at the moment you see this. You are going to be able to react.
I like what Puppy Paw has done here. He went for a little bit of a mixture of both greed and the aggression. So he is going for like a very fast feudal age play for the map, but at the same time, he did add in that dock. He macroed around it perfectly, just a single villager on the gold there, and just slowly trickled in the gold that he needed while still chopping a good amount of wood, enough, of course, for the early dock. The Abbasid, they do get that little bit of an advantage where their docks cost only half. So with that in mind, was able to get a couple of fishing ships out, so he won't be too far behind in the economy, but will be very far ahead when it comes to the tech up timing.
Now, what I love about this is the fact that Puppy Paw, he's done his work with the scout. He's got the information he needs. Now he's just going to go and poke away at this villager, forcing B to eventually have to make his way back. Now, B is a little bit of a greedy goose with all these docks, and I love this. I love this about B. B is someone who will push everything to the limits, but oh, you see that scout fully stacked with all the sheep, just fighting back and making sure that that villager gets to drop yet another dock. B, B not aging up anytime soon. Puppy Paw already with that military wing any second now, but B is thinking about it. With 7 on gold, he's going to get there. And he's going to have the food economy to do so. And what I love about this is the fact that now, Puppy Paw, he's got 4 places he needs to attack. And that's a lot of choices you got to make.
It is. Puppy Paw, he's been age maxing while B has been dock maxing non-stop here in the feudal age. But now we've got those 2 spearmen, those 2 archers running out into the middle of the map, and they, of course, got the option with the free instant siege engineering to potentially drop a ram and just try and take those docks down one by one. Puppy Paw could, of course, reinforce that with some additional units as he, tries taking them down. And it'll be interesting to see just what exactly he's going to be going for. As right now, the units are actually marching all the way towards B's base. And B, aging up with the Archon Chapel behind it all.
Now, the Arcane Chapel is the safe choice here, of course. We've been seeing the Mightwork show its prowess on the field a lot more. And it does feel like the Arcane, it just provides that constant economy you need. But usually, there's a bit of a follow-up when you pull off of gold. But here it goes. And B just trying to get every bit of gold he can while he's got access to it. And smart move here, of course. Puppy Paw, he has the military now. But what is the follow-up here for Puppy Paw?
Follow-up is going to be the question here for him. Could, of course, as I mentioned, go for a ram or add some more production buildings. Either way, he is going to want to do at least a little bit of damage now with these units that he has out. And it looks like it is going to be production as we now see horsemen in the queue for him. So we'll start adding in more and more units for the time being and just try and put pressure up on B's base, or rather the docks that are out there.
Now, with that stable, I was about to say double stable. Whoa.
Double, yeah.
But, he's pulling away from the type of Vortex playstyle here, because Vortex is the kind of guy who would put that stable exactly where he placed it initially, ensuring that there's no idle time, rather just getting the stable done. I don't need to think about the late game. I just need to think about the units. And the double horseman production already coming on out. But with Puppy Paw going for horseman himself, I have to ask myself, how does this interaction go? Now, only 200 gold on B means that he has an upgrade in his pocket. He hasn't decided what to invest it in, or maybe he's already 10 steps ahead and he knows exactly where this is going to be going.
Yeah, with the upgrades, I mean, double broadaxe an option for him, horticulture, definitely 2 things that he has access to. Could also choose to go for wheelbarrow instead and maybe veterancy or hardened upgrade on the spears. We're now also seeing an archer range, so it is going to be mass horsemen and archers. Definitely makes sense with the amount of resource income that he has at the moment from all of these fishing ships, as well as the Archon on the wood line. So a lot of wood, a lot of food income at the moment for B. He's going to be able to utilize it with that army composition splendidly.
Now B is doing, I love this about him. He's just made sure that this army is engaged. It cannot go to where the economy is. And with that, it just means that he's the one who can also start that raiding. You see the horseman going across the base. He's the one that wants to be on Puppy Ball's side. Now Puppy Ball being 3-1 up in the series, he's the one that has the power. But B, going now for the archers too, he wants to deal with these spears well. The problem is just Puppy Ball has already responded to this quite early. Now the horseman taking that engagement, and that's the beauty when you are HRE. That horse, ooh. No, that was not the beauty I was talking about.
I mean, it's a trade. It's maybe not the best of trades, but in theory, B, he's got the ability to produce an additional prelate and heal those horsemen up again. So it's not the worst trade at the end of the day if he loses some health. As long as he doesn't lose the horseman. One of the horsemen there did go the way of the dodo after all, which, you know, isn't ideal, but he's got the resource for it. He's fine. It's currently 8-4 horsemen out on the field, so there is definitely a little bit of leeway for B to go. Oh, sends in the weak horseman, though. That one's getting sniped out straight away. Unfortunate for him, but at the moment, both players are still booming out on water. Looks like Puppy Paw added in a whole bunch of fishing ships behind us as well, so he's pretty even when it comes to the food income that B is at the moment.
And B is going to start lagging behind as some of these docks were under siege for a bit here. Puppy Ball still producing in fuel though, and you guys, we're all smelling it together. That's a Castle Age, and a Castle Age could not just be a better surprise at this point. I feel like Puppy Ball has felt the aggression from B. B has been constantly on top of him. The horseman has been everywhere.
Can I get any Borgirs in the chat, please? Because I am smelling a Borgir Palace right there.
You think so?
I think so. I mean, B, he probably doesn't want this game to go too long, right? Like, his entire economy is focused on these pawns. These pawns aren't going to be lasting him forever. And Abbasid, the longer the game goes, I mean, typically he didn't go for, like, any additional TCs, but you still, just out of instinct, don't want to have a game against the Abbasid go for too long. Indeed, it is going to be the Burgrave Palace here, so B, he likes the Borgir. We like the Borgir, and it's going to be the Borgir Palace here right now from him. So Men-at-Arms are going to be coming out in mass here very, very soon. We got the Borgir itself. Well, pre-production Borgir next to the Age-Up, giving us a little dance there as well.
Oh, and B now following this up. And I saw Beastyqt going for the Burgrave as well. We can see these guys, they love to cook, and they're cooking something that I don't think Abbasid has an answer to. You've got soon to be 11 horsemen on the field, but Burgrave doesn't really care too much about all those horses, even if he just opts in for spears. The thing is, he doesn't need to. He's just going Men-at-Arms. Men-at-Arms are going to be such a difficult thing to deal with. Now with Puppy Paw seeing that age up, what does he decide?
He's all in on gold and food. Wait, he doesn't even have a blacksmith at the moment. Or blacksmith upgrades. He's just going in all in food and gold. He doesn't care anymore. It's just going to be Men-at-Arms, no upgrades whatsoever. Just Men-at-Arms. And he's going to try and win with it. Okay, never mind. He's starting to send villagers over to wood again. As he should. But, yeah, this is a lot of investment right now in this play. So, he is truly all in. But we are going to be seeing some Camel Archers in queue for Puppy Paw. Without Blacksmith upgrades, that's going to be questionable. Okay, he does have at least the Pierce Armor upgrade. But he's not going to have enough for the level 2 one.
Now, what I love about this is just that green line streaming across the map. Absolutely disgusting with the +1 armor. It's just going to mean these Men-at-Arms, they're going to need a lot to go down. But you saw Puppy Paw responded with this by getting those Camel Archers. The problem is, you're going to need a lot of them to handle this onslaught of Men-at-Arms coming in. But Puppy Paw, he realizes, hey, I just need to find a way to trade against this. The food will eventually run out. I've done a little bit of damage on the docks, but I don't think the food is planning on doing that anytime soon.
Yeah, I think Puppy Paw's thought right now is, I've been cheesed.
And a delicious cheese it was. A little bit of a treat for the rest of us viewers at home. And just like that, those horsemen are trying to perform miracles, all going on that one Men-at-Arm, but it feels like he's not taking a single grain of damage. Everything is dying, practically. Everything.
It is dying. The Camel Archers also getting focused down by the Horsemen. There is already the double-handed upgrade in, or the two-handed rather, for these Men-at-Arms. So I do a little bit of bonus damage, even up against the Horsemen, up against just about anything here that Puppy Paw has. There's still more and more of these Men-at-Arms coming in. B, he is not floating any food at all at the moment. Any food that he has is being pumped straight into these Men-at-Arms non-stop. We've even seen +1 melee damage now being researched from the blacksmith, so he really wants to get everything in there. The little bit of wood that he has getting used now for some horsemen, just to be able to have some faster units again, to be able to follow after those camel archers. But Paul, he's got the camel archers. He's going to be able to, give him the loop around for quite a while. There's still a lot more camel archers in queue. Doesn't have any wood to queue up any additional camel archers, but for the time being, he's in an okay spot. But the villagers are still going to be giving him the run around here. Every time, though, the charge comes through on the camel archer, that's a lot of damage being caused there with the 50% bonus charge damage here, thanks to the Burgrave Palace. And once those horsemen arrive as well, it's going to be even harder for Puppy Paw to keep these camel archers alive. Like right now as well, like every time the charge comes in, it's significant damage. Would definitely the struggle here for Puppy Paw. The men-at-arms splitting on up, and some now in the wood line finding villager kills yet again. This is a rough one here for Puppy Paw. Up to 5 camel archers now, but now the horsemen do arrive. There are some very, very weak camel archers now. Villagers actually getting pulled here. Look for a second like he was going to go for a body block there up against the horsemen. But there, oh my god, the camel archer, he got split up. The pathing, where is he going?
Oh, that whole poor camel archer just dying very quickly. He knows this is it. But B, he's back in it, and he's ready to fight for his life. But you can see, as we hear that sound of the headset hitting the table, the man needs a break. That was a pretty heavy all-in for him. He did a lot of work for himself.
In it to win it, and that was definitely a very committed play there by B. He must be very glad that it did actually work out the way he intended it to. And yeah, I mean, 0 villagers on wood with the age up. That man, he had a mission, and he definitely did go for it and did execute well. We can see here with the resource gather, the Archon Chapel definitely doing its work there. Also, just all of the idle time, looking at the economy count there alongside it as well. That man-at-arm play definitely being the thing that ended up winning him the game here. Now he's only 1 point behind Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw, though, still on match point.
And this is a pretty tough spot for anyone to be in, because I need to play this thing right. Do I play it safe? Do I go on the offense? And Puppy Paw is the kind of guy who he has a pretty good balance of that. But B is so unpredictable. He reinvents the meta. And guys, a little bit later today, you're going to be seeing a very nice video to see a little bit of B's personality behind the scenes as well. He was a bit of a karaoke god, just like we saw on this map, him being very happy to serve a burger for us. He's going to serve you guys some other surprises as well. But taking a look at the draft here too, we of course see what the next map is. Oh wait, never mind.
No,
it's still
not
just
it's going to be either Gorge or Borderlands. So either one of those is going to be our next map here. It is now Puppy Paw's choice for which map it will end up being. Civilizations remaining here for him at the moment, we still have French, Sengoku, Knights Templar, and the Japanese on B side, Macedonians, Golden Horde, Mongols, and the Malians. So some very good civilizations available to him. Malians and Macedonians, I want to say, pretty good picks there on Borderland. Actually, on Gorge as well.
I was about to say.
It's pretty much the same. Yeah, Macedonians and Malians, if he wants to play it meta, but if he has like a trick up his sleeve, then maybe, he could be rocking it with the Golden Horde, with the Mongols on either of these maps. Puppy Paw on his side, I mean, Sengoku in Japan, I think are like probably his main go-to options. He could also go for French.
But
I see him more as a Japan or Sengoku player. I think Puppy Paw, he's turning Japanese, and with that, I think one of those two civilizations would probably be his main go-to there.
The thing about Puppy Paw is his timings are usually so impeccable, but B, he's got that ability too. And with him having all these, I would say they're not all cheesy civilizations, but they do have that little bit of an edge when it comes to surprising your opponent. And that's the thing about having the ones that he has left. He has so many choices here, and you can see Puppy Paw has said time and time again, do not pick Malians. He sniped it twice now. So I have a feeling Mr. B is going to be very happy doing... Ooh, but we see Baldland is the choice here, and they are busy drafting, so I'm excited to see which one this man is going to snipe. But guys, while these two are sniping and thinking about it, you can see those faces are the faces
Pure
of men.
concentration.
peer concentration. That is such an important moment for both of these players. They know that this is it. And be looking wonderful in that SteelSeries headset. Oh, a little bit of a desktop as well. And Puppy Paw, he knows this is it. And of course, with Puppy Paw being the last of the two twins remaining, he needs to do his country proud. Canada above all. Let's see what the man will allow. But guys, with this type of lineup, I feel like there's just so many choices. We've been seeing a lot of Katie picks in there too. Ooh, never mind. Oh, French is the one. I love this. I saw what.
Oh no, it's
Oh.
French versus Malians. What did he do? No, oh my, oh no, oh no. He immediately realized it. He
He's-
immediately realized it, like the, oh no, what did I do?
He did not imagine the B was going to be letting French through because his French is insane.
Oh man, nah, that was a mistake. Like that was genuine. I don't think he imagined that B would ban Sengoku. It's more like he didn't connect the dots there for a second, and the second he saw it, he was like, oh no, what did I do? What did I do? And oh, that is pain. That is painful right there. French against Malians. That is like one of, if not their worst matchup in the game. And you know, B, he's got to be happy with this one. He's not showing it. He's got a really good poker face, but he has got to be happy with that one. Puppy Paw, not so much.
The Slavic stare comes in clutch to be not showing a single emotion all there, but you know he's got to be happy. I mean, anyone has got to be happy when they get a pick like Malians through. So guys, but before we head into the game, I just wanted to bring up one little mouse pad that you guys can see. We have a few signatures on here. There's a Wham, there's a Puppy Paw, there's a Beastyqt and an Anatan. And for the next 20 donations, we will be sending these out if you are based in the EU, Canada, South Africa, and where are the rest of our players from that we can ship them back with? Yeah, there you go. Those locations, those locations where we will be sending them out for the people who donate 667. Oh, it's so hard to
Oh
say
my
that
god,
word.
no, don't say it.
67 dollars to our event. You will be getting your signed mouse pad to your home. So, guys, if you want to support Homestead Cup and make sure that we can keep these going for the next 20 people, these ones will be hitting your door. But, ladies and gentlemen, you can see these guys are laser focused. And Puppy Paw, he's got to make the magic happen.
Definitely has. This is quite the setback here for him. He banned Macedonians when he wanted to ban Malians. At least he realized it right after he went for the snipe, and yeah, now he's left with a very, very awkward matchup here for him. So he's really gonna have to give it his all here if he wants to, you know, win it from this point on. French against the Malians, that's just a match made in heaven for the Malians. A match made in hell, though, for the French. And we're jumping right on in here. Puppy Paw in the color red, playing as the French civilization. B in the color green, playing as the Malians. We're here on board land. None of these two players are truly bold, but we can imagine that, you know, we just, with a little bit of imagination, we just erase some of the hair. I think we had a Reddit post with Anatan, like, being like...
Losing his toupee?
Losing his toupee, yeah.
Guys, also, if you feel like clipping and uploading some of the best moments of Homestead onto Reddit, please do so. We love watching these memes fly by and make sure that our players get a little bit of the experience to the viewers at home. But now, Puppy Paw on the French, we're not expecting anything crazy. A nice little dark age. We'll
Oh,
there
there
we
it
go. Thank you, guys.
It looks so natural.
It
His true
does.
form.
The thing is, the hairline is too good to be true. But at the niche fortress, Anatan was standing tall, tallest of them all, and letting the hair fly wild. But the sheep split is pretty even here, and I feel like this is such an important situation for French, especially. I mean, a more important situation would be to win the sheep war, but on Baldland, it doesn't. It feels like a pretty even split all the time.
It does, yeah. Boldland is one of those maps where you actually typically do find relatively even sheep. They are, like, just spread very evenly all across the map. So it's not like there's one of these situations where you just have all the sheep on one side of the map, potentially. As sometimes with RNG, those things can happen. Puppy at the moment just slightly behind when it comes to sheep count, but nothing too critical here. Both players, of course, with relatively even sheep distribution in general at the moment. We do see the School of Cavalry coming in here for Puppy 5 villagers working on that. Wheelbarrow already researched, and also 5 villagers for B getting that Manza quarry up.
Now, getting that first night out, of course, so pivotal. You want to go try to get a little bit of damage done, but Malians, they don't really put themselves in that kind of danger, especially you just don't need to at this point of the game. And that's the beauty of it. French needs you to be out on the map. Boldland, though, the wood lines, they do run thin, so getting a cheap charge in there is going to feel good. But the problem is, he is not the kind of guy who's going to let his villagers get charged on without responding with a handful of donzos. And this is the moment where I get to look at the game and watch how these guys perfect every part of the build and ensure that they get them out at that right time just for them. But now, B already spending every... Ooh, I actually thought he was floating a little bit there, but it seems like the overlay just fooled me once more. It is a pretty decent timing here, but what is that first opening? Because I know a lot of Malian players, they like to go for the cows, and we do see that's exactly what he went for. He went for the cows, and going to be getting, hopefully, a cow pen. Yeah, there we go. Instantly getting that food incoming as quickly as possible. No wheelbarrow for him in the Dark Age. He doesn't care about a night.
Yeah, this is the most important thing here as well, like for the Malians, getting that little bit of bonus food income with the cattle ranches in earlier rather than later. 3 cattle is typically what you go for early on, and then you just make units for the time being. You make units until you feel like it's safe again for you to add more cattle ranches. It's a very controlled type of economic expansion for the Malians that they're known for, not needing to invest all the, so many resources into a second TC, only to then be stuck with that big investment without really being able to utilize it. With the cattle, it is much more of a controlled version of this economic expansion. We see more villagers now actually from Puppy Paw being sent out to Stone, so it looks like Puppy Paw is going to be going for a second TC here as a follow-up, which makes a lot of sense when you're up against the Malians, because you do really need some way of keeping up with the economy when your opponent has that cattle economy going for them.
And a lot of people have been asking, how do I deal with the Malians? Is there any way that I can keep up? And Puppy Paw going for that second TC, it shows us this is the answer that he knows works, or at least is hoping works. Because the second TC, it feels good. You're going to get ahead, and French already gets ahead with villagers. The problem is just there's still that timing where Malians gets there so much faster with the resources they have. And you see all this investment into the Donzos already. And of course, with those 3 cows ticking, it just means his food lasts a little bit longer. His units aren't that expensive, but he's also going for that second scout in the mix.
Yeah, he just got warrior scouts in, so he will want to at the very least get some more vision out on the map. It is very important, of course, when you have your main scout, or at least one of your scouts, just checking out, or rather trying to keep tabs on where your opponent's knights is. You're going to want to have that second scout to keep following them and just also be able to go for raids alongside it as well.
Now, those knights are really struggling to find anywhere to raid, as this map is still very safely tucked away for him for now. But the Donzo numbers are steadily increasing, and usually for the French, it means a very early transition into getting your archers. But we do see that scout spotting all the villagers going down there, and it just means they need some other resources. But the scout is taking a very risky move here. It takes a lot of damage, but the villager gets so low, and that feels pretty good as the Malians. You know you're going to be able to snipe that out just a little bit later.
Second TC now coming up for Puppy Paw. Archer range also being prepped behind it, so we'll have an answer to those Donzos. 3 knights still out for Puppy Paw, so he did a very nice play here with both keeping up with the knight count, but also getting that second TC up. So he's in a pretty decent spot overall. B only just now going for his second pit mine expansion. Still only on 3 cattle as well. Now, the French with 2 TCs, I mean, the second TC also gets affected by the bonus villager production speed. So, Puppy Paw, he should be in a very good spot when it comes to scaling his villager count.
Now, Puppy Paw is just hoping to get a little bit of this damage done, because with now the sofa transition, those sofas are going to be dealing with your archers pretty quickly. And the sofa raids can be so annoying, especially when you're out on the map trying to get the resources. But a knight does charge in, doesn't connect too well, as we see the scout paying the price. And now we've seen this from French players before. They have to ask themselves, do I put that little bit of extra food into getting another knight, or do I need my scout? But we know vision is so important. The problem is just the food per minute is looking pretty barren here for Mr. Papipo.
He did drop the TC on the deer, so there should be a lot more food coming in shortly once the drop-offs start coming on in. He is also splitting his workers between food and wood, so wants to get the archers in on a priority here for him. But eventually he's gonna have to go out back onto gold, because knights are still like one of the key units here for the French. And B, he has been massing up these so far. He's in fact still massing up a lot of them, so he's gonna need a response to that. It's gonna be either spearmen or knights, but knights just feel so much more key, or so much more comfortable for the French to mass up.
Now, so far getting a kill on a knight, and that feels like a crime against horse here, because that usually never happens, but the numbers do not lie, and we just see that's a huge amount of sofas that is going to start overpowering this. But that second TC gave him access to the berries, right? So of course you do have that bit of extra food. It's just not enough to keep up with that marling economy. Now, still 900 food per minute, and Papipo sitting there at 650. It doesn't feel like that is going to grow too quickly. But of course, the villager count is definitely looking very healthy, and with only 3 cows, B is not having a good time.
Not too many cows yet, but he is massing up a significant number of so far. The spearmen switch up now for Papipo as well. He's going to have the 1-1-1 army composition. That's going to make it quite difficult for B at the moment. He is lacking any form of archers, though I don't think the spearmen have been revealed quite yet. B actually looking for that second TC now with the main bulk of his army. Could be thinking about a potential burn down attempt, but Papipo's army should be more than good enough when it comes to dealing with that.
Now, with the second TC, you can see the sofas, of course, they're going to want to dive. But that TC is not firing on the low HP ones. They're just firing free for all. And the villagers do get surrounded a little bit, but I don't think too much damage will be coming through. Spearman is the next target here. And with the sofa numbers, you are able to respond to this. Well, Archer as well. He was just firing away. But this is a pretty heavy amount of units to lose for that. Was it 1 or 2 villager kills?
2 villagers ended up going down there, but Papipo, of course, with that second TC and the French villager bonus, he is still having a 13 villager lead at the moment, while B only just now has gotten in his 4th cattle. Oh, Knight also makes it out barely with just a sliver of health remaining on him. Has the option of healing that one back up again. B actually adding in an early market. What did that be for?
Now, a market for B is not the weirdest thing I would have expected from this man, but at the same time, I'm seeing just a lot of sofa production. There's no diversity coming in this comp. This man sees the trades that they can do. He knows they can handle the spears, and that's exactly what's coming on through. This is a man who's comfortable with the cavalry meta, and he's going to be raiding. But Papipo, we know, close relation to Wham. He knows how to make a good wall. The walls are coming up, the Wham walls to the top there. And Papipo does not want to be dealing with all these raids. But the problem is there's a big hole. And that hole is about to get exposed.
Indeed. And that, I mean, he at the moment, he's massing up only sofas. This is once again one of his like really all-in balls to the wall strategy here that he's going to be going for. The sofa surrounding the knights here. A couple of spearmen do get pinched as well. And this is just something that Papipo does not really expect, because really, how would you expect such a big sofa mass here? And this is exactly what he's been, or rather what he is going to be using the gold for. He's just exchanging it in order to get even more sofas out onto the map. 15 sofas currently with even more in queue. Not enough knights here for Puppy to really hold up against that. He's not making any more spearmen at the moment. He's lacking resources. He's getting idled out.
And Papipo being in this spot is just unfathomable. We see the villagers again, just like last game, hiding within the TC, but this time trying to focus fire one sofa at a time to get these numbers down. As long as the villagers don't die, he knows he's got a little bit of that economy, but B, behind this, finally getting a few more cows in the mix. And, oh, I was saying a few more cows in the mix, but those
He's actively eating from them. Yeah, all he thinks at the moment is getting more and more of these sofa numbers in. Papipo is starting to produce knights as a counter. Spearman finally in queue again for him. But Papipaw, he's having trouble when it comes to maintaining his resource, or rather has trouble when it comes to continuously getting those resources in that he needs to produce units. He's just continuously idling out the economy here from Papipaw time after time again in crucial moments.
Now, with that second TC being completely under siege, it doesn't feel like there's much refuge for anyone to run to as the villagers are just falling. And now Woodline also showing its weakness with all these sofas just ready to raid. And Papipaw, he doesn't have the food, he doesn't have the wood, he doesn't have anything to keep on producing. But you can see everybody has. He's spending on archers. He knows he needs to find a way to snipe these out.
The TC at the very least is going to be able to snipe out some of the Donzos here. That is the main threat here for the Knights from Papipaw. But there's just so many Sofa, and the second Papipaw reveals his army, the Sofa go for a dive onto the Knights. They do not fear them. They have no respect for them. There's just too many Sofas in there at the moment. And he once again starts going after the second TC. And that TC, honestly, it does not like it's going to want to stay up here.
And you can see those archers just trying to snipe the Donzos, because with every Donzo you kill, that's one less torch that's going to be firing back at you. And the Sofas are just punishing for exactly that. Oh, with that TC just desperately trying to stay alive. We see a villager, sole villager, trying to repair this. One knight coming in, hoping to make things work. And those archers just focus firing anything and everything they can. But that single villager, he has a dream, and that dream is keeping that TC alive. A second one being added, but he's going to die shortly after.
Wood's about to run out for Papipaw. He just now sent some more villagers out to the wood line, but is he going to be able to keep the TC alive? It's looking very, very dire at the moment. Sofas are shuffling closer to the villagers as they are repairing that second TC. It's still just more and more Sofas at the moment for B with the Malians. It feels like this isn't your typical Malians game. This isn't even like a direct counter, and Papipaw calls it. GG comes in. We're going to be going all the way to a Game 7.
And Game 7 in... It's just unfathomable. Papipaw looked so good. After hitting that 3-1, it looked like Papipaw was in the zone. He was going to feel comfortable to take this one. But B, he is not playing around. And honestly, I know a lot of people, we asked a few of the players, who do you think is going to win? B has not been mentioned, but it feels like he is one of those dark horses that is just coming from afar and taking down anything and everything that dares to play just a little bit greedy. Now, with that graph, you can see this is a very happy Malian graph for that military, but of course, this was a counter matchup.
Yeah.
I don't think Papipaw is going to be making that same mistake.
On one hand, it was a counter matchup Civ-wise, but B didn't play it like a typical counter matchup there at all. I feel like there was still like everything possible here in this game. I don't know. This was just a very weird game. I feel like Papipaw, he played it the normal way as you would French against Malians, and B just completely flipped the script. He went only for 3 cattle, 8 from the cattle actively, made only Sofas at a certain point, hadn't had a single villager on wood anymore. He basically did the exact same thing that he did with the HRE earlier, but with Sofa instead of the men-at-arms. And Papipaw, he just wasn't prepared for it. He didn't see it. He still made archers. Instead, he should have just been making spearmen, like only spearmen, a couple of knights in there, and then I think he would have been fine, but it's just not something that you expect, Whammon, at all.
And honestly, with these two, I feel like you have two powerhouses of aggression as well. But B, he takes that to the next level. B has shown us time and time again, you do not mess with the man. You don't underestimate him, because he will catch you where you least expect it. And just like that, I am pretty worried for Papipaw here. And what are those last picks?
Macedonians up against the Japanese for Papipaw. So we are going to be seeing Ridari. We are going to be seeing Mounted Samurai. Maybe, if the Lord permits it. And it is going to be on Gorge. So a pretty open maps. Players, they are going to have to move out onto the map when it comes to securing food. Now, one civilization can do that better than the other. Of course, the Macedonians, they have access to that Golden Horn Tower with their age up. If they get to place it on a food resource out on the map, then it's going to be incredibly secure. Incredibly secure, especially against knights, which of course are high value units. You don't have that many in quantity, but they are high in quality. the Red Palace, or rather, I say Red Palace, the Red Palace like Goldenhorn Tower, it doesn't discriminate. It slaps faces equally, no matter what type of unit you are.
Now, that is pretty far off into the game. If you think that Mr. B is going to be allowing us to get anywhere, I feel like that Macedonian could just be the spiciest of them all. And that's the beauty of the Macedonians. They deal with Japan in the early game pretty well, but at the same time, Japan's aggression in Feudal and even Dark Age has shown us this is nothing to scoff at. And I do see a military building already.
No,
No, never mind. That's just a war camp. Almost got excited.
We're getting the war camp, but what we're also getting is a move out from Puppy Paw early on here onto the deer, because he realizes at one point I might be getting forced back into my base and I will not be able to potentially even gather the berries. So better start from the deer right away. That way I can keep my sheep alive for later down the line when I need secure food income underneath my TC.
And now, guys, before we talk about the game just a little bit more, I do have an announcement. Our chicken wing expert has informed me that the spicy chicken wing competition has been moved up. And after this game, the chicken wing, or not, probably not directly after, as we do need to coat them, guys, you're going to be seeing our pro players sweat alongside these two on Good.
I don't have to cast anymore as well, so maybe I can also partake in some of those spicy chicken wings. Gonna be interesting. I like to overestimate myself when it comes to spice tolerance, so I'm definitely interested in having a comparison there as well. Nonetheless, for this game, Japanese, we do of course see Puppy Paw out there with the villagers on the deer. No survival techniques from him because he knows that rather sooner than later he is gonna have to... Wait, no, actually, he does have survival techniques this time around. The last time we saw this strategy, the player opted to not go for the survival techniques upgrade. So this time around is going to be getting that improved gather rate. Instead, the last time around, we did see an early Takasaiku research.
Now, what's really surprising to me is that B doesn't do the same. And that's something I got to ask you about, Crackety. Because, of course, you are on a pretty high level at this game. I would say pretty close to the people we have here as well. On a good day, right?
On a good day. Yeah, I was about to, like, weigh my head in a little bit and be like, you know, if my spawn is good and my opponent, like, maybe, let's say, only had an hour's worth of sleep, then maybe I got a solid 30% chance to win a game there.
But why doesn't the Macedonian dynasty take the same type of risk on the deer like we do see here from Puppy Paw?
Typically because you expect the Japanese to go for that Dark Age aggression, and you might not want to risk it early on. At the same time as well, you might... Okay, we're actually getting a Coca Township here in from Puppy Paw. That's an interesting one. Now, the thing is, the Shinobi do really well against the Hippodrome units because they can also heal and they do bonus damage against melee units. So against Horsemen and any of the Hippodrome units, they are going to be doing quite well against that, and B does scout that out. At the same time, Macedonians, they don't really like making archers early on. It's very expensive if you go for the range in Warcamp. You could make an archer range, but then you're really locked in to the archers on that production building. The range in Warcamp just giving you way more options when it comes to military that you can produce as the game goes on. So it's a little bit awkward, to say the least, for the Macedonians to try and go for archers early on in the game.
Now, I would love to see what Puppy Paw does on the Coca Township. I'm excited to see what this man is actually trying to do with this, because I feel like if there was a player I would expect to go for the Coca Township, it would be B.
Yeah.
Because B is the kind of guy who's going to go and shut down. But I know with the Coca Township, you're trying to force your opponent to stay in his base and respond to your Shinobi in a way. Because, of course, you are the one out on the map. Puppy Paw is the one snacking the deer all the way out here. He needs to find a way for B to be focused on himself and not on the ability to shut down all those vills. But, of course, Macedonian Dynasty, going up with that Hippodrome, you instantly have an aggressive unit that will go and punish any type of greed out there. Look at those sheep. Very much.
Both players scout with plenty of sheep. Chasing on after them. B is immediately queuing up those horsemen. We do see the first Shinobi coming out for free from Puppy Paw, so he's going to be getting ready for that. You asked earlier, Whammon, why Macedonians also just don't go out on the deer early. It's also because if you go out early on them, you can't secure them later with the Golden Horn Tower. And it's very nice if you're able to just get the Golden Horn Tower on a sheep spot that you haven't eaten from earlier, getting that full amount of resources there from them. But now we do have an outpost up here on the deer from Puppy Paw. He's also getting Takesaiko in and even the +1 melee damage upgrade from the Forge. So he is really looking into just pumping out a whole bunch of these Shinobi now to try and defend up against the Horsemen.
Now, what I've never seen this type of interaction between Shinobis and Horsemen in mass, and Puppy Paw is giving us that. But at the same time, he is getting his upgrades very conservatively, not rushing it too much, just making sure that he gets the Shinobis he needs. But I feel like Puppy Paw knows something that maybe we and Twitch chat don't know. Because massing Shinobis, Brackety, is this a strategy?
I mean, when it's only up against Horsemen, it's certainly a valid strategy. The Shinobi's just doing incredible damage up against them. And they're relatively cost-effective. 100 resource for a Shinobi, 120 resources for a Horseman. And the Shinobi beats the Horseman.
Now, Puppy Paw mixing a few horsemen by himself in here too. This, of course, makes sense. You want to get those horses out on the map to the other side, while Mr. Macedonian is going to be the one who eventually gets greedy. You talked about that Golden Horn Tower and how amazing it is to secure resources with it. But in all of that, you have pretty juicy spots here for Mr. B. He's got a lot of food that's pretty easy to secure, but Puppy Paw, he's staying in feudal and he is going to fight this thing. More horses on the way, more Shinobis on the way, and now everyone is pushing out to the side of B, and all of a sudden B is not the aggressor. Puppy Paw is very happy on his deer. B trying to intercept some of these reinforcements. He needs to find a bit of damage to thin out the herd.
We do now have the Horsemen, or Hippodrome Horsemen, coming in as well. That unit does have an aura around it, giving +2 damage to all cavalry units on B's side. So with that, might be feeling more up to snuff when it comes to taking a fight. Shinobi, we did have a little Shunshin ability there being used, trying to get that scout low. And yeah, just a lot of damage getting done to that Hippodrome scout there. At the moment, looks like Puppy Paw is now sending a lot of villagers out over to gold. So he has made up his mind. Next up on the table for him is going to be Castle Age.
And what I love about this is, again, that feigning the aggression of, I'm committing to feudal, you have to defend, and putting B into a spot where he's like, oh, okay, I need to produce more units and stay in feudal to keep on trying to take this.
The Horseman getting revealed at the perfect time, just when B made his first archers, or rather put the first archer in the queue. Now he might feel like, oh man, maybe I shouldn't make archers. Already Horsemen out on the field. But the archer isn't getting cancelled, so he's sticking to it, at least for the time being. No additional archers getting queued up.
More horses. Morehorses.com. The man knows he's got the horse advantage here, and that's exactly what he's using. He gets a few cheap shots in here. The only second archer now being queued up, but Puppy Paw slowly making his way to that castle age. You can see conservatively he's still making the Shinobis, making horsemen, but this gives B an idea of like, hey, he's already got a stable. There might be a time for a switch here. I have to be careful. Now, with the extra archers that he's going to be making, he's not really responding to much of what Puppy Paw has, but Puppy Paw is going to give away the fact that he realizes he's going to be defensive with that tower too. But those horses, they're not going to care about the little tower on the deer.
Now, Shinobi are going to be coming in here. 10 Shinobi at this point. B, he's now up to 5 archers. And he needs more around like 10 to 12 archers to be able to one-shot the Shinobis. But Puppy Paw behind this, he is getting very, very, very close to his own age up. Just 200 gold missing for him. Seeing some shifting there in the seed on B's side. He is probably a little bit unsure as to what the state of this game actually is at this point, as so far there's been very unorthodox gameplay on, well, mainly the side of Puppy Paw with all of those Shinobi.
I love this about Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw is just showing us, he's got a little bit of B inside of him. He knows how to keep things buzzing. And B now is still completely committed to this feudal push, as we see the food not looking too healthy for him here. But of course, Puppy Paw doesn't have that usual Japanese situation with the farms just procking and him having unlimited food at the back of it. He's got to think about things as time goes on. And the deer, they're getting quite low. But Floating Gate coming out with 9. And B doesn't know about this just yet.
Horsemen on the other hand side, B having 2 large groups of horsemen right now running around on the map, something that Puppypod did expect, as of course there was not the Hippodrome horsemen with the first group. But now we've got the Hippodrome Radari out on the map as well for B, and that man, well, he's kind of special. He's pretty heavy, he's pretty chonky. He likes to chonk others as well, being a very, very, very strong unit available to the Macedonian dynasty relatively early on, having almost Imperial Age stats. It's gonna be definitely interesting to see that unit coming out now. Shinobi still at the ready, but we're up to 16 archers now.
And that age up hits. B gets the alarm signal in his head. He knows this is my time to commit. These towers are going to get reinforced, and I'm going to struggle a little bit to keep the damage going. But that's a pretty good surround around the tower anyway. So a few of those villages, all of those villages are cooked.
That is damning here now for Puppypaw, losing 5 villagers just as he hit the castle age. 1 outpost still up at the moment. The first Mounted Samurai now coming out onto the field. Once again, torches being thrown over towards that outpost. There's still the Hippodrome Scout active at the moment, so a lot of additional torch damage coming on through. Shinobi once again getting sniped out. Villagers having to fall back. Not enough gold for any additional Mounted Samurai at the moment here for Puppypaw. And he's just getting dove right now inside of his base.
It feels like a repeat from the past. B now yet again under the TCD of Puppypaw. He looks comfortable. He is in his zone. Macedonian Dynasty.
The shifts are getting pulled.
Oh, villagers fighting their last fight, as Puppypaw knows. This is now or never. This is the last game. I have a chance of making this, but these Bills, they are doing their best. The problem is the best is not good enough, and B is looking to secure his spot in the semis.
Puppypaw, the man is a fighter to the last breath, but it feels like B in this game has managed to just produce enough units, not enough gold there for Puppypaw to continue with the Mounted Samurai. He felt so safe with the second outpost, but in the end, B, he is now chasing after the last couple of villagers out there. 21 workers remaining, almost double the workers on B side at this point. Hippodrome Radari also just being an absolute tank here underneath the TC from Puppypaw.
And it feels like Puppypaw is running around. He's trying to give it his all. Every bit he's got, he's like, hey, I've killed all of the army. I didn't lose that many villagers, right? And
Yeah.
23 villagers, it does feel like a lot, but maybe from his perspective, this is still not the end of the world. He's killed most of the army. The problem is just there's nothing more waiting for him. There's no resources coming in. The villagers, they're being produced, but going down as quickly as they come out. But now the whole army is dead from his eyes. Even realizing that was it. Maybe not enough damage was done.
And GG comes through. What a close set here between both Puppypaw and B. And B, he is gonna be able to take his deserved spot in the semi-finals. Puppypaw, he fought valiantly alongside his brother Wham, of course, but in the end, not able to proceed on deeper now into the tournament. But this isn't the only set for today. We still have one more set planned for today. This was Puppypaw versus B. Next up, after I believe a little intermission, we will be looking at Lucifron versus Vortex, a battle of two brothers.
And that battle will be fierce. We were actually a little bit worried that it might be like a 1 hour set between these two, because these guys, they are aggressive. The thing about B, though, is he's one of those that also doesn't secure the longest of games. But you can see the fans are already sitting there, ready for the interview. And B, he's the man of the hour. Oh.
Yeah. Congratulations, V.
Thank you.
Performance was very close and very entertaining.
Thank you.
What did you think first about the draft? How did you feel about it after finishing it?
It could be like thousands of preparations for playoff. So like about 2TC openings, etc., which we didn't see in current meta. Or another option, maybe he just lost the situation with drafting because it wasn't so like casual. It was super unstandard.
He forgot about John Dark. Yeah.
Very surprised about 2 clock ban. Like, what was your reaction?
Because I like wanted to take it, but I already saw that Papipo banned it in that tournament, so it wasn't like 100% surprise for me.
Overall, you were satisfied with your draft, or you have some concerns?
I think I got the best draft which I only can get.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying that you got a better draft for land maps, and we had mostly land maps, but also for water we had like 2 or 3, I think. And for water it looked like you had a slightly better draft, but it's always better to have a good draft on land, I think. So we thought you had a slightly better draft. So what was game 1? Game 1 was John Dark against Tugrak. That was insane. We were like watching you, and at the opening, since he was like starting with a very good opening, we believed it was already over. And then slowly but steadily you grinded the game, I guess, and you killed a lot of villagers and a lot of units, and then John Dark got to level 3. Did you expect the matchup to go this way, or was it a throwaway? Or?
I expected that matchup, but I did not prepare the correct strat here because I decided not to all in here on his wood line. I just separated dogs with fishing boats and semi-aggression. That wasn't good at all. But I think that's the map why I didn't deserve that win in that series, because we both knew that he got huge advantage in army. He just like split it too much them and did not a huge feast to just finish me.
How do you felt when your Jen Dark went when you pick range GD and she died at like 6-minute mark?
That was okay because I just splitted my strat, right? I decided to make dog and that was a bullshit, so yeah. So if I got like +1 or 2 extra knights at my Jean, I think I could destroy him on woodline.
Okay. So game 2. Game 2 was 4 legs. You went Zushi, Templar, which is expected, and you went actually Lancaster, which is a bit surprising. I was surprised he didn't pick Rus for this map. I was like, maybe he would pick it last, but no. So did you feel good about the matchup, or like did you think you had to cheese, or?
I like that matchup. I played it once. That the most tilted game for me, because I got 2 times when warships just bugged. I don't know why, but sometimes when you right-click and demo ship correctly to the target, it just facing it instead of going.
Sounds like a way for, man. That's a game.
Yeah. So after that, I even didn't know how to continue the game because I lost the lake with huge advantage at that time. So after that, I just tilted and could not back to the game just by my end, first of all.
Yeah, it was a very weird game, like a lot of small mistakes here and there because you were so aggressive, but it is what it is. What was game 3? It was
Isn't in English.
Is it in English really? It was game 3? Okay. What was the plan? No, I don't think it was. I think it was game 4, but whatever.
Okay. No.
No?
What was game 3 then? Do you remember?
I think.
No, it might have been.
Oh, China A-bit?
Yeah. Oh,
so
wow. Can you play like that against me tomorrow, please? That was not the best plan, bro. What was your thought about it? I didn't get it.
It's like continuous of my tilt when I picking China for finding extra ships here, and I like collected 1 ship instead of +10, and after that I decided just to try to all in with the bow at the center, but he chose the correct strat how to punish that bow in the center of the map. So it was like a preparation, as I thought, for playoff. Maybe it was an improvisation, but it was a good one against my mind in that situation and the situation with ship's bow.
At some point, you wanted to go pro scout role, whatever I have a good board, I will try to all in.
I understood that I didn't have enough time to preparing for his castle age, and I decided to all in through the bow and add production and try to still win here. But I did a lot of mistakes. First of all, I could not add a monastery here because it was about all in situation, and we need to involve our wood for extra archer range and mechanics bows, etc.
Also, Papi tried to play with your scouts a bit, he was pulling over views from gold, when you tried to scout him. Like when he collect exactly like 600 and he like pulled away all wheels.
Oh, I just saw that gold and I told me, okay, Coastal Cliff now is not my best map because I can't just get the same situation with gold spawn with thieves who want to just go in fast castle in safety.
Yeah.
So after that with these bearers, I just didn't have a plan to continue the game, I think.
But you kind of scouted that he just going FC, right?
Yeah, so I just collected, I just scout the gold mine, check the gold he collected, but I already understood the situation is awful for me.
Yeah. Okay, have you seen Biz English game? What the last time you played the Byzantine actually?
It was like 15 times, so many. But I didn't practice that matchup on new Dry Arabia with new ship spawn, with like 2 gold and 2 deers at the English spawn at the back, so I don't know how to punish it in time.
Yeah, also Keshak, it was kinda risky, right? Keshak.
They reduced the cost of it, and I need to have a quick reaction to his horseman and controlling of the map. I of course can make like limit an ace, but with them I'm not sure that I will take the control on the map in next like 10 minutes. So that's why I chose it.
Yeah, I mean it was a weird strategy, but sometimes you just don't know a matchup and you just go for what you feel is good. So
yeah,
it's okay. It was a loss, and then we went to game 5, which was Freeze and March, Cherry against Abbasid, and you went for like I think 2 or 3 dock at the start, and then you decided to defend them slightly while edging up and going for a Burgrave. How did you feel about the matchup before you started it?
I mean, I thought that I already lost that map because for me Abbasid very good here.
Yeah, I think so too.
But I like got my last tricky card and tried to dazzle his mind and show him that I am trying to dock like all lakes, but I only showed it, so I just decided to all in with Burgrave Palace and it was okay.
Also, do you actually was already planning Burgrave when you were building Akin Chapel, or like not really?
Yeah, I already decided on the map that the situation like in the macro here is awful for me because Abbasid's too strong, so I just decided to take my last chance with it at the start.
Then game 6, what was it? It was
like a game.
It was Malian French, no?
yeah.
Malian French, okay, yeah. I mean, we were not sure if he was like he looked a bit confused after the draft, so maybe he wanted to veto the other thief. We are not really sure. We have to ask him, and it seems that it was the case.
Yeah, Papi looked really confused when he like get this matchup.
So I already saw his like logic pattern, logic chain, how he is drafting. So he also thinking about what I will ban to play like best matchup as it was as I think Byzantine versus English. So I chose to also to gamble and outmind him and ban Sengoku to snipe his best French against Malian because I already understood his pattern.
Yeah, you didn't expect a second TC from him, no? You scouted it and then you reacted, I guess?
I scouted it, but I already know that if I will not make mistakes here, it's like 100% for Malian.
Yeah.
So it's just about the mistakes and nerves for me.
I think 2TC is not that bad for French, but on this map it's super hard because you have no food. You just need to get the deer pack or the boar and it's super far away, so I think I agree with you on this one. Like, if Malians plays well, it should be a win. And then for last map we got Japanese against Macedonians on Gorge. So, were you happy about the matchup, I guess, yeah?
I think no.
Not?
No, not so. Maybe one time, I don't remember. So there's the easy plan was, so I scouted his landmark. I know that Shinobi extremely good at correct timings, but if you just overweight it and like awaiting third champion from Macedonian, so they just waste of resources and it's like easy win. So
actually,
just about landmark.
Castle Age timings were pretty nice, but on Gorshit it's always kinda front gold, right? So he can't do too much.
Yeah, but I think he played awesome, and I really like so deserved it. So it's just about the lucky in gambling and drafting system.
So yeah, congratulations you once again with the win, and your next opponent is the guy who's sitting left to me. What do you think about your game tomorrow?
I think now after that win, I will get a good mood and great motivation to beat even Marin Lord. So I will prepare for it and try my best for sure.
I'm pointing to Papipo. But okay, never mind. Yeah, also we have one more series today, like it's Vortex against Lucifron. What do you think about this set?
That's an unfortunate match series for them for sure, but as Vortex usually says that Lucifron always beat him, especially in practice, but we sometimes see the same situation in tournaments, so I think it will be like 3-2 for Lucifron.
But it's best of 7.
Oh yeah, 4-3 for Lucifron, so let's hype on that series.
So okay, congratulations you once again, and I hope to see
Thank you.
winning tomorrow.
Thank you.
Do we send it back to the caster or like do we know what we need to do?
Now we have a little break, yeah.
Let's go to the break, guys.
falling apart right in front of you. It's caught in the undertow. Every step that I take is another mistake to you. Just caught in the undertow. And every second I waste is more than I can take. I've become so numb. I could feel you there. I'm so tired, so much more aware. Coming this, all I want to do is be more like me and be less like you.
And I know.
I may end up failing too, but I know that you were just Holy shit, that was good. Oh, that was so good shit. We don't even have microphones. That was great. Oh my god. No, Chicken, can you get us what we have to send us up?
Do you want to camera that I'm gonna eat this spoonful of half a million Scoville spicy pepper?
Not yet. Wait for the guys. We're setting up for the next segment, so stay tuned. We'll be right back, and we'll go to break. We'll go to break, and then we're gonna set up our makeover for Anatand, and we're waiting on our chicken wing delivery, and then the games begin, because that's what it's all about.
2, 1, and you're on.
Welcome to the Homestead Spa. We are here with other spa goers. And we're here for a very special occasion, which is Anatan's makeover. So we can have a look at his beautiful locks. Look at that. Marika, if you lean back a little bit, we can see his beautiful flowing hair. Looks like Conan the Barbarian. But we can make him look like Rapunzel instead.
He looks beautiful already. I'm not sure they're gonna improve that, but they're gonna try.
So we're gonna start off with the brushing and some cotton wiping.
This is great. This is great.
You can see his skin is already glowing.
He's a very interesting shade of red, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, I think.
He's gonna be a new man.
Oh wow, he's actually wow.
Oh. I'm scared for the next tournaments.
Who is this?
Impressive.
Wow. So Maria, tell us about your spa day. How was your massage? Did you get a massage?
No, I didn't know, unfortunately. Yeah, I was added to the group chat too late, so I missed out on the booking link. But we can make up for it now, so it's great. No massage, but we can have a little face mask instead, which. I mean, the thing is, this keeps slipping. It feels like my face is melting.
How do you feel, Super Valentin?
What's happening behind the scenes over there?
Yeah, behind the scenes, so we're preparing for another little special event.
You're always telling like, I'm not gonna murder you.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Which will be, can I say it, the wing challenge?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so we're gonna be eating some spicy wings. And I'm guessing it's a scale, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so we're gonna go up in spice with each wing. And, I mean, it's symbolic, I guess, because I assume at the highest spice level we'll feel like flying away.
That skin, though.
Yeah. Okay, it's actually impressive. It's actually impressive. Yeah.
Wait, is there his lipstick coming? I'm scared. I'm scared for my boy.
Okay, I can hardly breathe, actually. Oh, it's slippery.
You already have too soft skin.
Apparently, my face is not uniform. But it's quite refreshing, actually.
Anatant, how is he feeling?
Anatant, how would you describe the current experience you're going through?
I'm thinking maybe I can have a lips and then I can kiss the white t-shirt of Homestead Cup and we can
sell out.
Yeah.
You can leave, you can leave nice lipstick marks on it.
What are you gonna kiss? The trophy?
No,
T-shirt.
It's like a t-shirt, it's like a sticker.
I'm not sure if that will gain value or lose value, but we can try.
Okay, so the black pencil's coming out.
Oh my god, I have never done this to a man. You have an interesting. Open up.
Oh, he's gonna look so. Oh my god! No! No! Oh.
I'm not too convinced on my line, but it is what it is.
Pretty boy.
It's dry.
We need more.
That's a
I
pretty
don't think
boy
anyone
right
was
there.
ready for this.
Sheesh.
If you would like to book your spa session, then make sure you come to the next Homestead Cup.
But it is what it is.
Whoa. Oh la la.
Bad girl.
I mean,
Absolutely beautiful.
now every enemy would forfeit, right? Like, would you forfeit? Would you give him the free O?
Yeah, I mean, how can you even try to beat this, right? You got to be graceful and give the win.
He would go 5 TC and you would win.
So how many do we need? Just lost. And then I'll put on the little lip.
I think we need a crown as well.
Oh, can we get a crown?
Must color in the brows.
Here's a little crown. Oh, there is a little crown. But we do have an actual crown outside. I might need. Oh my god, Anatan's really struggling with this eyeshadow.
Let's not forget the eyebrows. We have.
Otherwise, you must tilt his head back.
Okay, tilt his head back. Yes. Okay. Eyes half closed.
Just relax.
Half closed.
Make sure you stay still. We wouldn't want anyone getting hurt.
Yeah.
Oh.
No. Make back that a little bit. It's fine.
Can someone get the crown to pass the area?
How has it come to this?
Does it stop burning on your face?
Start? No, no. Luckily it's not burning, but it's still slipping into the nether regions. Okay, the blush is coming out. Wow.
What a princess!
I mean, how can you resist this?
How do you feel, Anatole? Do you feel pretty?
I feel myself like a girl.
Like a what?
What?
E-girl, like
Gigolo.
making yes.
You heard it here first.
The spa day in session.
What are we doing?
You've asked for it, and we're delivering.
Oh my god.
Anatand Uvo? Impeccable.
Is a crown for the princess?
No, that's the queen.
No, that's a queen right there,
Okay, I
yeah.
need you to do this. Nah, look. There we go. Ooh, Papa's lipstick. Wow, he has fuller lips than I do.
Pretty boy. Look at him, he's happy.
Oh my goodness! You know that guy that does the you know that guy that does the impersonations? I feel like you would outdo him. You would be the hottest like person doing that. Like, oh, well, hello there. I am Anatand.
I'm afraid that my Russian passport might be revoked after this stream.
Maybe no kiss.
Put his crown on.
Or maybe a little mirror kiss.
Ooh.
Wow. Wow.
Careful not to ruin his hair, right?
Okay. Now do we get one? Put it down more. Nice it is.
How do you feel?
I feel myself Georgia.
He feels what?
Dirty.
He said he feels sexy.
Oh, you do? Honestly? Wow. Wow.
That's definitely what he said.
Wow. Well, guys, give me my mic. That concludes it for the Homestead Spa, I think. Is there any final requests we have? Okay, well guys, we will be setting up for the drafting. So the drafting will take place, and while these guys prepare themselves for the event of the century, we will be chowing down on some wings.
Are you ready?
I think we're ready. Okay.
I'm not responsible for anybody.
So our chef is being a little worried about the rest of us. But Anatand, keep your face on. Get yourself ready. Ooh, 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 look at the drafting system lighting up. That's Cal right there. He's pressing a button, boys. Marine Lawn, do you have any final words before you re-revoke your mask?
He's very pretty, I have to say. I'm very impressed. But he still looks very stupid, so that's my answer. We still recognize him.
Beautiful. Okay, thank you, Carl. Let's play that video again so they can get the vibe and we have the time to quickly clean up this thing. So guys, we'll see you in a second for a little bit more AoE-ish related things. Very nice.
Okay, we're doing drafting now and chicken wings later.
My name is Pedro, but I'm known as Lucifer in the esports world. So I got into RTS games from back at a very young age from my father and my older brother, I guess mostly my father, right? It was the late 90s when StarCraft was released and we got that game. Well, actually, no, it was even earlier than that. It was mid-90s with Warcraft 2. So my older brother used to play when I was like 3 or 4 and I would just lay by his side watching the game. So that was my first RTS experience. So at first, I just liked, in order to get competitive, at first I just liked playing the game. So I was one of the best players in Spain before knowing anything about esports or tournaments. I just liked playing the game, and I was very young and I had a lot of free time, so I just played a lot. And then eventually, I don't know, at times it was just like motivation, at times it was just competing. I've also been the player who has quit a lot of times throughout his career. So when I got tired, I just stopped playing. And then when a new game was released, I came back and played for a bit. So I'm not sure. At times I just miss the lifestyle of the pro gamer, having your own schedule, traveling around the world, competing. And at times I got tired of it, so I just went back to a regular job. So that's what I've been doing for the last almost 20 years. So my biggest strength as an RTS player, I would say, is probably microcontrol. I think I can get the most of most units, like in a way that very other few players can. I would say that's my biggest strength in game. That, and I think also I can have a very good reads on what my opponent is doing for the most part. Like I can figure out stuff without needing to scout it, due to experience, I guess, because it's been a while I've been playing. So I would say those two things. The proudest moment in my career was definitely when I was 17, when I won the Electronic Sports World Cup in South Korea. Not only because winning a Warcraft 3 tournament in South Korea back then was really important to me, but also because the tournament featured the best players in the world, and in the grand finals I got to beat Lin, who was like one of the two players I always looked up to. So it was a very special moment. Here in the most annoying play style here, maybe WAM. I don't know. It's just because most people play cavalry and you get a lot of fights and stuff like that, but WAM is more of a infantry-based player with walls and so on, but he's so good at defending that it can be frustrating to play against him. So maybe WAM. The biggest shit talker, I don't know. I'm not Tan Marinlor. I would say either those of two. It's hard to pick one. I mean, if I could steal someone, like if it's non-game related, then Youth for sure. But if it's related to the game, maybe Marinlon's ability to defend everything and always have a very clear plan on how he wants the game to go.
Yeah, my name is Juan Moreno. I come from Spain, better known as Vortex, also the micro god. I feel like people is kind of trolling a little bit with my idle time, like because on few games it's very high. When I'm microing a lot and playing very aggressive, it feels like people think I never make villagers or I'm always idling, and that's not the case. I think 80% of the games, my idle time is decent. Scariest player for me right now, I think, is WAM. I've lost the last 4 or 5 series against him. I don't know what it is about his style, or maybe the way he prepares against me, but super hard to play against. So I started playing RTS games when I was 4 years old, I think. Warcraft 2 was my first one. After that, I fell in love with the genre. I mean, I was playing also a lot of shooters, but when Warcraft 3 came out, I completely switched all my attention to RTS games. Then StarCraft 2, Age of Empires. Proudest moment probably when I won Thor Open in 2012. That was in StarCraft 2. It was a LAN. There were very good players and I didn't drop a single map. Also, I beat one of the best Europeans back then, which was Snoot, 5-0. So I think that was one of my proudest moments. Also qualifying for WCS Finals 2013, I was the only non-Korean there, like 15 Koreans and me. That was a very proud moment as well. The hardest part of being a pro gamer, I guess, is always dealing with losses. When you put so much hope into one tournament, you prepare a lot and then nothing works. Sometimes you cannot read into what's going wrong, and it's very frustrating, I think. Well, I mean, I think for this tournament, the big favorite is Marinlor. He always is, but I did win him on the last tournament, so yeah, I think I can do it. It's kind of weird to say after I've lost 2 series, no? They won't know it, right? They think it's from before, so I'm playing along. So outside gaming right now, don't do much activities. I live close to the beach, so most of the days I'm basically just like walking around the beach, or when the weather is nice, obviously also getting in the water and stuff. That's all I do right now besides gaming. I think Age of Empires community, the good thing is it's, well, I mean, I can on my own because, not on my own, but I'm more on the Spanish-speaking community, so I don't interact much with the other one, but I feel they're very supportive. Also, it's very grown community, so to say, so they are very supportive. communities that are made of younger people, sometimes they are not that supportive. But in Age of Empires, I feel we're all, just on the same page.
Fresh from the spa, Ben. Isn't it a beautiful feeling? But you would know. You weren't there with the mask.
You can tell the difference between our complexions, can't you? I mean, I did miss out. Maybe I should have jumped in there. Maybe
next time is Lucy.
I'll get another chance. Actually, I'm not going to commit to that.
No.
But you do look great. But we have plenty more coming. But the first thing we have coming up is going to be the drafting between Vortex and Lucifer.
Indeed, we will do that ahead of time before, as you heard us mention earlier, a little wink challenge in terms of spiciness. So first, of course, we clear the skin, and then we get it red once again with the wings. That's just a natural progression. It makes perfect sense, of course.
Yes.
But as you mentioned, Ben, draft first, right? We're here for a tournament at the end of the day, so
absolutely. Priorities first. Get the draft out the way, and then our players can have that extra time to think about it, settle into what their matchups are going to be. And then while everybody else is eating spicy wings and see how that goes.
Mm-hmm.
And then they'll have time, of course, to jump into the game. So very exciting. Obviously, Vortex, Luciferon, brothers.
Yeah.
Played plenty together, both in practice and in tournaments. I can't remember the last time they played or what the result was, but we have heard that apparently it seems to favor Luciferon recently.
If you ask either of them, you'll say, favor the other one. It's the same case as the Canadian brothers. The ego's always there for competitive players, except when it comes to brothers. It's always like, he's the better one. Oh, Wham's the GOAT. Oh, Puppy's the GOAT. Oh, Lucy's the GOAT. Oh, Vortex is the GOAT. Yeah, you can't get them to outdo each other in that one. They're always very, very cordial. But yeah, it's like, to quote Luciferon specifically, he said that a while ago, I don't know, like a month or so, he said he wasn't able to win a single game. But since they came here, apparently he's won every single game against Vortex in practice. So, I mean, this back and forth is nothing new.
I don't think we can take anything from it. No. It's like a derby game where form doesn't matter, previous games doesn't matter, none of it matters. As we are going to get stuck in now and see what they come up with.
Right from the beginning. Isn't that exciting?
We did have the maps pre-drafted on the computer, so we will those are going to be our maps, and we'll jump into the civilizations. So our best of 7, first of all, we're going to ban away 2 of the civs from each other, and then get into picking. So a little bit different from how we've done the best of 5s. Oh, doesn't that look good?
The beautiful lighting there, the handiwork of our capable producer, Cal.
And importantly, at the end of the table there, what they're playing for, our Homestead Cup trophy. And wow, this is an incredible surprise right off the bat.
I did not see this one coming. You know, Ottomans is one of the definitely weaker civs currently. And it's just going to be mirrored.
Let's just get that one out the way. They don't exist in the game at the minute. We'll ignore those and go straight into what our next bans are. Again, not too much of a surprise. I guess this could have gone a little bit differently. There are some other strong civs there. And there is one example of how it can go differently. Tuklak.
That's right. And this makes sense, actually, from the guest perspective in the draft, especially. You generally do not want to mirror the bans exactly as the guest, because what that will lead to is that you will just be behind in civ tempo, right? The host will then get the first pick, so they'll just be ahead because you cannot pick any of the banned civs, naturally. What this results in now is Luciferon having no access to... oh, no, it's actually him that banned China, right? That's where it gets a little...
Yeah, it is a bit confusing there. Yeah, Luciferon has banned that out.
But he goes with the Malians, first and foremost. No surprises there. Malians just incredibly solid on every single land map. Just a boogeyman by now, honestly. Vortex follows up with the Macedonians as his first choice.
Yeah, I mean, another really, really strong civilization. Let's add that with another one, the French. Interesting to note as well with the maps here, like the last series, we do have 3 hybrid maps with Holy Island, Four Lakes, and Kulaga in there. So that would make a lot of sense with that Tuklak ban as well. And that's the one I wanted to see, Golden Horde. Both of these players rating that probably the highest out of any of our players here.
I'm surprised they didn't first pick it, or ban it for that matter, but I guess banning Golden Horde from each other, considering they both love it, is kind of like a betrayal. Brotherly betrayal, right? Fratricide, you could even call it.
Sengoku is the next one coming through. Another incredibly powerful civ and pick. I mean, it just feels like we're just, slowly going down the list of what their preferences are, or the strongest civs through Byzantine, following it up for Vortex.
Yes, this is pretty much exactly what you would expect from two very solid drafters, right? We have a very clear distinction between the top civs in the game and sort of the secondary picks in the current meta. The secondary picks are not necessarily bad, but they're very matchup specific, right? And this is where we see the first one here. Well, I mean, Jushi is sort of almost the apex of the secondary tier civs, I want to call it, because it's very solid on most maps, but especially it's outside of your Tuglak, especially. It's probably the best hybrid civilization. Also, of course, a classic, very potent pick on Holy Island, but it can also do amazingly on Kerlauga as well as Four Lakes. And Japanese, which has, out of all of the top civs, is Japanese, I think, and you might have noticed it as well, who seems to have fallen a little bit by the wayside. It doesn't have that same high priority as, well, you see all of the civs that have been picked beforehand, right?
It hasn't inspired the most confidence when you do get it, especially you seem to come through in the later maps, and particularly as we've got a longer series with a best of 7. But this is another, we had Ayubid coming there, another pretty strong pick, as expected, as we do try twisting it, screwing it into the hexagon there, but Jean d'Arc, it is going to be Jean d'Arc, whether he gets it in there or not. There we go.
Draft system is being like, are you sure you want to pick that, buddy?
Going through, I mean, the French civilizations, both French and Jean d'Arc, the variant, they're fantastic, aggressive civilizations, as we see both of these players like to do. And both of those civs are going to go over to Vortex, so I'm sure he'll appreciate that one as well. Though, I mean, there's a lot of matchups there. Or civs for Lucifron, which make good matchups into both of those civs.
Exactly. I'm a little surprised to see Vortex being able to snatch away both the French as well as JD. Vortex doing it. Because Lucifron himself is also a massive fan of these, right? You'd have thought that since Vortex gets the French, Lucifron would probably steal it away first. But, you know, he probably was planning to pick it after Ayubit or something like that, right?
Yeah.
That wouldn't surprise me.
I think so. And these players as well, Lucifron and Vortex, have said that they sort of see French and JD as being different, not just JD being a worse version of French, but actually having some matchups that feel preferred. English coming in for Lucifron. We've seen English on Holy Island for Vortex work out really well for him this tournament, but that is going to go with his brother this time around. And our beloved Mongols, the civ that seems to always be hated, but somehow still seems to be winning,
that's right.
Gets picked up for Vortex.
It's one of those cases we just spoke about, right? Mongols is just a neutralizing pick against a lot of other civilizations. I think it does very well up against Golden Horde. It's historically quite effective against Malians as well. I can see it doing okay against Sengoku as well. And on water especially, it can hold a candle to English as well on something like Holy Island. So it's a solid, pretty reliable pick there for Vortex. Lucifron follows up with Delhi, and Vortex then goes for Order of the Dragon. So Core's going to be happy.
Yes, I do hope we see that one. Another civ that I hope we see again. Also a civ that we saw actually win a game, House of Lancaster, which is exciting. Obviously getting towards the end of, there it is, the chin.
Yes!
I don't know if we'll see it. It hasn't done so great.
Even a clap in the background. That's what you love to see.
But we do see Jin get picked, thankfully. And of course, with the bans coming in, that means the reverse is going to come in for our last pick there, as they couldn't get picked away from each other. It is the Chinese and the Tuglak. And that is going to be our draft. Both players, I mean, they're smiling. They look pretty content. Lucifron looking at Vortex like if he's going to get a read, I think there's nothing to take away. There we have it.
That is the draft complete, indeed. And I've got to say, it's pretty even, I think. The first half especially, they both got a good portion of the best civilizations, right? Vortex has... Well, I was going to say he has a slightly more lean towards the hybrid with the Tuglak, but it's kind of the only civ that's a big standout hybrid civilization there. But Lucifron has plenty of those himself. Ayubit is viable. There's Jushi as well as English. So Lancaster can also be played on these hybrid maps. But in terms of land, they're both just fine. When it comes to the hybrid maps, things get a little bit more complicated, right? That's when matchups are not as clear. The de facto strong land civs, of course, you don't want to pick them there, although some of them play perfectly fine. Something like a China, right? China would be great on something like Four Lakes as well as Holy Island. But because it's so effective on land, you don't exactly want to use it up on a hybrid map.
I feel also with these two, because there is so much intimate knowledge between them and they practice so much and they know each other so well, that a lot of the matchups, how they might traditionally or how we would expect them to go, might not necessarily be the same way. These players will know how each other likes to play those civilizations, what maps they like to play those on, what matchups they're looking for. And of course, don't forget with the sniping system, there's even an added element of mind game and matchup in there going into each map. And that is why, I mean, as we will take a break to do our chicken challenge soon, they will have enough time to go away. I'm sure they won't be partaking. I'd be very impressed if they did, but they'll have some time to think about those matchups before they crack into the games.
And I'm tempted to say that the extra time, is it something that you actually want or not? Because it might be a case where you sort of overthink yourself into a certain line of thought. And that's never where you want to be at the end of the day. Like, is there a situation where they have a gut instinct as to the first two civilizations they want to pick? But they're like, especially because they're brothers, are they like, well, he's going to expect me to pick that, so I'm going to pick this. But then would he expect me to expect him? You understand where that goes. I'm not going to carry on.
The spreadsheet's coming up. It's like trying to cram for the exam before going in. But I mean, they know each other so well. I mean, you have to trust your gut, I feel, in these situations. But they do want that time to go away and think about it. So we'll see who it's going to pay off for. I think the other thing that's probably worth mentioning that we haven't yet with these two in their history is how quickly some of these games and series can go. Don't blink, people at home. Hopefully that's not going to be the case, but traditionally, pretty quick.
I think it is actually a fact, if I'm not mistaken, that series between these two are overall the shortest in average duration. I would like a fact check on that, just for my own interest, because I'm making an assumption, but I think it's pretty educated, right? Based on what we have seen historically from these two, just like you have said. They play aggressive, they play fast, and they waste no time. Normally, they also don't, you know... You want to stay in the game and try as much and as hard as you possibly can, even when things look dire. That's part of competition. But of course, there's a limit to that at the end of the day. You can't overcome a mountain as it's falling down on top of you, right? And it's the case here between these two often. Part of it might be because they're brothers, but they don't waste time in calling a game when one goes out, when one's chances seem to go out the window. Of course, they've lived a lot of these situations in practice, so they understand from that position that if one player gets a lead with this matchup, in that specific case, well, it's virtually unrecoverable, so they understand, well, no point in wasting time.
Yeah, sign of respect for each other. They know how it's going to play out. They know that their brother isn't going to fall at the last hurdle. But in saying that, we have seen like some pretty insane comebacks in this tournament already.
That's true.
And this is, quarterfinal. This is tournament life on the line. The loser will not be playing again tomorrow, meeting the semifinals. The winner of this set will be playing against Beastyqt tomorrow. And we'll see whether that is going to be Lucifron and Vortex. Plenty of smiles on the... I mean, it must feel kind of like awkward, I guess, playing against your brother. You know,
it's funny, isn't it?
Your ideal situation is you send him home.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And you said it perfectly, right? It's whoever loses is out. It's as simple as that. So there are high stakes here, despite what seems to be a friendly demeanor between them. I do wonder exactly how they treat each other afterwards, if they're gonna sort of trash talk each other after one side or the other. But well, we just come to see. But did you hear what I heard, Ben?
I think we're ready. So we'll throw it over to the kitchen, I believe, or the couch to get into our hot wing challenge. And I'll be staying here for a second to avoid it.
I'm hoping I can join it, to be honest.
Back on the casting couch here. Are they already prepared?
Yeah, they're already coded.
Okay, this is the number one. Okay, level 1. So, we are now gonna be eating some spicy hot wings here, and currently, we've got level 1. We've got a lot of volunteers here ready to participate, ready to enjoy some delicious hot wings, and I say, why don't we just start digging in? So everybody, start from the left maybe. Vodka, a wonderful observer here. You're gonna be the first victim here. Level 1.
Oh my god.
Hot wings.
We can just all use same time.
No, we can all grab one. These
All
are
right,
great.
everybody grab one. Okay, everybody grab one. I'll also take one. Not spicy at all.
No.
Well, grab one.
It's dinner, by the way. Yeah, that's the.
I was snacking juice behind the counter.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dankeschön.
Level 1 spice. Easy.
Pretty easy.
Easy.
This is sweet sour sauce.
I want to gonna go for another one, yeah?
What?
Yeah.
Can you sit like there? Will do. Okay.
Towels flying.
This is level 0, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Sub-zero.
I imagine it'll ramp up quick.
All right, that was level 1. Easy, easy. No losers, no dropouts at all.
Bring down the level 2.
We're fine. Level 2. Level 2 about to be coming in here. Can we get some information? What sauce is level 2?
Chili.
Chili. Okay.
This was sweet chili and barbecue.
Sweet chili and barbecue. Next up, we're moving on to just chili. I'll take a drumstick. All right, level 2.
3, 2, 1.
A little bit more.
Bro, this chili sauce from the restaurant. It's nothing.
Not for Marijke.
If you have a little bit too much pepper, it's already.
That's how are you guys keeping us? Oh.
It's a bit of a jump, to be honest.
It's a bit, yeah. I think so.
I need some level 1 to cool me down.
Can we get water or is that cheating?
I don't think water is actually good.
Oh.
No?
No, water worsens it.
Oh, really?
It needs like milk.
I'm not familiar with the contest, so okay.
The bear is like milk or ice cream or yogurt.
Like rice, something. Salt.
It's just the restaurant chili.
But you can't take anything until you're.
Let's bring the next one.
Level 2 was a decent jump up, I want to say. I'm definitely able to feel it. The lips are a little bit tingling, you know.
Marijke is dying.
Marijke is dying, Whammon's dying, so...
Maybe short from the right to the
Yeah, now that it's getting a lot hotter, I think it's time we go one by one, right?
What is the rating?
What is the rating there?
From 10.
Oh, careful, guys. Don't lick your lips afterwards, by the way.
The microphone.
6. 6.
6
out of 10.
3.
3 out of 10.
I'd say 6.
I'm gonna go with a solid 4 out of 10.
Like a 0.5.
Boy immediately wants to go to level 10.
Hell yeah.
I agree, 4. Yeah.
4. All right, Miriam.
I go 5.5.
5.5. Okay.
3.
So it's a big jump up. We're now going over to level 3.
Okay.
They look more. They are also getting bigger.
Oh, don't talk.
Is this the last one?
No.
It's not the last one yet.
I'm not going to go too far, I think.
You want more? Oh yeah.
Whammon, start us off here with level 3. Question, do we have milk ready?
Cheating? No.
We have milk ready, okay. Whammon, are you fine?
It's a little bit hot. It's a slow burn. Give me the yogurt, I'm out.
And Whammon is out, we've got our first.
Whammon is stopping out. First victim.
The emergency yogurt has been deployed.
You drink, you lose.
All right, Vodka, you're next.
Oh, he's doing it at one. He's leaking the spice. It's like, damn, that's good.
How is it?
She said it's a slow burn.
For now, it's like less than the second one.
Okay.
Because you're numb
Vodka is fine. He survives, okay. Wham is next. See, this time I got him right.
Okay. I think not as bad as the
Light
previous
work, no
one.
reaction.
Yeah.
All right. Boy, can I have you hold the mic?
Of course. Of course, Crackety, I'd happy hold the mic for you.
All right.
Maybe some ASMR here.
All right, easy.
Yeah. Level 1.
Easy, easy.
And I guess I would just start on mine as well.
Maybe they swapped 2 and 3.
Yeah, 2 was kind of bad, actually.
It is. No, but they do it one by one.
Should I go?
It's not that spicy. 2, I mean, it wasn't very spicy as well, but yeah, this isn't spicy at all in my opinion.
Is it salty, man?
Yeah.
What's the verdict, puppy? That's not bad.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Actually, I just wiped my mouth with level 2. That hurts. Oh shit, that actually hurts. Level 2 hurts.
Yeah.
How's it going, Casper?
I think they got swapped. I think level 2 is actually level 3. Yeah. Should mean at least.
So as people are saying right here, level 2 and 3 might have been swapped because level 3 is not really that spicy. As somebody is who's making our chicken wings is just saying you are numb right now, so you don't really feel it. But
Are you ready?
I think level 4 is coming up.
There must have been a swap, yeah.
I'm scared I'm forfeiting.
No, no.
That's crazy.
Crackety is so scared already that he's forfeiting. It's unbelievable. I mean, vodka, your honor to start.
Buon appetito.
Bon appetit.
How do we do that with the only observer we have?
Yeah.
That's dangerous. If vodka falls out, we're gonna have a problem during the next set.
They will observe from toilet.
What do you think about it?
Starting to get serious.
Okay.
Okay,
That's
okay.
a bit scary for me.
All right.
No, I wiped my mouth with level 2 and I'm burning right now.
Wow. That is actually pretty intense. For me,
I wiped my mouth with it, it was so hot.
but manageable.
So it is still manageable. Now, it's this one. Nice and saucy.
Give me some water.
Yeah. We're definitely starting to taste the spice with these wings.
No, I want water. No, it's just the lid sound.
You don't put the chili on your lips.
I know, I wanted to wipe that.
What do you think, boy? I think I'm smart.
Went from 0.5 to 1 to 1.5 or what?
Miriam's asking me how I'm doing, and I'm doing great. And let's see what Puppy Paw thinks.
It's pretty spicy, yeah. But, you know, I'm hungry, so.
So that's level
4.
No.
It's level 4, yeah.
A solid 7. 8. Might be 8.
Yeah?
It's getting spicy, but
This is the point where you start getting a runny nose.
I think there's going to be some aftertaste there with the spiciness.
For sure, for sure.
It's not bad at all.
They're annoying. Just remember not to touch the nose.
Yeah, Mira,
Yeah, now okay.
I feel like I'm barely holding on here.
Breathe.
But I'm trying to, you know.
Well, I think Myriad's holding on very well here. So, I mean, we might as well bring on level 5, you know? Everybody's still here. We need to get some people out.
Oh yeah, here. You just eat the whole thing.
I'm disappointed.
You're disappointed. I hope not.
I tasted the corner. It was enough.
Instant comment.
There is extra on it.
What?
It's a
So, how spicy is it? Can we ask the kitchen this one?
It's hot. Okay.
Just hot.
I got the corner.
It's a slow one.
This is Mexican level.
I felt like the previous one was a very slow one. You feel it burning for quite a long time.
It's still burning.
Yeah, definitely.
Fast.
I feel like breathing out hot air.
Yeah, you breathe out hot air, definitely.
You have to taste vodka.
Vodka. I mean, good luck.
Wash your hands up. Don't touch your eyes. Yeah. Don't touch your ball.
Lash, you have to eat it.
No. If all of them.
I heard Lash is eating the entire pot of spicy sauce after we're done.
He licked his lips.
Oh man.
He's going for it.
I'm not sure if if vodka is still open for a comment about the spiciness.
I think less than the previous one.
What?
Might be. My taste is gone maybe already.
I mean, the taste might be gone is maybe doing us a favor here after level 4. Let's see what Wham has to say. Or show.
The paper. There's some taste left.
I'm fine. It's fine.
He is still fine.
Again a slow burn? Is it worse than last one?
Do you think it's worse than last one?
I think a little bit better, but still hard.
If you had to give it a rating, 0 to 10? Or 1 to 10?
8.
An 8.
He's struggling, I can see it.
Boys, about to rush to the toilet.
Hmm?
You're about to rush to the toilet.
Wow.
Just wait. You're about to rush to the toilet. Give me 5 minutes. You're struggling from number 4. Don't let the man wait.
So, it's definitely quite spicy. If vodka would be so kind as to pass me a hand towel.
What gets struggling?
I have to remember not to use my hand.
Yeah. There is another level.
So I guess Paul is the law is next.
Oh, these guys are mean.
Yeah. It's up to you if you want to play. She told me.
There are 4 pieces of the...
I don't think
everybody wants it. Yeah. There is secret level. But only 4 wins.
Lash, you don't need it, you're barbarian.
No. You have to bring me straight to hospital if I eat that.
We need feedback.
I'd say like it's. I feel like I still feel the number 4. You know, I feel like that's mainly what we're feeling right now instead of the number 5.
Yeah, I'm feeling number 4.
I feel like a piece of pepper just went down my throat. And we have a giveaway winner.
Boys,
Just take it all. Congratulations. I kind of forgot. The mouse. You won a mouse.
The Aerox 3.
The Aerox 3 mouse.
maybe you should just take it on.
Dude, Puppet.
Let's get one.
Yeah, Puppy looks like a monster.
You get one, Miriam? Prego, prego.
Prego.
Don't touch me with your hair.
Just the rest.
And Wemmen is going to do the secret spice level after we're all done.
Maybe I should.
Oh, God. No. Oh, no. Don't do it. Just
No. Let's just focus on Cascade. Hold on.
Let's go.
Is Cascade fine? What the hell?
Cascade is a warrior. What does he do in the Netherlands?
We knew already Cascade was a warrior.
Okay.
What?
With the previous one I was sweating, but
Okay.
this is still fine.
I'm not gonna eat the bean. I think I'll just take a side of the spice.
The bean is not the problem.
Does it help? Okay. Okay, I'm doing it.
Oh no, like $1 million donation.
Instantly.
If you go, you go.
Can I get another one of those? How did you do that? Another one, please. Oh God. Oh Jesus.
Yeah, we have
Don't touch you.
You can also go out of the screen.
I'm not getting up. I'm gonna pass out of it again. Oh
my God, what did you do?
We might need to call an ambulance here.
No.
So Myriad, how is it going?
It's good.
It's good, okay.
He says almost dying.
He was wiping his forehead like 5 times already.
The face of
Marijke is still suffering.
Puppy's a stone cold killer.
Where's the other one? That's the fourth one.
That's the 4th one. Yeah, but my mouth is burning. I'm sweating. It's pretty hot, but
No.
there is a secret level.
Oh no.
Show the camera, show the camera. It's only 5 pieces. What? We only have 4 pieces.
Nobody survives this.
But you have to eat the thingy on top. You have to eat the thingy on top.
Yeah, who is ready on secret level?
I mean, the hospital is nearby, so.
Wemmen's gonna eat all 4, I think.
You should try that.
No.
But there's only 4.
How many? So how are we gonna do it? There's only 4 wings.
Oh, whoever wants. I mean, I feel
You
like
want one?
we got Dutch
Not really.
You want? No, you want one? I'm down. Vodka? You ready? Let's do it.
One is not interested.
Who else wants one?
He has no clue.
Can you?
want one, Miriam?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, we might need an extra special level one. Do you have an extra special level one?
I think we should all just do it at the same time, so the entirety of chat can see our misery all at the same time. I'm gonna need my hands free, so I'm gonna need probably you to hold.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Then Cascade can hold the bike, maybe, if he would be so kind.
Fine, fine.
Yeah, but hold it. Okay.
Okay, we're gonna watch all these players suffer.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, go.
Skål!
Skål.
Cool.
Emergency yogurt in your bag.
Vodka
What do
is
you think,
pretending as
vodka?
if nothing is happening.
It's all good. It's all good.
Myriad is gasping for air.
We're chilling.
Oh, yeah.
See, I look pretty rough. But it's fun.
This is fine.
This is fine.
It is mainly, I feel like the pepper going down your throat, then the spiciness after is not that bad.
How was it, Poppy?
I think I'm numb, yeah.
Do you need a glass?
This was easy.
These brave boys.
Soon enough.
So brave.
Now, if you get it, you lost.
Holy fuck.
Really?
If you get the yogurt, you lost.
But we're done.
No.
And we're done, that's it. There's no more.
No more?
Let's give him the pot of peppers or something.
Nummer 2, danke.
Du hast schon
Nummer 2 Witz, okay, ja, mach.
But that's the
Nummer
one.
1 war aber ganz schön durch. Das war ja gut. Viel Spaß. You want to do the pepper level? Like eating the pepper?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, poor one.
For the bravest man.
He has to observe.
Secret level number 2.
Oh,
Okay.
I think it's time for the game.
I feel it now.
You feel it?
Consider how costly a meal like this. A few minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have survived. Some of us have survived this spicy chicken wing challenge. Yo, your breath is on fire. What the hell, man? Vodka is gonna go observe now.
Good luck. Wash your hands first, please.
Yeah, multiple times.
Wait, this really red? Thanks.
And the rest of the boys are gonna eat it in the kitchen. They're really excited. But we did get some confirmation that Vortex and Lucifer also want to try it later. So hopefully they get their opportunity after their games. But now it's time for the real games, ladies and gentlemen. The one we've come here to play. Vortex and Lucifron. Let's head on over to the casters. Okay, they're running. Casters, quick! Yeah. I got this. I'm so good. Oh. What is that cow? What is that cow? I don't know. He's tiny red. Thank you, cow. Oh, this is why we have our producer. It's entertaining. Oh, vodka. You look like you worked. Oh, he's like, can I get another wing? I go, no, it's just a yogurt. I think the casters are still going to set up. Are you casting? Oh my God, Myriad is casting.
Yeah.
Holy
Milk.
Guys, cow, while we wait, why don't you play the video? Play the video for us.
Oh. I don't know, I can find the shot. As we wait for Myriad to come across, I was hiding out in the wings. I think, honestly, my face is red enough as it is. I didn't need to add anything more to that. And I'm very glad I made that choice. Watching off to the side with Vortex and Lucifron. Yeah. I think at least I feel better than Vodka and Whammon did there. But I'm very glad to be going into our games very shortly. Vortex and Lucifron did not partake, although they did want to, and I think some spice has been left aside for them to jump onto later once they're done with their more important job. I'm very also interested to see how Myriad is going to cope as he comes across. I'm sure he's washing his hands very vigilantly. And we'll see if you can sense any change in his voice or demeanor as we jump into the games. Having a look back at the draft and the maps there. Oh, we need to buy even more time for Myriad. He's struggling.
Yeah, we do. He is. He's out of it.
Oh no! I told him. I said to him, "Do you think this is a good idea?" And he said, "Oh, there's milk to the side, so it'll be
obviously,
fine."
Obviously.
I'm sure he's a trooper nonetheless, and it was great to see so many people partake, and then everybody else heading away back to the wall.
There was. You guys got to realize as well. There's a pretty big, sizable area of people just. You guys do that
further back than normally when they're sitting around the couch watching the games. But credit to Myriad, Brave Soul, and to many of our players as well, getting involved, getting into the fun, which is fantastic. And Whammon getting back in there after tapping it out Oh no, I can't make fun of it. I didn't participate. But tapping out on wing 2 and then coming back in, even if there were 3 yogurts to follow it up. Cal, as we turn our attention to our draft, to our first map, we are going to have Boldlands, but we aren't going to know those civs yet. In your professional opinion, which player do you favor out of the brothers in this matchup? And which draft do you think has got the advantage here?
Let's go with, well, one has Jin, so I don't know. You figure out the rest.
I'm putting all my money in the Vortex basket, and I think we're going to see it played.
You think so?
No, actually, that's not true because I think it will be picked, but it will be sniped out.
Could it be potentially picked to force another civ? Like you kind of just like throw it away? It's like opposite throwaway civ?
We kind of saw that a little bit last series with the English pick.
It worked though.
It did work. I asked the players, and Anatan next to me asked as well. English, is it good? Is there anything? Anatan, is English good?
I said it's trash.
Anatan, is Mongol good?
No.
Okay, well, there we go. Mixed opinions all around.
All right.
Anatan, he's not on Anatan. Would you like to show your beautiful face? Unfortunately, most of the makeup is gone, but we can still see some around the complexion.
It looks pretty. It looked pretty awful when you were trying to wash it off. It looked like he had a very, very tough breakup.
But you look like you've come through it.
Yeah.
Stronger on the end. What doesn't kill us makes us stronger. Thank you, Anatan. Thank you also for picking Jim, the only player that said he would and actually did it.
Yeah, it was a puppy.
A puppy didn't tell me he was going to do it, but he did pick it, but he also picked it when it didn't matter. Anatan picked it when his tournament life was on the line.
Look, you have to do it sometimes, even if it's stupid.
I live by that, but I don't normally live by that when there's so much money on the line.
Okay, that's a bit fair. I think so.
But Anatan, the true fan favorite, pulls it out anyway, and unfortunately we don't see him for the rest of the tournament though. But we are going to have a pretty good...
I think so. This could be... I mean, looking at the actual drafts now, having a look at it, I think considering the playstyles of these two players, right? I mean, Vortex has gotten JD and French, which is night civs, and they love these kind of things, right? I kind of wish I could have a little bit of a talk with the players while everyone was doing what they were doing, and, you know, ask them a little bit about how this different drafts, like actual standing there, having to look at them and actually like doing all the things is like affecting their draft. I would hope it doesn't affect their draft at all, right? But maybe you think a little bit differently, right? You have a little bit more time to think.
You have an audience as well?
Yeah, you have an audience. I mean, the pressure of it. It was Myriad was signaling some mystical things there. I nodded back to him. He was like thumbs up. So I'm assuming I think he's fine. I think he's coming soon enough, guys. You'll get rid of me behind the scenes soon. But looking at the actual maps, though, it's very, very, very weird. Like you have Boldland in middle here, and then on the right you have water, and then on the left you have land.
Yeah, I think
that's my entire analysis on the map draft.
I mean, I'm the same, especially when it comes to these hybrid maps. We're learning a lot about the matchups, I think, across the day so far in this tournament. I think a lot of the players were saying coming in that they weren't quite sure where some of these civs, particularly the ones that took changes, but also there were the more general changes as well, right? The things like 2TC to Spearman. I think going into it, at least especially first day, it was the case that things haven't changed that much. Cavalry meta, the same civs are good even if they got nerfed. But then we saw a lot of results maybe go not the way as expected.
And one of the things, like there was someone in Twitch chat, I can't remember who, but asked during one of the streams, like, okay, how much siege have we seen? And I think someone please fact check me on this, but I think we've only seen siege in 3 or 4 games so far.
Yeah, maybe a few ram pushes, if we're going to count that.
Okay, I'm not counting rams, I'm actually counting like actual siege.
Real siege in the field.
Anyways, Myriad is somewhat ready.
Oh, no. Well, I mean, the face mask is still coming through,
Yeah, it took off some of the redness. Well, it prevented some of the redness, probably. Thank you.
Thank you, Cal. Myriad, an absolute trooper. I mean, first of all, the only question, any regrets?
None at all. None at all. It was a good experience. I love chicken wings, so I couldn't pass up the opportunity. It got a bit out of hand, sort of near the level 4. I think was the worst. But once it gets that spicy, it gets pretty hard to tell, right? Exactly which one is the worst. But we're recovered. We're fine. We
I believe
are ready
the
to go.
spices went up from, basic chili, so like 35,000 Scoville to 100,000 to 250,000 on the 4th, and then 500,000 on the 5th.
And the special one?
And the special one, I think, was just a lot more of that one. Or no, there was a thing of chilies. Roxy, our our spice master, that is a scary woman, and her making those, and it was enough of a reason for me to step away. And as somebody that also really likes chicken wings, there were plenty in the kitchen that had no spice.
Exactly. Why not enjoy those?
We get our civs now coming in. We've got the Golden Horde first. I think we're going to see that picked a lot here. Whether it gets through is another question.
Yeah.
But it's going to be the Malian and the Macedonian on Borderlands.
It's an exciting matchup as well, I think, because I'm not exactly sure which way it goes. Again, we spoke about this before. I don't know if it was exactly with you or with someone else, but it's one of those matchups where pro players again disagree. Depends who you ask as to who is favored. On paper, it seems like it's Malians, right? They have everything going for them. And, of course, they're the first pick there for Lucifron. But Macedon is the first pick for Vortex. So, thing is, in theory, it seems a bit difficult for Macedonia because of the high food count. And, Malians have great counter units specifically, right? Javelins against range units. Musafadis against anything armored. So, the standard Ridari play for the Macedonians can be answered relatively easily here for Malians. And on top of it, what was I going to say? I lost my train of thought there for a second. But yes, on top of it, when it gets to those later stages, the Ridari have also again been shaved in strength. And the silver income, I think, got nerfed for the Malians, for Macedonians as well, if I'm not mistaken.
We can definitely, we can forgive you for losing your train of thought at the minute as you recover your senses.
My face feels quite warm, very cozy.
You honestly look fine. This lighting does you a lot of good too, mate. Look fantastic. Even after all the treatment you've gone through in the last hour or so.
By the end of this game, we'll be back to 100%, surely, right? No copium there at all, right?
Absolutely. Macedonian, we've seen have a lot of success. Been hit with the nerf stick a lot, particularly the Hippodrome champions as well as the Ridari again. That Ridari champion in particular took a significant nerf, but at the same time, it hasn't seemed to stop the effectiveness in the playstyle of the civilization. Borderland as a map, we've got all of that food, the deer and the boar, in the middle of the map. Macedonia, maybe not a civ that also likes to go for that pro scouting. So is there any issue there of not being able to secure that food that Macedonia might like to do with that map control?
On this map especially, it's likely going to be a problem. Considering the fact that, of course, you like to rely on cavalry as the Macedonians, and well, guess what? Malians have one of the best heavy cavalry units in the game in the feudal age. So that's going to make it a little bit tough here for Vortex, who spawns as the Macedonians in the color red on the eastern side of Borderland, facing his brother, Lucifron, in the color yellow as the Malians spawning in the western side. Luckily for the openers here, it's going to be pretty straightforward. We see Lucifron just to maximize a little bit of efficiency, or he's going to build the last house, actually, which is going to be the 7th house. So this is very interesting. Now, historically, this build with the 7 houses is generally the way you go pro scout as the Malians, which could very well be on the cards here for them. And I think it's, of course, we don't see much Malian pro scouts after the nerf to it a little while ago. But I think there's good opportunities for it in some matchups. This could very well be one of them. And I think this map could very well be one of them for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got to have a plan coming in with the Malians. We know the gold does spawn in the front, so it is going to be a little bit vulnerable. But we also haven't seen that matter that much in some of these matchups with the strength of the Malian, regardless of any nerfs that the Civ may get. Just still such a high priority pick, and so far this tournament so successful. But Vortex, we talked about aggression, we talked about, quick matches and closing things out early.
We won't be here for long.
We see the Hippodrome start coming up now. I mean, there was no other choice, really. But this is going to be a case of those champions coming out, the horsemen coming out, and being able to take the game initially to Lucifron. But with himself, like you mentioned, the sort of natural counter units, those Donzo being incredibly powerful. Is this a case where maybe his Macedonian Vortex is really just going to look to try to get that Radari Castle Age power spike, or can you not let Mali scale the eco?
I mean, there's only two ways, really, to play it. Well, three ways, technically, to play it as the Malians. You either go as aggressive as you possibly can in Fido and look to prevent the cow boom from getting out of control. That is option one. Option two, you could look for a fast castle play. Very difficult to do on this map in particular because of the forward gold as well as the small wood lines. And that way you look to rely on your superior units again to undercut the timing and the strength of the full cow boom. Or something I think Corvinus hasn't started to popularize, but I think it's a very smart play by him, which is that 2TC. The issue is, on this map, again, it's very difficult. The tiny wood lines as well as the projected outward food means that, well, when it comes to Sofa raids, you're going to have a hard time holding.
Which one of those options includes Farimba? I still haven't seen that buffed Farimba garrison, and I'm not sure we're going to, but I would love to see it here.
I think it honestly has potential with the way it is now. There might be something there with 2TC, potentially, and eating cows or going cows in the Castle Age. And that way, of course, you have those superior units from the Farimba, because normally Malians' problem beforehand, right, is that their income is incredible with the cow boom, and they have a very strong timing, and they're able to mass a lot of units, but their units are generally weaker compared to other civilizations. Farimba can help offset that with the unique units available, so then you just supplement your economy with the second TC, and you might be able to compete late game with some of the best ones. But of course, with a tournament being so soon after the patch, it's difficult to fully experiment these kind of playstyles, so I'd be very surprised if we see it. We're likely going to see Old Faithful.
Yeah, I was hoping we'd see a few things as we see the barracks and stables come down for Lucifron. Hoping to see a few things that players had come up, sort of tricks up their sleeve in the wake of the DLC and the patch and in the subsequent hotfix patch thereafter, and if there was anything that was being saved to catch players off guard. Now, I can't say I've seen too much of that, like we talked about before, sort of the meta being much the same was most of that conversation, at least what we saw at the start of the week. We did see B pick out the Roost. We did see a couple Jin picks, English and Mongol, make their way through as well. But here's the Donzo start to come out. There's a lot of torch damage here. And remember, that Champion Scout does increase that torch damage from the surrounding cavalry.
Yeah, the stable has been dropped to go for the Warrior Scout, so Lucifron's going to be able to exert a little bit of pressure over on Vortex's side. But because of the timing of this Imperial Hippodrome, means that it's difficult to get out the necessary Sofa count to actually stop your pit mine burning. I mean, you can see Lucifron struggling to even get the Donzo count necessary to stop it, but he does just manage to do so. So as the pit mine begins burning, right afterwards, it starts being repaired as well.
Yeah, Vortex making the decision to go for the pit mine itself rather than seeing how many houses he could get down. Never an easy decision to make as to how much damage you can get done. If you can't get that pit mine down, it feels like you maybe wasted that damage by culling a few houses. But in this case, Lucifron, he does pull those couple villages, make sure that pit mine survives. But the looming threat of these horsemen with that Champion Scout and his friendly, much weaker Scout with them as well, it does loom. And as we see, actually, the first Warrior Scout coming in across, and there is nothing at home for this. Vortex will have to respond, but there you have it, the Champion Horseman. It's free, it gets constructed by itself, and it comes in at just the right time.
Exactly right. And I think we might have a little bit of a castle preparation here for Vortex. He did secure that tiny deer back at the front of his base, but the number of gold villages is increasing. The food is not being spent. He made just one additional horseman there. And with 7 on gold now, 15 on food, barely any on wood, might just have a tower on that gold and then straight towards the castle age. Lucifron has begun massing those Sofa, continuously producing Donzos as well, already up to 3 cows. I think he is perfectly capable of stopping this if he so chooses. Might be able to force Vortex to place that Golden Horn Tower towards the back to the gold and berries.
Yeah, even that is a small victory. We've seen this play happen, right, with Macedonia looking to just get those horsemen, those champions in, and then just harass, contain, make sure that your opponent can't get too much going. As the Sofa and the Scout do come in, might actually be able to pick up a villager here. One hit, but runs to his other. Sofa does pick it up. Maybe can get another one actually with the pathing, and that's a really nice pickup for Lucifron with the castling of Vortex coming up, and loses one for it, but definitely worth it to get 2 Vil kills there.
100% beautifully controlled there by Lucifron, using pathing to his advantage, and Vortex suffers a bit of damage for his greed there, losing the 2 villagers. It hurts very much at this stage of the game, especially when you're trying to undercut your opponent's booming as Macedonia. This is going to make your punch all that weaker later on.
So in this case, we are going to see the resources tick up Macedonia. Golden Horn Tower comes down and is going to be at the front, at least with Lucifron's army at this point, chasing around Vortex. But Lucifron knows. He knows what's happening here. There are more units coming into the field. It's just been these horsemen. He knows that Vortex is looking to castle, which means that as he looks to produce his Sofa and Donzo still, he's going to come across and try to deny, actually cancels that Golden Horn Tower at the front, and is going to use it to secure up all of these berries and his second wood line.
I think this is very wise. He saw the approaching units. He knows that those Donzo will be able to kill his cavalry and prevent the age up from going up. He starts rushing it instead to the north there, which is going to secure him wood as well as berries, but this is the problem. You cannot secure everything on this map. You're going to have the berries there as well as the wood, but the gold might become a real problem here.
And you need the gold for not just your upgrades, but Ridari, right? And we've seen in previous games, even the last set, that fast castle, that timing coming through to punish it, being so effective at closing out games. And I mean, Lucifron has such a mass of units here, picking things off, just damage with the Donzo spears. He must know where the Golden Horn Tower is at this point as he swept along the bottom side of the map, knows it's not there at the back on the gold and the berries. And with the power of that Macedonian Golden Horn Tower, he's not going to be able to do any damage underneath it. So he's going to have to be doing damage on the perimeter.
The Arsenal is the target of choice here for Lucifron, and it makes perfect sense. Realistically, all he has to do is just sit there and check every once in a while that back right gold as well. And that's going to make it pretty tough here for Vortex to actually secure additional gold income, which he desperately needs, like you highlighted, for those Redari. And also, even more importantly, I would say the silver, because you can make other units besides the Redari work, but you just need that gold to get that silver. And there we see already, Lucifron spots it, which means that after this arsenal is down, I think all those Donzos, Ben, are heading there.
Yeah, I mean, the gold in the front, right, we talked about it on this map, is definitely a vulnerability. Lucifron has kind of securely or denied that pretty safely. He just had to worry about the move out to the back, and that Sofa absolutely doing its job, picking up the villagers there and forcing them back. So even though you're not getting the kill, you are going to deny entirely, and as a result, Vortex, in his desperation, is nice catch there. Everything lost for Vortex in a situation, having no gold, is so huge, and it's just cavalry against Donzo. It goes for it. Vortex diving in on the Donzo, so much damage.
Yeah, that's pretty disastrous, losing that first Ridari. He does bait the Donzos backwards towards the cavalry to buy time for that first tower, but this is only one tower after all. Yeah, it might be enough, combined with the screening from the cavalry, to get away these Donzo, but just consider the idle time. Consider the lost gathering time here for Vortex. It's massive, and Lucifron, he's not going to be stopped. His siege here will continue as 2 additional villages go down yet again in his favor. And this tower, I mean, it's not enough.
Oh, he really needed to get that up. That's 5 villages, and, well, okay, we talked about it being quick. 11 minutes, 40 seconds. The fast castle does not pay off, and Lucifron takes it. And even with that, Lucifron was ticking to castle with that Grand Filani Corral. So that wasn't even an all-in from himself. Vortex, you see the wry smile on his face. He understands exactly. And I think they both, we were joking about it in the other room with the players, that they understand that their reputation for these games.
Yeah.
And, well, Game 1 lives up to that reputation.
Completely correct. Right what we expected in terms of the pace of this game. And It kind of went how I expected it to, honestly. I mean, we discussed this problem where I mentioned as a possibility the fast castle, right? Which this basically was, right? I mean, a couple of horsemen is the same strategy. At the end of the day, you need a few horsemen just to exert some pressure, but the gold is just too exposed. It's just way too easy for the Malians here to keep massing Donzos and just deny you off of gold. A few extra sofa will keep you off of the back gold as well. I mean, personally, I'm quite surprised to see that that Vortex opted to that Vortex opted to snipe out
the Byzantines.
The Byzantines instead of the Macedonians, because I mean, wait, why are they reversed? Yeah, that's what I'm a bit confused by. They're on the other side, right? Because it's Vortex who played Macedonia.
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah,
that's
they
a little
are.
bit confusing. Yeah. So it's Vortex who sniped out Golden Horde instead of Malians, which I find a little surprising. I mean, I do think Golden Horde against Macedonia can be a little tough as well, but tougher than Malians? I doubt it.
Well, I mean, in hindsight, pretty easy decision. I bet he's regretting that one. But in this case, I mean, there is the plan, obviously, but we've seen those fast castles get punished quite a lot this tournament, whether it's Vortex and Lucifron or other players. We saw it in the series just before as well. It's a risk, high reward, but you do have to survive. And in this case, Lucifron, I mean, he read it so quickly. He was going across the map straight away, knew exactly what his brother Vortex was doing. That mind meld between the two brothers. And, I mean, stomped it out easily. Like we said, not even an all-in, just had the units there, was able to deny both golds. And, I mean, pretty comfortable 1-0 for Lucifron.
That's right. It's nice to pick up an early lead like this, especially when two strong civilizations are exchanged one for the other. Removing Macedonia as a threat, which is the first pick there for Vortex, is very massive for the draft going forward. Of course, Lucifron does use up Malians for this purpose, but it's not like he's lacking pressure picks, right? We still have China. We still have Golden Horde, Sengoku, even Ayubis. These are all very strong land civilizations, some flexible towards hybrid as well, especially something like the Ayubids. So he's going to be very happy with this win, right? It sets the tempo for the rest of the series. And the only question now is what's Vortex going to look to rely on next, right? Is he going to look to challenge his brother where they feel most comfortable on one of those water maps? Or is he going to try to outplay him on land?
Yeah, like you
What's your
mentioned
predictions
before.
now?
Like you mentioned before, their first pick against first pick, right? So it's, you know, your top dog going out against each other and you come out on top. Now you've got to dig into the bag and bring something out. You need to go in and win game 2. Water or land, I mean, both these players have somewhat similar profiles. They're both very aggressive. They're both fantastic micro players. I mean, they've got that roots all the way back to Warcraft 3, right? So they've been doing that for a long, long time. And even as veterans of the game, or of RTS, really, their hands have not slowed down quite as much as mine have, I think, in the last few years. So I'm not sure what Vortex will look to do. But I think, I mean, he got through ultimately to this match by the skin of his teeth. And he was done a favor by, well, it depends by the Beastie versus Wham matchup, whoever you consider there did him a favor. We saw the hug with Beastie at the end of that series to poor Wham's dismay. But
it's always interesting how that occurs, right? When you do your best to continue on to the next round. And yeah, I mean, you put yourself in a decent position, but ultimately, as to whether you go through or not, is completely out of your control. Oh, there it is. Wait, what? What am I witnessing here? This is actually... Okay. Is this what we've been waiting for the whole time, or are they just giving us a treat right now? It's on another level. It's actually Jin against English on Holy Island.
I mean, we talked about whether somebody has something up their sleeve, right? These two, they know each other so well. I wouldn't have expected it to be in this situation, but maybe they've kept something secret. Now, Lucifron is on the English here. We've seen Vortex have great success. If you can get to that, that's through that Admiralty upgrade. It's so powerful. But we've also heard players talk about Jin, well, not with any nice words, but the one caveat is that if they do have a place, it is on these hybrid maps.
We can only speculate how this is going to go here. is Holy Island, witnessing the Spanish Bulls. It's Vortex playing as, I never thought I'd utter these words, Vortex playing as the Jin Dynasty on Holy Island, facing his brother Lucifron in the color yellow as the English. We're spawning in the south side here. And it turns out that Team Triangle has turned into someone else completely.
Again, back.
Just like that.
It is an unwritten rule. I'm sorry, Team Triangle. I feel a little bit bad because he was like so out of breath, it seemed like. Not from the hot chicken wings, but just the Jin pick. But there is the unwritten rule that I need to cast water maps. I'm sorry, guys.
And when it's one of these matchups, I don't blame you for sort of forcefully putting yourself in here, right? Because
I have too much power and I'm not gonna let it go because I want to watch this treat.
Yeah, this is
So,
very special.
I admit.
Why, Cal?
Oh,
Why? Explain this to me.
I don't think I can. The only thing that I can possibly think of is the eco. Like a lot of people, both on Reddit and in like in person here, they've been talking about how Jin. They're cool.
They're fun.
They just don't feel like they have any impact. They don't have any oomph. English is kind of the same almost. They have some very important key upgrades, right? They have their man-at-arms, right? They have longbows. They have their network of intel. These passive bonuses as well. Jin Dynasty, maybe they have something with them with the mounted villagers on water.
I think there's something to it, right? I mean, when you look at it just from a numbers perspective, the mounted villages are great for this, right? I mean, again, it starts from the very beginning at the end of the day. The village is going to get to the water faster. In theory, you get the dock up faster than a regular civilization, not only because the villager arrives there earlier, but the building speed is, of course, faster on the mounted villages. And undercutting English's weak economy early on, I'd not be surprised to see Vortex go for that kind of a play, to punish an Admiralty timing and potentially remove Lucifron from water completely before he can even come online.
And there's a couple of things here, right? There is, we saw this last Holy Island game that we casted. Oh yeah, wait, but we casted that. It is this English timing that Vortex did. I should really remember this game because this was the only game I casted so far. It is this timing, right, of English Admiralty fighting against on water. It's just terrible to fight. And maybe you can actually beat that with the Jin Dynasty, with those timings that you have. There is the additional thing with Jin Dynasty as well that we haven't really talked that much about, and it is the flowers. It is a really big eco bonus that they do have. I would actually be very surprised if we don't go for that here on Holy Island, mostly because the amount of boost you get, right? It's a relatively big area, all things considered. And on this woodline, when you have all of them, you can actually micro them, you can kind of condense them together. It should be a really strong eco to actually be supplying you on water.
And that's exactly what I was thinking of, right? It's essentially, we're looking in a way at HRE, right? When you think back to HRE, back when they were the best on water, right? There was a time, although it may seem distant, with the old Aachen, the old inspiration level, where the amount of boats they can churn out after that feudal age hits and they garrison the prelate, it gets out of control.
Not speak of the fact that you have it from the start, even.
Oh, indeed. And I mean, here, right? It's going to be a very similar situation, I think. Okay. I think I know the answer to what I'm about to ask you, but you can't put the flower pagoda on water, can you?
I actually don't know.
Oh.
I don't think so. It would be a huge waste, I think, though. Let's be honest here. Oh, I boost 5 fishing ships. Hooray.
No. Well, I'm actually talking about the fighting ships.
The fighting ships.
For the extra attack speed. I mean, even if your opponent kites out of it straight away, that might mean 1 or 2 extra hits on your sprinkled ships, right?
That is fair. That is very fair.
If you can put it, that is. Please, Vortex, try.
Yeah. Oh, I should have done that before I went casting. Vodka, can you swap the score, please? Whoops.
The power is in his hands. Abbey of Kings coming up now for Lucifron, and we spoke about this last time, actually, I think, that we saw this happen. with these front wood lines, I mean, this is what English loves to see, right? And Lucifer's doing the exact same build. Kind of. I mean, he has the 5 on gold when he could actually look to punish Vortex's wood line here very well. So this looks like he's still going to opt for the Admiralty play, despite his potential to be aggressive on land.
Another thing as well that I haven't really touched upon, it's this thing that's happening right here, which is very common on Holy Island and these hybrid maps where docks are very far out. It's your scout, you're just leaving your scout hitting the villager. It's just annoying. You're not going to get scouting information. Most of the time you already know what's going on. But it's making sure that that villager has to go back, and then another one has to go all the way, you know, back to the water. You can't do that against Jin Dynasty. It's a very small little thing, but that mounted villagers both movement speed and extra HP. Small little detail. Could potentially add up.
It does help out. It does help out. It definitely means he's going to survive. But then it makes it a bit annoying if you ever try fighting back, right? Because then the idle time hurts even more on the mounted villager. Yeah, so Barracks priority here from Lucifer. He saw the stable. I think.
I mean,
scout is in position.
Naturally, it's kind of like you don't even need to scout it, right? You have grasslands.
What else are you gonna make, right? Especially when you can get that discount soon enough. I mean, it's quite a big investment, to be honest, here for Vortex, right? Speaking of, my galley might have overextended just slightly. I think he will get away. Yeah. Decent damage taken.
So we do have Iron Pagodas. We did hear them. It was UM4 we talked about. Or was it the Crackly?
Crackly is the #1 Iron Pagoda hater.
Yeah, they're not very good. They're not very good. They're fun. Just like Horse Archers, just like Black Riders in team games. They're fun. But you're letting your opponent kind of die a little bit on the other side.
I mean, I think that has to be one of two things to be done, right? The stats, I think, like, you could get away with the exact stats they have now as the charge comes in from the king. Manages to connect
a lot of units here.
Villager. Yeah, not quite. Yeah, managed to be pushed away. But as I was saying, the stats as they are right now, you can get away with that if they're slightly cheaper and maybe train slightly faster. Then I wouldn't mind so much. But if you want to keep the current cost and the train time, I think they need just a little bit more oomph.
Scout?
Oh, he
should be able to use the scout to eventually, yeah, you can see here you're using the stand ground command. It's very important when you do this. The stand ground command that's on V by default. Click it. Unit has a little bit of a spaz out thing.
Indeed.
Doesn't do that, and you can see some micro there, right? These guys are micro players. StarCraft,
yeah, I mean,
Warcraft.
coming from Warcraft, that's exactly the game where you would do something like this.
I wonder if that came through on stream. Mohammed was walking by, and she bumped her feet, and it was just like...
Or we might witness a disaster with the light falling over behind us.
But yeah, now fights are taking here on water and on land, right? These Iron Pagodas, they actually do rate pretty decently, right? Because of that AoE damage. Villagers are kind of in the perfect position there to do that AoE damage, but on water we don't have that same effect really. And look at what's also in queue for Vortex there.
The Moai tribesman recently buffed, got a little extra oomph with an extra 1 damage, now bringing them up to that of a regular archer. Vortex did just trade his galley and, well, now a fishing ship as well, I guess, indirectly, for a villager kill. Would you trade a galley for a villager?
No.
Probably not, eh? No. That's what I was thinking.
Do
Especially against English, eh?
You can tell these guys play water a lot, because you don't see anyone else doing that. It's so funny. Yeah, you do have the tribesmen here. They're kind of just like seeing if they can get a little bit of damage here done. But the issue is you have that king. I mean, you have to commit for this if you actually want to stick on it. Have to kite back, needs to get into that flower aura again. They are able to trade pretty damn effectively, honestly, I have to say.
Indeed, you can see that damage making a difference. I mean, in small numbers at the end of the day, these expensive cavalry units are going to have the advantage to see skirmishes at the exact same time as well. Lucifer doing beautifully with the micro here on water, not taking any unnecessary hits. However, his attention being focused on water means that his land army, besides the king, is actually completely cleaned up.
Yeah, I actually don't think that he lost an Iron Pagoda there, which is really impressive. I think the thing Vortex did there, shift click, look back on water. right? Shift click. These guys are so quick at it. But we do have that issue, right? Look at the Sprinkle number count. It's 10-6 right now for Lucifron. It's getting pretty scary. And this is, like, we don't even have Admiralty in, do we?
I think we do. Yeah, we
do?
must do, surely. Yeah, we do.
Yeah,
Vortex
so-
is going to transition, though, isn't he?
Yeah, so now we kind of get into this position of, like, we have talked about this a little bit before, where it's, okay, when do we throw away water? I think if we get a couple of demos, I mean, this is looking pretty solid so far. Able to dodge it, though, on land at the same time. There's a little bit of a raid happening. I'm not sure if you got any villager kills on that, but still, we are stuck on water here. We can't move out. The Admiralty is just working so hard. I mean, Mountain Hall going up at the same time here on that far edge of the map.
Yeah, and there hasn't been any stone gathering from Vortex either, which means no emplacements on these docks to delay this death push from Lucifron on water, which, I mean, let's make it clear, there's absolutely nothing Vortex can do on water. Like, this is over. You don't see me messing anymore. Yeah.
This is the thing, right? Vortex is playing this to the T, where he is making Lucifron overinvest just enough, I hope. I hope that he can then push on land, right? Iron Pagodas, they're not that great in Feudal. They're kind of okay in Castle, I would say. But these demo ships, though, can we get a couple of hits here at least? Should be some, right? Surely. Oh no, everything I right-clicked on that one. That's one going down. It's just 1 for... What was that? 1 for 4. It's a terrible trade. Now Vortex has to translate this into land. How can he do this? I mean, he has a little bit of food left with those fishing ships. It hasn't really been touched that much. We still have that food income, but he needs to transition elsewhere for that food.
And he does. I mean, he managed to get idle time there on Lucifron's gold, which is a pretty big deal at this point in time. At the same time, though, Lucifron is actually wrapping around with a bunch of his spears towards the north side of Vortex's forward wood line. Actually going to strike at the gold himself. There are a couple of Mohead tribesmen here, but not really enough to deal with the mass.
Yeah, I mean, mounted villagers should be able to run away here. However, formation is kind of messing them up a little bit here with those villagers being there. So now we just have to run away and see if there's something else we can do. Does not lose too many here, just one. Maybe two. We get that nice charge in with the king there. Very nicely done.
Yeah, clicking on the other side of the TC, and the villagers gathering beneath it. That's a very nice touch there from Vortex, and gives him another kill for his trouble. The reinforcements have come back, though, from Vortex. The units that were out raiding and idling Lucifron's gold have returned to clean up and save the base. And so they have. Oh, this one longbow, a hero longbow, might get it done. It's going to be so close, isn't it? Oh, yeah, that's painful. Especially because he trained it. He didn't go for the Dragon Pavilion, so he did not get it for free, and he paid full price.
Yeah, it's so expensive as well. It's so much gold with that idle time, and now we have the White Tower here. It's coming up at a beautiful position, and it's being rushed up with 42. Wait, is that all of his villagers?
That is actually almost all of his villagers.
That is...
Yeah, I mean...
Concerning. Behind by this, I don't know if you heard that, there was a little bit of a deletion there. We actually deleted a little bit of water, naval.
Half of it, actually.
Yeah, it's deleted quite a bit, so... Just wants to get that pop space. Don't want to have to invest into all that wood to get those houses. Just make sure it's pop space. I mean, he's already confident that he's... I mean, there's no way for Vortex to actually get back onto water here. Now is a bit of an issue. Yeah, more even being deleted. Now it's a bit of an issue here for Vortex. What is his next step? I mean, White Tower has gone up. The wood line is out of range of it. Cool. Do you need wood anymore?
Yeah. Well, depends what you really want to make here. For Vortex...
Birding longbows?
It would have been nice here for Vortex to have something more reliable set up, like a couple of barracks to actually begin idling Lucifron out properly. But that's the transition. And this makes sense, right? I mean, what are you going to do? All in the White Tower when English has water?
Surely this
Some civs can do it, but not Vortex in this instance. Yeah, this tributary state is going to go through.
Yep.
And the relics are also on the way now for Vortex. He did not decide to greet, so he could have actually went further forward to try to snag Lucifron's home relic, but he decided to play it a little safer.
One of the things that I actually haven't thought about is on this map there's 3. Wait. There's 3 trade also on this map. So in theory, if Jin actually wins water on this map, it actually could be really good because you have 2 guaranteed. I don't know if you know this actually. When you put the missionaries there, they get fishing ships.
They what?
They get fishing ships on water on naval trade posts instead of farms.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm dead serious.
What? So what? Do they spawn fish around
Yeah,
this?
yeah, exactly the same way farms do.
Okay, that's crazy. Wow.
I unfortunately play a little bit.
That's the cook.
Yeah.
That must be the idea from Vortex. There's only one problem with that. You can't get back on water.
Yeah, that's a bit of an issue. I mean, look at the eco as well, right? We have 22 fishing ships here. It's a crazy villager lead, and we do have to remember, I'm not 100% sure how many mounted villagers he has right now. Should hopefully be a lot. Should hopefully be
cap,
max. Right. But that is also the perk of having 2 TC, is you get them faster, you get 2 TC. I mean, we should have enough of them. And hopefully for Vortex here, the trade post should be untouched. Should be able to scale a little bit on that one. He has 2 TC behind this. I did talk with Vortex. I think it was Vortex. Oh my god, he's going.
This is just insane. He goes 2 TC after losing water into Fast Castle, grabs the relics, and then just goes fast in. Like, I
mean,
don't even know what to say.
so-
This actually makes a lot of sense, though.
How? To explain to me how this makes sense.
Because Lucifron was never going to expect this, right? He's just sitting in his base, slowly building up enough of a mass to try to contest the map because he was panicked due to the White Tower. This allows Vortex the space to get the Great Wall Bastion on the big gold, which gives him the map control he needs and the amount of time necessary for the TC to pay off, to transition to farms and survive behind this. That's what I think is going through his
Okay,
mind.
yeah. I mean, I do have to say, no, Landmark is so awesome.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty
The only issue I have with this is, yes, why put it on this big gold when there's a big gold right here?
I guess because this also, well, it's more central, right? Like, it's a bit harder to go around. You can emplace the tributary state here, so that's a bit of extra production. I mean, if he just puts the Great Wall Bastion here, there's nothing stopping Lucifron from going, you know, beelining from his base straight to Vortexes. And yeah, this just means there's a longer distance between Vortex's economy and Lucifron's.
Look what is in queue.
Wow. Yeah, we have the Zanma swordsman.
Are we sure about this? Because I'm not. But I love it.
Yeah, I mean, so the Zanma swordsman is basically an elite level man-at-arms, right? It's a bit of a stronger man-at-arms, specifically designed to deal with cavalry. It's basically a Wingard footman, isn't it?
That is the closest thing we already have in the game. Now, the issue is, however, will he have the eco to sustain this? Now the woodline at the back here, second TC is going to be discovered. Hopefully he has the emplacement very shortly, as we have seen a couple of Jin games where TC took very long to burn down, but hopefully it should be the same. I mean, the tribesmen here, though, they are going down pretty quickly and now just one-shotting these villagers running away. And look at the swordsmen at the back here. They're doing so much work. They aren't being focused yet, so I can't really see how tanky they are just yet, but I'm assuming they're pretty damn tanky.
Oh, yeah.
Because these are full-on hostile units, and yeah, we do have +2 ranged armor coming in from Vortex as well, so it's pretty damn brutal. I mean, we can just take these fights forever, but the eco is where it's at. Can we sustain this? Can we keep it up? Because it's currently 9 to 57 military. And yes, that is counting fishing ships, but honestly, when the numbers are this, naval numbers are this big, it doesn't really matter that much. And look how much is being spent to just take down these swordsmen at the back here, and this entire time, right, it's still things happening out on the map. I mean, it's trying to go into crossbows. Is that an effective counter? Yeah, sure. But again, speed. This is all about actually keeping that sustain up, and we can see everything is just kind of coming together for Vortex.
Slowly and steadily, maybe. I mean, the tributary state is still up as we speak. The Manganmuk defenders deal with the king. That's been a thorn in Vortex's side on those farms. The crossbow mass is building very quickly, though, to be honest. And Vortex just doesn't really have an eco to transition into something to deal with the crossbows. As I say that, though, he gets 5 discounted horsemen from the grasslands. I mean, it's a start. One single knight being very annoying. Keeping in mind, of course, there's no Dragon Pavilion, so we saw on that second TC, there wasn't any Manganmuk defenders to aid Vortex in that defense. Lucifron Gonna look to expand his
Ricochet's
zone of
coming in as
influence.
well now. Yeah, he wants to get this down. He really,
Yeah.
really wants to focus on this one down. So there is one thing that's worth noting for those who have questions in Twitch chat, and hopefully I'm not saying something stupid that I was told. The farms. You might think, it's a terrible market because it's fewer farms. They actually scale. If you can't place more farms, you actually get... Like, the farms are better if there is not enough space. Which means that they are actually the same as all the 8 farms that you would put around it. They're just fewer, which means it's actually easier for you to raid. But you don't lose out on food per minute, or rest per minute, rather.
Right.
So, you know, just for people who were wondering about that. I have no idea.
I mean, we all love trivia,
yeah.
let's be honest.
Yeah. I mean, I could do some trivia about the flags too, but I'm not sure if that's...
I'm all the place, eh? But this Trebs, I mean, he just wants to kill him, straight up, right? And when it's Lucifer we're talking about it, it makes perfect sense. So he's gonna begin trebbing down the Great Wall Bastion. Gonna run in with the remainder of these longbows, which, I mean, they kind of...
What is the movement speed of those swordsmen, actually? I'm just curious. It's 1.56... No, that's the charge, so it's 1.5. 1.5. Okay, so they're actually pretty slow. So against longbows, they'll still catch up. Against spearmen, will kind of go even, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, the same speed as a spearman?
Yeah.
Oh, so a bit faster than your regular men-at-arms.
Now I'm a little bit concerned here. What do we do against these traps?
Well, the horseman count is building. Looks like they are elite already, I believe.
Yeah, they are.
And problem is, yeah, there's not too many spears, but you don't need a lot of spears to deal with a bunch of horsemen, right? And there's so many outposts here already. Now we see network of citadels coming in as well for that additional attack speed.
30 wheelbarrow. Yep. Pretty solid build order.
It's like a Mr. timing on wheelbarrow.
Now, it is a really good timing here if we actually can get these horsemen wrapping around on these longbows and crossbows. However, the issue is these spearmen. Can they actually do a little bit here? We're actually cashing this out.
The bribes coming in here from Vortex.
It would have been so much better if he used... I'm sorry. It would have been so awesome on the trebuchets, right? If you're actually using them...
Wait, it works on the trebuchet?
No, of course not. But the units get them away. We're still taking an amazing fight for Vortex. So these swordsmen, they're doing amazing in this fight. There's nothing there to actually counter them. I mean, the trebs, they're finally going down as well. I mean, is this a good fight for Vortex, all things considered?
Losing one of the trebs here does hurt a little bit, but there's a lot of value being lost. Yeah, I mean,
I know.
Yeah,
I was hoping.
It was a good attempt, but the thing is, like, when you have such a low count and you've lost so much already, you need university upgrades. Well, you need the one university upgrade, but that's difficult enough to afford, considering you're this behind on economy already. But honestly, that was a great showcase. I think there's potential there, but maybe the fast imp was just a little too much.
I mean, I really want to ask Vortex just personally afterwards after the series.
Yeah.
What was the plan with Jin to actually go for those 3 trade posts? Like, does he actually know? Is that the secret tech that we actually we came up with and discovered individually?
Yeah,
it would be fun to see.
Just on our own right now.
Yeah. Anyways, thank you, Team Triangle, for letting me yap for half an hour, and now I can go back behind the scenes again. Oh!
Yes. The cow has dipped his toes in the water, so now it's back for Team Triangle. Welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it, Cal. It meant I could go into the other room, get out my notepad, and try to write down the build order of what
what we just witnessed.
But then when I saw the result, I threw it in again. We have seen that fast imp. I think a lot of people are trying that out. I'm not sure if it's so much because nothing else works and it's a bit of a desperation. Did not expect Vortex to be picking that out here, but so glad that he did. Lucifron, though, I mean, he was ready. The Zanma, very exciting unit, unique unit, very strong men-at-arms, but ultimately, okay, not quite enough.
You know, I think he was cooking something there, but, you know, it was the wrong type of oil, I would say. And maybe next time around, the fast imp was a little bit too much. I think that's where things went wrong. But then again, what are you going to do?
What else do you do? What do you do?
Yeah, against English with fishing, with Jin, like, yeah, I don't see it. The only option probably is mass siege, which maybe might have worked, but hindsight is 2020, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, perhaps a surprise. Some of the players, our pro players here on the couch, were really confused as to what anything did from
Yeah.
Jin, including the landmarks. But unfortunately, Jin is behind us now. Hopefully, not the last time we see it this tournament, though I would not be surprised if it is. But we are going to go into another hybrid map. It is going to be 4 legs. And we didn't see Lancaster last time, but we are going to see them this time.
Indeed, I guess taking a page out of B's book here. Lucifer looking to rely on Lancaster as well on 4 legs. Up against Japanese as well. It's been a while since I've seen this matchup in particular, right? It's an interesting one because both civilizations have Dark Age potential, but you generally don't want to go Dark Age spears against English or Lancaster specifically because of the threat of short bows. You can't target the gold effectively. That doesn't mean that it stops you from targeting the fishing, if that is the matter. But Lucifer is likely to also go spears himself with the House of Lancaster. I'm really not exactly too sure what to expect. Well, we have one answer to that question already.
And yeah, so Japan, being in the other pick, took obviously, I mean, one of the strongest civs on hybrid maps, even if we have seen it actually lose. But that means that it is going to be the Japanese. We talked about it in the draft, the Japanese always being highly rated as a civilization, and whether that be land or water, but has not quite performed to the extent that we've seen it previously. And I mean, Vortex knows what's coming out of his brother here with that Dark Age aggression, and is going to go for the safe dock in the corner, and also perhaps if those spearmen do turn up, the ability to get that wall in as well.
I always find this wall start here just such a risk, and you're going to see exactly why it rarely pays off, as Lucifer shows us immediately, because he's just going to block it. So now you have wasted time on the villager building the wall. You have time not spent gathering the fish. You will not be able to finish the wall. The spearman will get in. If you stake around your villager for any longer, he might risk dying as well. The dock might also get burned down. Why do people still do this?
Well, we'll find out if Vortex has something up his sleeve. Certainly a plan, at least, coming out for him to start the game. Whether it pays out is going to be a first decision. As I mean, the spearmen have a long way to go. The scout comes running over as quick as possible, and with the villager damage as well, it's obviously going to be a 1 fight. Bringing the sheep in to block the blueprint of the wall. But importantly, the spear does arrive in time. Might lose the scout. Actually doesn't get the extra hit. Cancels the villager attack. And the scout, oh my gosh, Lucifer's scout is going to get away scot-free. And that villager is not going to be able to finish the wall. That spear now taking over the space on the wall. He gets all his sheep, Lucifer. He gets his scout alive. And that could not have gone worse for Vortex.
He's going to scout. Yeah, he's going to try to re-wall here, but he realizes it's hopeless. And you can see the tightening on the sides of the mouth of Vortex. He's like, really?
I mean, a shake of the head too, and Vortex's camera, he knows that's not the start he wanted.
Yeah, that's a bit of a rough one there for Vortex. I mean, what else can you really do in this situation? I just personally don't think the wall is the solution here, realistically. And it's not like House of Lancaster gets spaced out faster than other civilizations. They get it in the same time as normal. But it's just, I mean, if the scout is there, which it usually will be, it's just going to stop the wall. And even if you manage to stop the scout in time, which was the case here, they just placed a sheep instead, right? Which I guess I mean, it comes down to just a few seconds ultimately, right? Because if you push away the scout enough and the sheep is not there, and the sheep is still there, then you will capture the sheep and it'll move out of the way. But it's just such a risk, man. Not worth it.
And there's no doubt here that this dock is going to, I mean, Vortex is he continues to react, definitely still on his mind. Overthinking maybe exactly what's happened here. But he has responded, right? He has responded. He's, okay, I'm not going to be able to continue my fishing here with that dock. It will go down as he gets his drop-off in there. He moves out his villagers onto that deer at the front and does get at least some sheep back home. But ultimately, I mean, that scout went down as well. The dock is about to be finished. It couldn't have gone much worse, but we are going to see as he's the first, or as he goes into Fuel Age with that Poker Township. I mean, normally that's the strength of Japanese here with the ability to be aggressive with those shinobi. But in this situation, we've got 5 spearmen on the field. We have what is soon to be no active fishing from Vortex. And then shortly thereafter, we're going to see those Lords of Lancaster coming out from the Abbey of Kings. Is there a way that Vortex can respond to this?
I'm trying to think of it, but it's somewhat difficult, to be honest, because Lucifer is not greeting behind this either, right? He isn't trying to dock drop on Vortex's pond in preparation to deal with the fishing ships too early in order to squeeze a couple fishing ships out himself. That might be a very conscious choice because of the possibility of the Shinobi coming from the Koka. But he's also watching carefully over the ponds, right? The spearmen are spread out all across the shoreline. This villager is going to look to make a miracle happen. But yeah, I think he sees already that there's some very angry boys patrolling here that are not going to let this happen for free. Yeah, the spearman already aggroes by itself.
Yeah, just sending one from Vortex over. You just talked about greed, right? Needing to take some risks at the least to try to get something back. If it could get the dock up, that would allow that fishing to resume, but it's not going to be the case yet. Tries it just with that one villager to see if there's a gap, if Luciferon wasn't paying attention, but Luciferon was doing his due diligence. Made sure that wasn't going to be the case. Now as the age-ups come in, the Shinobi is going to come out, but the Lord of Lancaster is going to come out as well. And the ball at this stage is in the court of Luciferon and Vortex. It's going to be Yumi Ashigaru, the first thing coming out in the feudal age from him.
The Yumi will be able to deal with the spearman here alongside the Shinobi as well. Luciferon hasn't yet dropped a dock on this southern pond. I don't know if there's a villager on the way either. It doesn't seem to be the case. And he hasn't yet docked on his own side either. So this is likely just going to be units follow-up from him, it seems. The two Yumi have hit the field and are now about to clear the shoreline, allowing Vortex to regain control of this pond. I mean, all things considered, this isn't that bad for Vortex, really. He still has the 3 fishing ships alive. Sure, it's not the ideal start, but he didn't lose a villager. He didn't lose the fishing ships. He can still reclaim the dock here. The spearman will be dealt with. He might even be able to pick up 1 for his troubles if he continues chasing here. Yumi, of course, being faster than the spearman. Double stable follow behind this for Luciferon as well as the blacksmith. I think Vortex just actually wants to undercut Vortex here, find as much damage as he can on land. He's not even going to bother with water for a while, I think. And seeing the Shinobi, this could be a very smart play from Luciferon. It might have been a conscious choice because, well, if there's no docks, then there's not much the Shinobi can do. As I say that, though.
It does pick up the villager, but no more Shinobi, no more production. I guess Vortex has done his due diligence to see that there is no dock coming across. And like you mentioned, there is no dock coming across on the southern pond. It's going to be trying to take the unit fight on land to deny Vortex's ability to retake. It does look like he maybe snuck out there at the bottom and is going to complete the dock to restart those 3 fishing ships. But Vortex is going to have much bigger problems than that, as it looks like he is trying to sneak castle through all of this. Just with those 2, Yumi Ashigaru and House of Lancaster doing what they do so well. We've seen that feudal all in, but this is behind. So such a great start for them. Saving resources, not going for that eco boom on the water means there are going to be so many units coming in from Luciferon. We saw game 1 was able to punish a fast castle. This looks even more precarious for Vortex.
This is very dangerous indeed for Vortex, especially considering he does not have the wood banked up to drop double tower or even a single tower on this gold mine. It is a back gold, which is about as good as he could possibly hope for, but Luciferon's plan is crystal clear. With the 3rd stable as well as the undermesh, he's just going to absolutely submerge Vortex's base in as many hobbler as he can possibly get out. He could even look to go on the dare to fuel that spam further.
Yeah, I mean, Luciferon didn't have to play water himself. Well, I guess he was playing his opponent's water, really, wasn't it? But in this case, I mean, Vortex going up the floating gate, 12 on there to get it out. When Luciferon has destroyed that dock, now there's really only one place for this army to turn. It is going to be the base of Vortex. Now 0 military for the man. It is the greediest of greeds, trying to make something happen here. We've seen those nerfs to the mounted samurai. They're not quite what they used to be, but Vortex is going to pray they're still OP, I guess.
Yeah, and Vortex gets the bad news of what's coming his way as the Hobbler find the age up right as he begins. And the Shinto priest himself might fall, but beautiful TC hop from Vortex means that it comes out the other side and it is deposited within the stable. First mounted samurai on the way, but these villagers have nowhere to run. There's no towers besides this TC for them to garrison. Already 5 have went down, make that 6 at the current moment, and more are running for their lives. There is no escape from the Hobbler. Once again, it's going to be a surround. Another 5 are undoubtedly going to die here. One single mounted samurai is not going to be enough to save them. He decides to play it safe though, and looks to back out around the gold, finding even more villagers.
I mean, Vortex trying every little micro trick in the book. Quick walls, hopping villagers in and out of the TC. It's the only damage he has done. He's got this mounted samurai alive, but that's it. And we see the hands off the keyboard, the wipe of the face. Another quick game here that Lucifron takes, going up 3-0 match points, and we see that disappointment on Vortex's face. I mean, that really does feel that he lost it in the opening minutes there.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, right? We've seen Vortex go for this strategy before. I can't actually remember if it worked out for him or not. I think he did win that game, but against Lancaster, it's a different matter. It just feels like Lucifron read him like a book in this game. We spoke of how they must know each other very well, and I'm sure Vortex expected this to some extent, but the timing just didn't work out the way he imagined there. If he had like 2 or 3 samurai, mounted samurai, just a few seconds earlier, that might have been enough to save a bunch more villagers, in which case the timing could actually net him a victory there. But Lucifron just hit at the opportune moment.
I mean, it's a game of millimeters, right? If Vortex could secure that up and he gets his dock going with those 3 fishing ships and doesn't sacrifice all of that damage he got took early, that game sort of stabilizes a little bit and we see it play out. But I mean, we saw it, or even his reaction on his camera. He knew early on. We talked about how quickly these players are to, when playing against each other, sort of throwing that towel early, showing that respect to their brother, that they will be able to punish that game. They know how to do that and they know how to execute it. Not going to waste time going further. But Vortex, I mean, you're not going to tap out 2 minutes into the game, are you? Not when the risk is going down 3-0 in the quarterfinals of Homestead Cup. You've come all the way out to Serbia to compete. You want to go down to the very last game. And in this case, this potentially is our very last game.
Indeed, finding himself 3 love down, Vortex. Definitely not the position he wants to be in, and probably not the position he expected to be in either. I mean, sure, one brother might be favored at different times than the others, but 3 games back-to-back losing, it takes a bit of a toll, right? It's a bit tough at that stage, even if, of course, it is all friendly between them at the end of the day. It's still a competition, of course, so you do want to win. You do want to be better than your brother, right? So Vortex is going to have to pull out everything he can here to have a fighting chance in this set, because he can afford no more mistakes.
No, and I believe they do live together as well. I believe someone told me so. There's nothing worse. I mean, you win bragging rights, but there's nothing worse than going home and having to hear that day in, day out, as we do.
They're definitely going to smack each other about this one.
And rightfully so, especially if it does end 4-0 here. But we talked about it potentially being quick games, potentially being a quick series. I'm a believer. I believe Vortex. Okay, you just throw that game away. Okay, mess it up, whatever, it happens. The previous games as well, whatever. Jin Dynasty, not so good, whatever. Now it starts. Reverse sweepers on. Let's go. And for Vortex here, it's going to be in the Byzantine up against Lucifron's Delhi.
The reverse sweep would be another good way to incentivize some smack talk between them, that's for sure. I don't know what would hurt more, really. Losing 4-0 or, losing 3-4. Well, winning 4-3 after doing the reverse sweep, right? Which one hurts more, really?
We may have the chance to ask them, depending how this one plays out.
Indeed.
Vortex, though, I mean, you definitely want to be in Lucifron's position. It would be the miracle for Vortex to bring this back. But if anybody can do it, I do have my faith in him. A lot of aggression, a lot of catching, Lucifron off guard, if he can pull everything out and make it work, he is in with a chance. Vortex on the Byzantines is not going to be that typical aggressive civ. We talked about the potential of those French and JD, the variant thereof, being such strong picks in the draft and sort of suiting that play style. But as we enter front range here, no, it is going to be the Byzantine. So a civ that sort of likes to scale and get itself going. 3 villages to stone. Is that sort of the greedy start we see from Vortex there? Does that tell us anything, or is that just sort of what we'd expect in this situation?
He's going to try if he can get away with it, right? I mean, the standard is about 2. 3 is definitely slightly on the greedier end, but I think he can get away with it against a civilization like Delhi. Thing is, on this map, front range in particular, the spawn is very foreseeable, right? You know that there's going to be berries, obviously, at the start, but the other ones are going to be towards the eastern side there in the corner, right? There's going to be berries in the center as well, but I mean, good luck getting a cistern up there early. But the Ghazi is going to be slightly delayed, right? The start for Delhi is a bit slower than most other civs. They age up about 410, 420 sometimes, depending on where they place the landmark. And then, of course, you still have to drop the stable, garrison it with a scholar, and produce the Ghazi, which then takes some time to cross the map. So the Ghazi is going to hit around minute 5 or so. Plenty of time to get up the cisterns you need, as well as a barracks to get those limitane. What is going to look to try to potentially even get cistern level 5 here.
Yeah, it's going to be greedy, try to get away with it. I guess, like you mentioned, the sort of ramp-up time from the Delhi means Vortex feels comfortable that he can do that, as we see. The Grand Winery does come down. You mentioned as well, yeah, the spawns are going to be largely locked in, right? How it's going to look. No surprises there, but that does mean you know the berries are in the front. But against Delhi, you're not expecting, or almost certainly, that kind of denial, Dark Age aggression to deny that. So able to go and get your mercenaries, although it is going up with 5, so looking to get up nice and quickly. When you're in the situation 3-0 down, you know you need to make magic happen. Does that mean you play riskier, play greedier, or do you try to make sure there are no gaps for your opponent to exploit?
That's a great question, actually, and it depends on the player, right? Some have the confidence to lean on not even their best civs and not on the most typical maps to try to begin the mounting of their comeback, where some just look to get at least one win on the board and get sort of that mental satisfaction of getting a victory, after which they begin worrying about the deeper intricacies of how do we proceed with the draft in and of itself. Not exactly sure which type Vortex is, but he did opt for front range in this case, and I think he has a favorable matchup on his hand. I would say this is tough for Delhi. Of course, Lucifron is way ahead here when it comes to score with 3-0, so he can afford a little bit to find himself in a slightly rougher matchup and exchange a weaker civilization for one of Vortex's best in the form of the Byzantines here, because that in turn strengthens the rest of his draft for the later games if he does end up losing this one.
Yeah, draft could be such a huge impact on this series. If we do get further into it, I sure hope we do. But it is going to be, the impetus is on Vortex to try to make something happen. Byzantine, a great civ to pick to do that. We've seen the priority on it, and much less so from Delhi this time around compared to how they have fared in the past. It is going to be, of course, as we expect, the Ghazi opening from Delhi. I don't think we've seen anything different from them, and the Limitine from Vortex and the Byzantines to make sure that you can secure up that front as that gold and berries are very much exposed. But this does sort of lean itself towards not too much action happening here. Very standard expectations from both players. But then what do we look at? What are we going to see from the follow-up? Is this a case where Delhi actually has to do damage to Byzantine to stop the scaling? And if they do, are they able to in a situation like this?
There needs to be some damage, or there needs to be good fights taken along with sacred sites secured. Maybe you can find a castle timing before the Byzantines age up themselves and, take most of the relics, get started early on those upgrades, which are of course slower for Delhi. Maybe even find the timing with something like an elephant or men-at-arms and archers or lancers for that matter. It's difficult, and the map makes it even trickier because of the small goals and just the design of it in general. I'm a little surprised by Vortex, considering he banked additional stone beyond that feudal age, and before he pulled off of stone to drop another cistern. He has plenty of stone to do so, and he could have, I think, quite simply gotten away with it to place it on the berries and the deer here, which he is doing now. I guess he just wanted to be a little bit more careful, make sure he gets that barracks up earlier. But however, you gotta be careful when you leave one stray villager on the gold. Great early pickup there for Lucifron.
Yeah, I mean, exactly the opposite of what Vortex would want here. Looking to set himself up, playing on the defensive sort of aspect in this matchup is Lucifron, looking to poke in and do damage. And unfortunately for Vortex and for us looking for game 7, it is going to be a early villager pickup from Lucifron. And he also sees with those cavalry there that it is the intent for Vortex to go across there and set up his cisterns and secure up all his food on the map, that deer and those berries on that far right corner. Now, this is quite a scary Ghazi count, pulling out a lot of his limits today, which means that there is those gaps at home. It is the longbow choice, that Western Mercenary contract, which Vortex has gone with. No surprises there. And we see the second batch queued up now as the first ones are actually left out alone. There's one limit today in there with them, but there's a bit of damage. Oh, and the pathing means that one of those longbows goes down straight away. The limits today now turn them away, but these are just little pickoffs that Lucifron's getting.
Yeah, it's a nice little pickup. They're getting one of the longbows, but the issue presents itself here for Lucifron because Vortex has actually played this beginning to virtual perfection. I want to say this is beautifully played so far. He understands his timings exactly, because this is how this matchup is sort of meant to go by the book. There is this timing for the Byzantines when they have the first batch of longbows, a few horsemen and plenty of limitane, where Delhi simply cannot have enough to actually take the sites when it comes to this mass. And the very specific build order Vortex went for to do this is why this is possible. Not gathering any more gold than necessary, as well as pulling off of the stone somewhat early and making sure there's plenty of villagers on that olive oil to get the on the berries to get the olive oil needed to get that mercenary out early. Ooh. Was that the stealth for us there briefly? No.
Or maybe an all-army hotkey usage? I always turned it around. He has seen it, but if that scholar gets home, that's going to be incredibly frustrating for Vortex. And went all the way north to capture that sacred site, only for, and we do see it get home, only to just have it briefly. That horseman tracking it down. Great play from Vortex, but then does pull it away, so that is damage left wanting. But like you mentioned, it does look like, at least for now, Vortex will be able to... Oh yeah, Stealth Forest coming in clutch. Well, the return of the favor, the scout surviving at least. But at the least with this army size, it is going to mean it's going to be difficult for Lucifron to secure up those sacred sites. As Vortex now takes his turn. Oh, the turnaround means that the last hits will pick up that villager. 1 for 1 now, but then
the trap,
they run into the Ghazi.
Vortex gets his own little strike back there with the one villager, but does end up having to sacrifice the 2 horsemen for it. Not willingly, for that matter, as Lucifron comes in with the Ghazi from behind and takes them out. Lucifron's mass is growing pretty steadily, and he places plenty of respect on Vortex's composition here, even going so far as to add his own spears. Not sure exactly how much Vortex will invest into horsemen, so he'd rather not risk getting caught by a wide flank or something similar here, when he doesn't have enough Ghazi to keep his archers safe. Now, however, up to 11 longbows, so that's the 3rd batch out by now, minus the one that he had lost earlier. He does have both of his ranged upgrades as well. Lucifron only halfway there with his steeled arrow, so he has to be very careful about taking a fight here, I think.
Yeah, both scary armies. I mean, Vortex at least sees the spearmen now as they come through. It is those 1-1-1 compositions. You see the damage of the longbows. Great job from Vortex to pick up all of those spearmen instantly, which means those horsemen can now dive on through. The Limitane with their shield wall, of course, they take so much less damage from those archers, which means that this longbow DPS and the horsemen diving in can do such a great job from Vortex. Does take some good engagements there, gets a few pickups by Lucifron. He doesn't have to take the fight head on. He can walk away and remass up himself. But yeah, I mean, if there is one big engagement and Vortex loses that, that could be his entire series over.
Absolutely, but he is in a great position. in order to actually push Lucifron on his side after that little skirmish. It's not like Lucifron lost a lot there, but the tempo of this economic play from Vortex now getting up to the 4th system level and expanding onto the berries in the south as well means that more and more longbows are on the way. Beautifully utilizing the range of the longbows here, Vortex is kiting and actually managing to take out the spears as well, focusing the archers when they get close by. Limitane coming in just when needed with the shield wall to soak up some of the damage, and putting the horsemen as they wait in reserve. Lucifron though, Steeled Arrow has now finished, and he is determined to take the sacred site, going to the extent of pulling every scholar almost to make sure he wins this fight.
Yeah, pulling the scholars, knowing he took that small engagement, didn't quite work out, does come back, pulls the scholars out, and is able to come back and pulls off a couple of the longbows, or kills a couple of those longbows, but they are doing so much damage. Vortex doing a great job picking up those spearmen, but also Lucifron doing a good job to keep those scholars alive and have them healing. We go back in, horsemen at the front, but the Limitane are getting in the front there. The closeness of the archers means that they can shoot at the archers, so the spears or the longbows, but the DPS is huge from all of these longbows, picking up all those units as well. Limitane sort of running around, the berries are causing an awkward pathing in amongst all this, but Vortex just has so much that damage from those longbows, and all these scholars are going down as well, not in the control group, not going home. Those scholars are all going to die here. He wanted to commit to get the sacred site, even just one of them, but he does not manage it, and Vortex cleans up the army.
There's nothing left there for Lucifron. The archers were not able to clear the Limitane in time. The flank from Vortex with the horseman, and he gets it. He gets his first win on the board in this series. Vortex now 3-1 in favor of Lucifron, but manages to put one on the board, and does so in stunning fashion. Beautifully played here by Vortex, understanding the timings of the Byzantines in this matchup to perfection, and manages to outplay Lucifron in those fights and take the victory.
Not only has Vortex got one back, right, first little mark on the board, but he's did so in a convincing fashion. It's got to give him a lot of confidence. He knows, okay, I lost a few, those few had things go wrong for me, but steady the ship, come back in and make a statement. Huge statement game. We talked about it being a good matchup for Byzantine, sure.
And despite the rough start as well, right? Losing that first villager.
Lucifron, good timing to sort of come in and pick stuff off. There was a problem with the horsemen chasing the scout. Lucifron denying a little bit on the expansion of the cistern out, so that stone was sitting in the bank. But ultimately, when it came down to the fight, to the micro, to the execution, all Vortex.
Indeed. Vortex must not get now complacent. There's still a long road to a comeback here. Still needing 3 victories to reach that coveted reverse sweep. Still, he can afford no more mistakes. But where is Lucifron going to take him next? We does seem to be Gorge. We also have a beautiful merch up there in the top left.
Not to mention being worn as well. So many colors as well. Give us a spin.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
there
look
it is.
at that.
Damn right.
And you can see that URL there in the corner. Please do have a look. Not to mention as well with donations, we can see these beautiful sheep mousepads signed by all our players. It's not the easiest thing to get them to sign them all throughout the day as they're worried about the games. But we are getting there. They are going to be available. So do check that out. And of course, our donation goals there as well, up to 8,300. Have we seen the rap battle today? We haven't, have we?
Not just yet. I don't think so. But that might be upcoming. Stay tuned for that. We'll have an update, I'm sure, quite soon.
One thing we did see was absolutely the Anatan makeover.
Wasn't that beautiful?
Oh, and I've not actually looked at the next one. How does backflip and ping pong 1v1 pro face off? How does backflip?
Spoiler alert. Yeah, no, Cow can in fact do a backflip.
Well, we will need to get proof of that.
And you want to see it. I know you want to see it. So get that donation goal hit quite soon. But we can also, of course, as we mentioned, you can check out our merch, and all the proceeds will go to recovering the costs of the event, and in the future place even better events, which we all want to see.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see a Homestead Cup 2. Please, 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 let's make that happen even bigger and better than this year. But of course, We're not done yet in
Oh,
this
no.
series. You know what? Vortex got both of those French civilizations. He says, I want to play one of them. Brother Lucifron, you decide which one. And on the inverse, the Ayubid and the Jushi, I mean, an understandable snipe away there, right? The camel civilization, the sort of counter to those knights. And Jeanne d'Arc into Jushi on Gorge.
Not the pick you expected, I'm sure, right? Jushi typically reserved for those hybrid maps. But I think this is actually tactical from Lucifron here. You can have a look, see. The stroking of the chin, indeed. We were discussing about yesterday if it actually boosts IQ or not. The common consensus seems to be yes.
Well, we'll see if it's working so far, assuming he started after the third game.
Oh, yeah.
But there has been a lot of reaction, and I love seeing these player cameras, honestly, in this tournament.
Great.
You see the pros in person, you see them on camera, and then you can get a real feel, the expressiveness. A lot of these players pretty introverted, don't say a lot, but they sure say a lot with their body language, their faces, especially when they do lose these games. Unfortunately, somebody does have to lose, and one of these brothers will be having their tournament end at the end of this series. Again, match point for Lucifron here. Just needs that one more win to send his brother out of the tournament. But it's not over yet. Vortex on Jeanne d'Arc here and Lucifron on Zushi as we get into the map on Gorge.
As you mentioned with the play cameras, we see the highs and the lows here. The tears, as well as the cries of joy. All of it will be on show here at the Homestead Cup as Lucifron in the color yellow as Jushi faces Vortex in the color red as Jeanne d'Arc on Gorge. Vortex spawning in the north. Already starting on the deer pack there, which he discovers nice and early with JD. Lucifron, meanwhile, in the south side. And as we mentioned, the Jushi pick here is quite intriguing. I think it's perfectly calculated here by Lucifron. He understands that Vortex has only so many good, strong picks left for these land maps. If he's able to exchange something that isn't so potent against something that is very potent for Vortex, well, that again strengthens his draft all the more for later. Lucifron still has access to that Golden Horde. I think he has another really strong... Yes, Chinese he still has. I mean, he can very easily force Chinese as well as Golden Horde on another map, and that's going to make it quite tricky for Vortex in terms of picking there when he used up the Byzantines already.
Yeah,
French
I mean,
is still available, but
he's got to reverse sweep, right? He has to complete the reverse sweep, and it's not just executing within the game; it's also finding those matchups to give yourself the best chance. And there's so much that sort of happens out of the snipe system. We thought the drafts themselves were pretty even, but an advantage definitely goes to Lucifron to be so far up in the series, 3-0, now 3-1 though, with Vortex pulling it back. Jushi's legacy. Okay, we've seen it still be prioritized mostly for these hybrid maps, much like it was before this rework with the latest patch, or the feudal rework, I guess, call it with the landmarks. But both of these, Meditation Gardens and I think maybe more importantly, the Zhangnan Tower does give you that strong feudal presence with that army that comes through now, rather than having units come out when you complete a production building. And we do see it is going to be the Zhangnan Tower come out from Lucifron. I mean, it gives you a good timing, but from a strategic point of view, into a Jeanne d'Arc that likes to fight in the feudal age as well, is this something, I mean, do I dare ask you, can you tell already where this matchup lies? Is there a favorite?
Nah, well, I had to come here soon after the match, right? So I didn't get to play many games. Honestly, I'm having withdrawal symptoms at this point.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm itching to play, but of course, it's amazing being here casting as well as being involved and seeing all the people as well.
Living vicariously, really, through these players.
That's
yeah,
right,
especially with
Like,
the Jin Dynasty picks.
If only, that's how it goes. Soon enough, eh? Once we get home, we can get ready for the next tournament. But, as you mentioned, Zhangnan Tower is going to be the choice here for Lucifron, which seems to become the more popular option instead of the Meditation Gardens. The pump of those units is not to be underestimated, especially for Jushi not being a slouch in the feudal age at all. I mean, having access to the Zhuganu, the highest DPS range unit in the game in the feudal age, of course, sacrifices a lot of speed and range for it, so you have to be careful with how you maneuver them around the map. As for Vortex, of course, it's going to be the School of Cavalry. JD likely building it. Yep, we see. Next to that deer back. Lucifron, though, actually, is picking up a lot of gold, I have to say. And now pulling off of it completely. What's the plan here?
Yeah, okay, this is an interesting one from him. This does scream to me that he's got a build. He's got something in the works here. Something planned that we haven't seen so far this tournament. And, I mean, we saw it with the gym. Didn't quite work out. But we did see that preparation was in place from Lucifron and Vortex. And they did ask to have that little bit of extra time post-draft while we were doing that chicken wing, or you were doing that chicken wing challenge to think things through. No doubt, going through the draft and what these maps are and thinking about what their matchups are likely to be, did opt in to pick Jushi's Legacy on Gorge. So, I mean, clearly having something in the upper sleeve here. But for Vortex, I mean, it's pretty straightforward as what you're going to see from Jeanne d'Arc. You're going to see that early feudal knight. Went up with 4 villages, so going for that fast feudal to get out on the map even quicker with that first knight. And behind it, we see the broad axe. I think specialized pick was queued up and then cancelled again. As we see, yes, that does go into the second knight on the field. I mean, it's going to be coming across the map, but we also see immediately the reply with that barracks coming down for Lucifron.
With the gold banked up, as well as the barracks opener here for Lucifron, combined with the second Imperial official, this is starting to smell a bit like Pro Scouts to me.
Yeah, Pro Scouts into Jeanne d'Arc. I mean, we can see sometimes those French civs go for Pro Scouts themselves, but more commonly we see now as they look to go out onto that deer early, which is the case in this game. Is Vortex paying attention? Yes, he absolutely is there. Those spearmen do not make a connection. Lucifron will need to secure it, though. I mean, like we talked about, Jeanne d'Arc, we all know that she likes to fight in that feudal age, get into that potential level 3 early on, and it's still such a big power spike as we see the level up come in for JD, and it is going to be the hunter version, that ranged Jeanne d'Arc.
And there it is, indeed, with the stable drop, as well as the additional scouts in production. And the supervision beneath the mill means Pro Scouts will be completed very quickly here for Vortex. But he does have a bit of a problem on his hands for Lucifron, I mean, because he does have a... With Vortex now already having the archery range and ranged JD, it means that he's going to have a good little timing here to start denying the day, which is not in a great spot for Vortex, I have to say, for Lucifron. With the first day back here in the north and somewhat forward, the Vortex has an easy time to go there in order to start denying it. Lucifron, of course, has the option to supervise Horsemen out quite quickly, and that's going to be very dangerous for JD. In fact, I'm kind of surprised to see range JD. High risk, high reward, as we talked about before. It's great for sniping out and getting reliable XP, but when it comes to these fights, she becomes so squishy against these Horsemen.
And we see the first one queued up just as you mention it. Those 2 deer packs on that side means if Lucifron can secure that side and takes a military lead, then he is going to be able to get both of them. But if Vortex can deny both those packs, it means that Pro Scouts is completely useless. Does pick up the first of the spearmen there, or a villager has even gone down. Remember with JD, it is 2 shots and then that ability arrow is enough to kill a villager. So really potent to get those pickups. But she's incredibly squishy. Those horsemen do so much damage against it. And with those spearmen chasing, those knights aren't able to turn around. Vortex is going to need his own archers to come in here and pick off those spearmen to have any chance to take this fight. But he does have a bunch of them opted for that the archery range early, and they will be coming across, I'm sure, at some point to pick things up. But for the meantime, getting a lot of value out of these ability shots out of JD.
Yeah, this has been very well played by Vortex so far, getting not only the villager, but 2 spearmen as well, all of which have given over XP to him. It does mean that Lucifron is going to be able to get a couple of deer here without too much trouble. And he's going to still be able to do so for a little while longer because Vortex is playing this very properly, right? You have to wait until you have enough archers to one-shot spearmen before moving them across the map. It is a critical necessity when playing Knight Archer up against Spearman Horsemen, because in low numbers, the Spear Horsemen are going to out-skirmish you very much so. The burden of micro is too severe. You cannot clear the Spearmen fast enough before the Horsemen get on top of you, and you don't have the Knight count either to properly screen for the archers. So Vortex, of course, being one of the best French/JD players in the world, is going to be well aware of this.
Yeah, and before Vortex even saw the horseman, he knew that danger was there. And as you mentioned, of course, those archers coming across. There is some ping on the other side, so the horsemen are doing some work for Luciferon, trying to get some idle time and perhaps kills. Doesn't look to pick anything up there, but it is going to be a bit of harassment there, getting that idle time on those villagers. So anything to slow down Vortex and this Knight Archer JD Death Ball that's pulling up. But honestly, Luciferon's doing a good job in all of this, actually collecting a lot of those dare back. That whole first pack is now back home, and the second pack is already coming in.
Vortex not in too big of a position actually to contest this. Playing it safe instead. Actually looking to force the fights instead towards the south side. Picks up another little bit of experience whilst dropping an archer. Luciferon investing a lot into units here, so he's not going to greed for any early castlage either, recognizing that on this map especially, you have to be careful. And against JD, notably, you have to be very careful.
Yeah, I mean, Jeanne d'Arc, she wants to fight in Fuel Age, wants to get that experience, but you can't fight. You can't take bad fights. And this military count is already getting out of hand. The Zhangnang Tower is such a power spike when that army comes through. And we've already seen so many horsemen, Shuganu as well, added in, perhaps out of that Zhangnang Tower, actually. Or there is an archery range. Oh, that's for Vortex, actually. As we do see the horsemen come in and may be able to pick one. The pathing is not generous, and that horseman, great work there from Luciferon, and does pick up that villager. We saw the little things happen last game as well, and Vortex was able to make it work. But Vortex now coming across onto this left-hand side of the map, but most of those deer are already back. These archers exposed as well, trying to get in for some damage, but this is precarious for Vortex, honestly, if he can't get something good.
It's a little bold, actually, disconnecting this archer mass along with JD down in the south side. I mean, he saw a good bunch of horsemen in the north, as well as on the right side there. Luciferon, however,
the damage, somehow already up to 6 villager kills there on the UI we see in the bottom left. Didn't see all of those, and then catching everything on the gold, picks up all those villagers, and in one foul swoop, Vortex goes from being in a precarious position to ending the game.
He's too quick even for us to keep up, Ben. I mean, I don't know what exactly happened there, but he managed to take out villagers. It must have been on the wood line or something, whilst, that must have been it, whilst the archers were coming in as a distraction mechanism. Just exemplary play here by Vortex using JD, and you can see just the slightly raised, dazed expression on Luciferon's face. He's not happy about that one. His eyebrows raised, like, what exactly just happened post-game? He dropped his face with his hands as well. Vortex, meanwhile, just look at him. He's leaned back, a bit more relaxed. He's getting in the zone now. He's feeling it.
He doesn't look like a player that's down 3-2. He looks like the momentum is in his favor.
Which it is.
And I mean, it looked scary. I mean, Luciferon had his plan. I think he knew exactly what he wanted to do, and looked actually like he was starting to achieve it. In that military mass, if he could get it high enough, then he was able to take that fight. We talked about sort of risk-reward, Vortex splitting up that army. Maybe a little bit risky if the horsemen do jump on that archer mass and kill JD, but Vortex keeps JD alive, gets damaged with JD, gets damaged with the archers, gets damaged with the knights everywhere. Loses one villager on the other side, but that's nothing compared to destroying the entire economy of Luciferon. And we saw him look a little bit frustrated, and I think that is frustration of his execution in that game more so than anything else. And that's probably not what you want going into the next game.
Yeah, I think you're completely right. He was just a bit mad at himself likely for not spotting this type of a distraction play. It's something I'm sure he's encountered so often against Vortex in practice, and I'm sure he's done to Vortex himself, and of course involved with other players as well. But of course, we can't always be 100%. One little slip up and at this level, it's just over. That is how brutal competitive Age of Empires 4 is. There is little room for mistakes, otherwise the game can spiral out of control very quickly. The snowball nature is just unforgiving completely.
Yeah.
One little lead is all you need.
A game of millimeters.
Yes,
and in this time, we've seen a couple games here that games have just been outright won with very small moments, which is not something you always see with Age of Empires 4 with the pacing of the game, but still you get those moments where you didn't react in time, you didn't see it, if you didn't make the right call, it's all over. And we saw in that case, it was really all over in that one. But, You know, we talked about draft, we talked about matchups, and that potentially being a problem for Vortex if he could make it deeper into this series. Now, with Golden Horde and China being put forward from Lucifron,
There it is.
and only French and our beloved Order of the Dragon coming forward. Order of the Dragon into Golden Horde on Dry Arabia.
Well, Vortex did put them in the S tier in a decent few of his tier lists. He is well known for his troll tier lists where most of the picks are correct, but he loves to throw a little spanner in the mix and put one absolutely outlandish placement there. And he admitted so himself. Trust me, I was there.
I like how you phrase that. Most of them are correct. And then sometimes he likes to have a little fun. I mean, he picked Jin as well. Whether what he actually believes, I'm not so sure. But he's going to need to believe in the power of Order of the Dragon here. Channeling his inner core, perhaps over the course of the week, took some of that energy from the man and has channeled it into this game. But it's certainly not going to be a favorable matchup into Golden Horde. Not only is Golden Horde still one of the most, or one of the strongest civs, but these two players in particular rate Golden Horde higher than I think everybody else. And now Vortex has to overcome that.
And looking at Lucifron's picks in particular, as we highlighted, right, it is Golden Horde and China they picked here, as we see him spawning in the north side playing the Golden Horde against Vortex's Order of the Dragon in the south side of the beloved Dry Arabia, which could be the determining map here in this best of 7. Of course, Vortex still needs 2 wins, whereas Lucifron, because of these 2 picks, and as we mentioned, he relied on this in the last 2 games specifically. This was planned. He's looking to cash in his victory.
Yeah, I mean, it puts a little pressure on him to make sure it works. But of course, if he does lose this game, Lucifron, it's not all over. It will go into game 7, but I'm sure doesn't want to have that happen. Wants to close it out and send his brother home here in game 6. Now, we were fortunate enough to see a game 7 earlier. Could we be so lucky to see one here? I guess we'll have to find out. But, I mean, the momentum is in Vortex's favor. The matchup maybe less so. But, I mean, it's also in Dry Arabia. You know, it's a straight up and down standard map. You have to play, I mean, basically, I think, Age of Empires 4 as it was designed, as it was meant to be played. And we see now Order of the Dragon, like they often want to do, goes out on the deer, but we didn't come out straight away. Perhaps didn't scout it immediately. Only now coming out 2.5 minutes in with the Arkan Chapel already on the way.
We're talking about the matchup being favored for Golden Horde, right? Which, on paper it is. I mean, this is not a matchup I've personally seen very often, right? And I don't think most people have. But when you look at what these civilizations do, it makes you wonder if it's actually that favored for Golden Horde, right? I mean, what does Golden Horde like to do? They have a nice, slow ramp up, and they gradually get stronger and stronger as the game goes. Sort of peaking in that late Castle Age, maybe early Imperial Age, and then they kind of just stay at one spot, stagnating from there on out. Maybe there's another peak when you really get an immense amount of stone for those triple upgrades, but that comes so late nowadays. What does Order of the Dragon typically do? Well, most commonly, it's a kind of 2TC play, right? Which they would have plenty of time to do against the Golden Horde. And Golden Horde loves to go mass infantry. But guess what? Order of the Dragon does as well. And they do it really well, too. Gilded crossbows, fueled by Burgrave frontline with men-at-arms, gilded spearmen, throwing some inspired warrior prelates in there as well. And you have one of the scariest infantry armies in the game. Of course, though, Vortex is not going to opt for a second TC, as it has been confirmed upon him moving towards that deer. The placement of that Aachen. Oh, my OCD. Oh, no.
I mean, it may be this space there, right? I said no, there's not space there. But we did see the barracks come down. It is the spearman that is going to come out first from Vortex. And this does make me think he's got a bit of a plan. Vortex actually sort of does this right with Golden Horde as well. Looks to get out onto the deer in the front, put the production there. In that case, with the fortified outpost, obviously not so much with Order of the Dragon. But then take the pressure, take the initiative, and go across the map against, in this case, a sort of slower scaling Golden Horde. So he is going to be able to move across, but it wasn't that Dark Age aggression. So it wasn't like he's going over there, as we often see against Golden Horde, to shut down that Uvu, take away the gold, and make it a little bit more difficult. In this case, we see both Uvus in the same screen. So nice, easy collection of that as Lucifron gets up to the feudal age and gets that second Uvu. We see the Khan also on the way, but it is going to be an extra spearman here coming in. So, but I think, unfortunately, we might have a little bit of an issue as the game is paused, and hopefully this is just a little minor hiccup, as I'm very excited with this game state to see where it ends up.
Yeah, it's looking promising, right? It's not a situation that we've seen very often before, as we do get confirmation. There has unfortunately been a crash, and I mean, it's a painful one whenever. The thing is, it's quite early in the game, right? So you don't exactly expect... typically, when it's this early in the game, there's not too much going on, and for most civilizations, there's very clear build orders as to what can happen. But this is different. We saw a deer start from Vortex and a very fast spearman priority, which kind of looked promising, honestly, especially with the double Uvu in that location. And of course, it's a Torgud start from the Golden Horde always, as we get confirmation that Cow is in fact a liar. There was no crash. Ha! We've all been fooled.
I've never been so glad for... No, hang on.
Oh. Okay, is this a triple whammy?
Are we getting wrong to wrong to wrong? Or...
Okay, so once again, making us look the fools. Exclamation mark blame in chat, please. And make sure you spam it as well.
Two blames, please. Thank you, Tommy. We are going to see the remake. That is what that card means.
Not like this. Not like this.
It is really such a shame as we look to see that. I'm not sure exactly how much scouting information both those players got. Whether that, I mean, Lucifron would have seen the spearman arrive, I think, by that point, but I'm not sure if he would have seen the whole deer and barracks start there. Maybe.
I think he's seen that, yeah. I think so. No, it doesn't give away too much information. Thing is, there's not anything Vortex can do differently at that stage to actually prevent that. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Vortex Lucifron also did not go out on the deer pack. If I saw correctly, I don't remember seeing it at least. So, you know, it's not like he was about to get punished, and now he has the chance to avoid that punishment by not going out. It's still just gonna likely be the spearman going to the Uvu, which Vortex is Lucifron's gonna follow up with an archery range, push them away, and then the game will reach a tiny lull state from then on, depending on what Vortex decides to do next in response.
Is there a possibility here that, I mean, Vortex was the one trying something, right? He's had something planned. We talked about, 2TC, but it was going to be that deer and the barracks to go go across the map in the feudal age.
Yeah.
Do you now open Dark Age? Do you try to get that aggression out onto the Golden Horde? But of course, with the Order of the Dragon Spearman, you don't quite have the same torch damage as you do with civs that have more of those spearmen. So I'm not sure. Luckily, we are straight back in. So we're going to find out our answer quickly. But it does add an extra layer. Maybe not necessarily mind game per se, but it does add an extra layer of how it changes now. Different spawns, different potential choices. I'm not sure who that favors, to be honest with you, if anybody.
We're about to find out, though, because the game is once again underway. As mentioned before, Vortex, with Order of the Dragon here, fighting for his tournament life here at the Homestead Cup in the quarterfinals. He's facing his own brother, Lucifron, playing the Golden Horde on Dry Arabia. This is the remade game here. We've only gotten 5 minutes in the first one, so nothing crazy that anyone has missed. The Golden 10 finishes for Lucifron. And Vortex, I mean, it's always the question, isn't it? Do you do the same start as before, or do you switch it up? And there's an argument for both, I think. I personally don't blame a player for doing either one or believing that either one is the right call. It's just one of those things.
Yeah, interesting as well to see with these, two players being brothers, whether they consider there to be that kind of gentleman's rule that, well, when you have a remake at that stage of the game, that you should do as much as you can, the identical start. But the thing with Age of Empires 4 that makes that a bit difficult is the spawns change So you are going to have things be a bit different. In this case, it is, I mean, particularly for Luciferon, if you look at where his gold is now in the back, his second Uvu is further away, things do change up a little bit. And of course, the deer packs are the important thing for Vortex. He does have that one sitting in front of his base, so could very much opt to do the same opening there, to go out there with those villagers once he gets to that castle age, and then drop, the feudal age, and then drop the barracks to send those spearmen across. We'll see if it is what he wants to do. We see the scouting path there from Vortex indicating he wanted to get that view of his base first, so perhaps a hint there that that might be the plan.
That begs the question, right? What is going to be the plan exactly? Vortex, though. Oh, we did see a little hint of the Archon Chapel. He just decided to replace it. No way he's doing it again.
Why? There's no reason to.
There's no excuse here. The last one, the woodline was right up against the TC,
yeah,
right?
I understood that more, but this?
Come on, Vortex. He does it all the time,
This
too.
must be intentional.
For him to have the presence of mind to do this with his tournament live on the line, but to troll all of us watching, I'm not sure whether to respect that or not. But we do see it is the 3 villages again on that Archon Chapel. So it does look like it's going to be a very similar start. We see him go out to that deer. So yeah, very similar opening for Vortex here. For Luciferon, the opening only really changes because of his spawn, but it's going to be, of course, that Khan and Torgud's, which is going to be the landmark choice, or the age-up choice out of that golden tent, as we have only seen out of them really recently. But the second Ubu is further away, and he should have a better idea of what is potentially coming his way. We didn't get to see how Luciferon reacted to it last time. We sort of got teased, and then it was taken away from us. But it looks like we might be seeing that again this time. So maybe nothing lost.
Everything seems identical so far, right? I mean, besides the obvious difference in spawns, which cannot be helped. Oh, Vortex, careful there. Almost manages to lose the scout on the TC. Easy thing to happen. It's something you always have to be wary of. You look away for just a second, and for the garrison TC basically one-shots your scout. Manages to avoid it this time round. And Torgus, still 20 seconds out now. Golden Horde's age up, of course, quite notably slower than virtually every other civilization in the game in speed.
Somehow it feels the slowest. But I think a U-bit is 10 seconds slower, I believe. I think the U-bit is 2 minutes, and Golden Horde is
actually
110 seconds, I think.
To be honest with you, I don't know the exact number of seconds, but it always feels like Golden Horde.
It feels like forever, right? Absolutely forever. I play a lot of Golden Horde, so I complain about it non-stop. We do see, yep, okay, the Gilded Spearman has come out there at the front. Does need to deal with the wolf before it can go across the map, but that should be its destination as now the legs start moving. The Khan is out on the other side for Lucifer, Batu Khan, and the Torgud in queue behind it. That second Uvu has been picked up at the north side of Luciferon's base there. And other than that, I mean, we've reached that stage. We've got to that 5-minute mark. The Spearman is on its way. So ultimately, nothing was lost from the previous game. And now we'll get to see how it plays out. The second Spearman there, just sitting at home, knowing that that Khan is coming across the map. But ultimately, with the Khan now coming out and the Torgud behind it, I mean, Vortex has come out here to secure up these deer, and looks to do that with these couple of spearmen, then opting to go into the stables and get out those Gilded Horsemen, which are really powerful, kind of like these almost pseudo-knights for the Order of the Dragon here. And perhaps looking to then take things across the map with those.
Luciferon has a bit of an interesting positioning on that fortified outpost alongside the archery range. It's all behind the deer pack, which is a little precarious, really. I mean, makes it quite easy for the horsemen to charge in. I guess it is nice that the villagers naturally path backwards for safety. As we say that, speaking of safety, Batu Khan finds the gold mine. Great charge damage, but of course Batu, just like the Torgud, has pretty minimal damage on their regular attacks, so villagers relatively safe. It is a gilded villager as well, after all.
We do see now that Gur coming down, so there is still going to be a chance for Vortex to do damage there. Perhaps Luciferon worried about the timing there of that horseman coming across. I mean, the thing is with these two players, they know each other so well. They know what to expect. Of course, they are going to scout each other, but they also know the timings. We saw that in the last game with the horseman timing and the archers kind of read each other like a book, kind of, but not even needing to read, just intuiting each other more than anything. The first Gilded Horseman is across the map on Lucifer's side, but there is nothing there quite yet as it looks to wrap around to get to that gold mine. And inversely, we see the same thing from Lucifer on this side with that Khan and Torgus. But as you mentioned, the Khan and Torgus, they don't do much damage, and these are Order of the Dragon villagers, so extra healthy, which means with that low damage, it's really hard to actually ever get a kill.
Yeah, precisely. You have to be extremely careful around those Gilded Spearmen. Very few hits needed to take down these cavalry units. Lucifer, though, looking to round out his composition fully with the barracks. The first batch of spearmen is on the way. Vortex looking to strike back on the gold mine. Almost as a villager of his own. Secondary horseman here discovered by the Torgud as well as the Khan. Vortex as well going the 4-try composition here. Making sure that he gets all the units necessary to deal with whatever Lucifer might throw at him. And I can't say I've ever seen a full feudal on feudal baboon fest between these two civs.
But we've seen it a million times between these two players.
Damn right.
And in this case, I mean, it's kind of an inverse with the villager cavalry situation on the other side. Vortex, those Gilded Horsemen do so much damage. We saw one villager almost go down there just on its own. As Vortex perhaps trying to make something happen, force Lucifer to respond. He's going to split up, or did split up, those Gilded Horsemen to try to get some damage. Unable to pick something up, but still across the map. And yeah, like you mentioned, the tri-comps out of both players. It's an interesting sort of development, but something Golden Horde in particular like to do. Of course, you get those cavalry out of your golden tent and only spending this, or spending primarily the stone for those Torgud, which means you kind of get that 1-1-1 just with a barracks and an archery range. And not only is it a 1-1-1, but then you add in the Khan and you add in that Karash, which give you that extra armor. So as things move on and as Golden Horde looks to scale, it does, generally speaking, feel good. But how does it fare into Order of the Dragon? I'm so sure that's a nice little pickup there, though. One of those Gilded Spearmen going down. It's something.
It is for sure. I mean, at the end of the day, that's the value of 2 spearmen there. And only 1 poke has occurred. Ooh, big impale on the Torgud from the Gilded Spearmen. One of them goes down immediately. The second one barely gets away with its life. Meanwhile, Vortex's own Gilded Horseman charged onto the backline there from Lucifron. Finds maybe 1 or 2 picks on the archers, but nothing major. The Torgud must hurt way more.
It's a scary fight for the commitments on the back lines of either side. But that, I mean, we saw that the Spearman brace there really come in clutch to almost pick up those 2 Torgud. Did manage to get 1. And with the score being 3-2, it is so scary whether one of these fights goes wrong. That could literally be the series over, or it could take us into a game 7. We see those blacksmith upgrades coming in from both of our players. Clear timings for each. But still, I mean, still massing up armies here.
I mean, the value so far is pretty firmly in Vortex's lead still. Courtesy of that Archon Chapel means that his economy is stellar at this stage of the game. The influence is still there, of course. And Vortex, quick time, finds the gold yet again. And Lucifer has no idea. He just is forced to react, but he didn't check the minimap. So he has to react upon the ping, and 3 of them go down so quickly there.
I mean, exactly what Vortex is trying to find. Just nothing there. There's no vision, there's no tower, there's no units. Definitely a risk that Lucifer was taking, and Vortex, I mean, perhaps knowing, but just having that sense, trying to make something happen with those Gilded Horsemen and get such a huge pickup. 3 villager kills. We see now farms slowly being added in too, which sort of helps that scaling as long as he doesn't take that damage or take too bad of a fight. That will help things as time goes on. As Order of the Dragon, of course, they are so food hungry, and if they can't secure that food you can lose it in a second, especially when you're committing this much to fuel age. As we see another engagement there, the Horseman not really being able to do too much into the face of those Torgid, and the Spearmen they're going down straight away. And Lucifron turns himself straight away to that tower, actually looking to build it down. But now the fight is coming. The Gilded Horsemen come in from the back, but those archers getting so much damage. They're doing so much to these Gilded Spearmen, which are trying to get across to fight onto those Torgid, but unable to do so. Now that full engage comes in. All the armies are crashing. The Gilded Horseman trying to come across to get damage onto the archers, but actually Vortex doing a great job to try and deny that. But it's still so close here. Those Gilded Archers do so much damage then in return. Spearman counts are basically trading out. The Torgid is still so healthy and they are so tanky. A couple Spearmen in there for Lucifron as well. And there is so much there as he pushes back Vortex. We see him smile as well as this looks to potentially be the end of his tournament. Not quite there yet. You can't throw in the towel this early going into this situation. And now Lucifron is going to take a step back for now, but such a good fight for him.
It was almost completely even, I want to say. I mean, Lucifron, the additional damage from the Khan there upon striking on the enemy means that even beneath that tower, he is able to take a pretty good fight, all things considered, even taking a slight lead in the destroyed value. Micro there from both players was just absolutely stellar, both doing exactly what they needed to do, which makes it very difficult then in turn for both of them, for them both. Frontline for Lucifron had fallen outside of the Torgud. But that did leave them space once the Spearmen were cleared for him to go forth. But Vortex was not going to let out the pressure. Once again, the Gilded Horsemen find an opening onto the wood line and pick up another villager. Great picks here by Vortex.
I mean, so nice and so measured from Vortex to go and find those gaps as the lull comes in post-fight. He needs to do that. This is the thing that's going to give him that that lead, the economic lead, if he can get that damage done. We see him putting up that wall in his base as well. It's quite a nice wall between those wood lines and across to the edge of the map, which is going to secure, his wood all in there, but also those farms around the Archon Chapel as well, which is going to help him scale. But we also see Golden Horde. Those stockyards are such good value. I mean, both players actually getting their food economy sorted here.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's too risky, especially with the spawns that they have, to move out so far out for food. And they both have a great farm transitions. Vortex with the Aachen, Lucifron with the stockyards. Lucifron looking for an engagement here, but Vortex smells the flank incoming. With the Gilded Horseman pull back, but the mass is looking really impressive here from Lucifron. It is Order of the Dragon after all, so these units are twice as strong as regular ones, so it can be quite deceptive when you look at numbers alone. Great kiting here from Vortex, maximizing the strength of these archers, but it's very difficult to kite effectively with their attack speed. It means that you're forced to move slower than regular archers. The activated buff is there from the Khan, which means that the additional damage is going to make it very difficult for Vortex here to commit fully. By now, the tower is empty. There's no more Dare, so no tower this time to aid Vortex in this defense. And Lucifron is just standing his ground, fighting against these archers, even though the Gilded Archers are way stronger than regular archers, trading favorably when it comes to cost. But I think the mass is there. The Karash have joined yet again. The additional armor could be enough to turn the tide here in Lucifron's favor, to the point that he feels confident enough to dive the Aachen almost, but not quite.
We saw, you see that look, that movement from Vortex, throwing his whole body back. Such a close fight. Again, just like the last one, but not quite enough to break Lucifron's push there. He has now pushed them all the way back. The Horsemen do such good damage against the archers of Lucifron, but they just didn't have enough, not enough health, not enough Horsemen to get that damage done. Now, so many units of that Golden Horde living up to its name does take down that tower. Torguds, Khan, Archers, Spearmen, Karash, and it's still flooding through with that stockyard economy behind it, and Lucifron is almost on top of these farms. Vortex needs more time, he needs more units. He's macroed up to Castle. He's never going to be able to get there. He's took the risk. We talk about risk-reward. He's got Burgrave. It is the full risk-reward situation here, but this may just be too little, too late. for him to hold on here. Lucifron at his door was such a big... even Kishik's being added into the mix now, and he's on top of the farms. The Burgrave going up 20 villages. It will complete, sure, but at what cost?
The read on this timing from Lucifron is absolutely impeccable here. Almost smelling this timing, and he punishes it with perfection as Lucifron secures victory and advances to the semi-finals, taking his brother down 4-2 here in a nail-biting set. Almost threatening the reverse sweep there, Vortex, but unfortunately is left without options there when it comes to game number 6. And has to face Golden Horde with OTD and just isn't able to pull through.
Really, really tough. Vortex throughout that series after coming back from 3-0 did so well to bring it back in those 2 games. And in that last one, into that matchup, that is about as well as you could hope for. Picking up those villager kills, taking these really close fights that really could have gone either way and microing his heart out to do so, but it wasn't enough. In the end, Lucifron does win it 4-2 over Vortex, but they did give us an amazing series. Both players played fantastically, but ultimately so well done by Lucifron. Thoroughly deserved, and he is going to be our player who proceeds to the semifinals tomorrow and will face Beastyqt in that matchup.
I'm short of breath after that set, to be honest. That was... this is the kind of sets you love to see, right? It's just non-stop action, quick, nail-biting games. You love to see a slugfest every now and then, right? But they are quite draining on both the players as well as the viewers. So seeing this kind of a series is can be indeed quite refreshing.
It was such a treat, honestly. Yeah. I've always had a soft spot for both these players because they don't really make second TCs. That's how I like to play the game, at least in the feudal age. And they definitely showed us such a great game. A slugfest is the perfect way to describe it, as you said. And I think, honestly, we have talked a lot. Sick of hearing from us. Let's hear from our winner, Lucifron, who is already on the couch. Take us away, Cal.
Hello, hello. We are here back with Lucifron the GOAT. He just won 4-2, and he's my favorite player. Wow, what a man. Congrats, man.
Thank you.
Okay, first, how did you feel before the series against your brother? Because obviously you practice mainly with him, so it's a little bit weird all the time. Did you have any tricks, or did you have anything you prepared for him?
No, for the last few months, maybe we only practice with each other, so we don't really hide anything from one another, right? So we pretty much know what both of us want to draft, what we want to play, how we play every matchup, right? So there's some mind games, for instance, game 3, I just copied B's strategy from previous series because I thought he won't expect me to do this, right?
Wow.
But other than that, it's just, we know how each other plays.
So the draft overall didn't surprise you, no? Even Jin Dynasty, you didn't get surprised?
We had played this a bit. I think he just read English a bit too much, and then I took away from him. And then he tried this because we had played it once, right? The thing that surprised me it was not so much the picks maybe, but the Japanese pick in 4 legs, because then he was missing one land seed from what I understood.
Yeah, we felt the same. It was weird that we saw Japanese there. And the Jin Dynasty was weird to me, but you guys seem to know better. When I see the buildings, I don't know what they do. And when I see some units, I've never seen them. So, okay, so game 1, Malians against Macedonians. What do you think of the matchup first?
I don't think it's too good for either or. I think maybe a bit better for Malians, but not something impossible to play. But I just think I had a very good read on what his castle timing was going to be, right? How he was going to approach the matchup. So I think I could defend the first 2, and then once I noticed it was no archer play, I put pressure in soon enough that he couldn't get the landmark in the gold.
Yeah.
After that, I think it's very good for me.
Yeah, it was game changer. If you can get the landmark on the gold, it's pretty close, but he got it on some berries, I think. It was not the optimal play, obviously, but it seemed like he had no choice. So game 2, English against Jin Dynasty. He was dead very early on. Were you frustrated that he was not leaving?
That he was not leaving the game? I think he trusts a lot on these Imperial units from Jin. So, and the economy. Actually, I checked the economy when the game finished, and it was very close. The entire game, that was surprising to me.
Okay.
But I don't know. Like I just spammed crossbows to kill this unit, and he couldn't really get too much eco damage, right, with the white tower and so on the walls.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. Like these days, water income doesn't feel that decisive, right?
Yeah.
So maybe at some point I thought, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm Castle Age, he's Imperial. Maybe I should be worried, but yeah, it worked out for me. I think he didn't even go for relics, right? So
yeah. We were in control of this game. It was always slightly red, but yeah, for sure, like this civ is very weird, so sometimes it looks very dead, but with the way their villager works, it's a bit different. So game 3 we were on 4 lakes with Japanese against House of Lancaster, but I guess you kind of told us already, like you just took this strategy and it worked very well for you. I was surprised he didn't scout and go for a barracks himself, you know, to counter this kind of idea. It made it.
He went for barracks?
No, I was surprised he didn't go for barracks.
I mean, I think he tried to get the wall, right, but my scout I put the ship also there so he couldn't build it, and
that was good.
Was just in time, right? I think in hindsight maybe he should place the dock a bit more towards the corner, right, so the wall is smaller, even if you don't get like a short fish for your villager.
Yeah.
But I guess he wasn't sure because I never played this against him, so maybe he thought it could be a possibility, but maybe not really. Yeah.
I mean, it's just a simple mistake, but it made a big difference for this one. Front range, Byzantine against Daddy. I didn't have too much hope for you in this matchup. You started with a villager kill, but in the end it's still complicated. Like, how did you feel in the game?
Yeah, I mean, I had to play either Byzantines or French. Like, I'm not too excited to play with Delhi against either or.
Yeah.
Because he had messed up the draft, I thought he would pick another civ here. Like, I was expecting maybe like Tuklak or something like this in land just to compensate, but no, he went for Byzantine French. But at that point, I wasn't too happy, but yeah, I don't know. I got a villager kill, but it still felt really hard. I don't know if there was any point where maybe I could have, I don't know, microed a bit better and maybe it was playable. I really don't know. It's a very hard one.
Yeah, it's really hard, honestly. I don't really see a solution for Delhi in this matchup. But to be fair, you had a good draft following that up, so like you lose one game and that's fine, I guess. Then we had Zushi against Jeanne d'Arc on Gorge. You played the game and then you lost 5 villagers on left. How did it feel?
I mean, I didn't really expect like range Jeanne d'Arc.
Yeah.
So this was very annoying. I shouldn't have placed my mill there. Like we are seeing right now on the screen.
Yeah.
Like it should be right next to the lumber camp, so that way I can buff both with one official and also it's safer, right? So this was a huge mistake. And then this is kind of a rage quit, right? When you lose so many villagers, like I just didn't want to continue. I knew I had good picks left, so I mean I was dead obviously, right? Like there's no coming back from that. So yeah, just thought let's not get too exhausted and tilt myself more. Let's just go for the next one.
I see. And then we got OOTD against Golden Horde, and Golden Horde is very strong, obviously. So did you ever play the matchup or like? No?
Not really, no. Like at some point I was a bit upset that I kept losing villagers to the raids, but I still thought as long as it wasn't like too crazy, it should be okay for me, right? Like I was just worried he didn't take like a second deer pack and he didn't age up, and like feudal against feudal, even when I lost a few villagers, I thought it should be okay for me. Yeah. I've been seeing the villager count and it seems too close.
It felt like the Byzantine Delhi game, right? Like you made one mistake, but still like you can't really do anything with it, and that felt the same, but the opposite.
Yeah.
So, I mean, congrats for 2. Tomorrow, you play against Beastyqt. Rumors on the streets are saying he's washed up. What do you think?
No, I mean, he won his group, right? So obviously doing well, right? And now since I beat Vortex, I really have to win or I won't. Like he will keep saying me, you knocked me out for this, blah, blah. So
you have to.
Now I have the pressure, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a weird feeling, right, playing against your brother. Like I think everyone who has grown up playing games with his sibling, younger sibling, knows he's the last person in the world you want to lose against, right? But at the same time, now that I won, I really have to perform here.
Yeah. Even I am not his sibling, but I don't like losing to Vortex, so I understand you. I mean, I guess I give the mic to Roman. We're done. Congrats.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, boys. We still have 2 things we have to give away today. You can see Beastie being dead there on the floor as well. I think all of us got a little bit cooked today. It has been a long one. The spicy chicken wings, to be honest, I think they were the real winners here. But congratulations nonetheless. Oh, we did leave some spicy chicken wings for you guys to try as well. No, not those.
Which
We
level
kept
are
them
these?
separately.
Oh, 5, really?
No. There's a whole
Just the
box.
bait?
I hid the box. Don't worry. You got your wings. So, guys, we have Do Nova 3 in the Age of RTS chat. Go type it down. And the other one as well. Do a Donpad. Donpad. I just realized it's not Do Nova. It's Don Nova.
Michelangelo pick. That is
Beautiful. And there's also Donpad. So go write those down in the Age of RTS chat so that we can. Which one is it? Both. Cal, it's both. DonCon has figured it out. Yes, very nice.
Did you win both with one comment?
No, we're just running both giveaways at the same time because we're tired. Yeah, wow. So if you want a mouse pad and a headset, go write this down. You have a minute because I'm tired. And I think Beastie started too. He's steering. You can see him have a wheel there. And everyone's ready to start karaokeing. And you guys, we will. Oh, we're not done. Lash, bring your leg.
Yeah, the winner is the opportunity to wax it.
Oh, yes.
That's what he.
Okay.
You won twice. Yeah, but you won twice.
Can I get my pot of wax, please? Lash, bring the leg. Bring the leg.
Pain into the eye.
Bring the leg. The leg, ja, das ist ein großer Leg.
Zeige deinen Fuß.
Okay.
I thought you forgot. I was always.
I have the Germans here to remind me.
I mean,
the lash community is lashing right now. Where is my pot, yeah?
but Carl, watch your Zoom
Okay,
this
give it to
time,
me.
okay?
Give me a. I'm gonna blow on it. Don't worry, we got this. Well, guys.
Okay.
Wait, where's Lucifer going? Is he not waxing?
No, they told me I have to pay.
Wait, you have to practice again.
Rika, do you want this?
Okay, this is a little bit hot, guys. Oh. Okay.
Burn him! Wait, is he doing the other leg?
Yeah, it's the other leg.
Yeah,
Do it from the back, it hurts less.
Okay, Lash, just keep calm while I wait for the wax to cool down a little bit. I don't wanna.
Keep calm and wax on.
Keep calm and wax on, baby. So, Lash, how's the cast been from your hole there?
Perfect. I mean, sitting in Beastie's bedroom the whole day. That's going quite well. I think he's happy when he can have his bedroom back, but.
Beastie was actually sleeping outside. He was first sleeping during the first set on this couch. Then he was sleeping outside. And I was just thinking to myself, this poor guy.
I mean, he can join his bedroom every time he wants. He can sleep there if he wants to.
Wow, so gracious of you. Okay.
Oh.
Guys, remember, we can no longer wax Lash's leg, but you can dye his hair. You can make him eat a lemon.
No.
Like you can dye his hair to green. You can cut Anotan's hair. You can wax Anotan's legs, his arms, whatever you want. And I don't know if you guys saw that post on Reddit, but Anotan does wear a toupee. Okay, there's not much going on there, but he's got, look at that. Wow, toupee reveal. Look at that. A strong gust of wind just blew his hair off.
I'm not gonna eat it.
Now Lash is getting ready, and oh boy, he said it didn't hurt at all yesterday, and he said I kind of want to do another waxing actually if possible.
I didn't say that at all.
No,
and just for the records, that's the last time for sure.
No, I think he kind of mentioned he would do it again, but I think
it's hotter than last time for sure.
He said he never ate a lemon or dyed his hair, so he would like to do that next.
Right there. Can't miss that.
Dominique, blow his leg, I mean.
Guys, do I?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Send it. Yeah. Do it. More.
He was not.
Do it. Yo, do it. The back, Dominique. It doesn't hurt at all.
It's fucking hot.
Okay. I feel like this could be finally Austria and Germany at peace.
Well,
will you do the honors?
Oh. Okay.
I want it. Okay.
He wants to. I don't say it.
Actually, Mimi, you
I
have
found-
2 hands. You want to do both at the
Wait,
same
what?
time?
What?
You want to do both at the same time?
What are you talking about?
Okay, okay, wait.
pull as slow as possible so they can feel it. As slow as possible.
Whoa. Not slow. Not slow.
Yeah, from the bottom.
Yo, Lash is steering. Look
As
at it.
fast as you can. Don't mess it up.
Oh. Yikes.
She has way too much fun.
It's not ready yet.
Okay.
The top one should be. The top the top one is sure.
That one's tiny though.
Okay, are you ready? 1, 2. Oh,
That's all there. Oh shit. Oh
Okay, what
my
about
god.
the next one for Dominic?
is it ready?
Even if it's not Sunday.
Ooh.
Like only the half is the nicest part.
Wait, look at Dominic's face. He's like, wait, that's kind of nice.
He's used to it. He's used to it.
Europeans.
Yeah.
I mean, it's empty now.
Clean. Right there. So it's going to take about 6 months to regrow, so.
No, but it's 3 days to regrow.
Oh, yeah.
Very actually. Funnily enough, it is not that bad.
Okay, but I feel like you need another strip, Dominic.
Tattoo neck.
Yeah, I feel like Lash could.
No. I mean,
Oh, no, he
I
could.
have done enough for just for the records. I did it. Thank you so much for donating to the tournament, to the Homestead Cup.
And to you, they also donated to you in all of it.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. But also to us.
180.
Okay, so who's our next person? But anyway, we could actually do a giveaway now, guys. Remember? Cal, Donkon, can you guys... I'm practicing.
And the winner is my ears hurt now. Again.
Hearing loss is the second one.
No,
Bong. From France.
Oh.
I think we should redraw. I wanted to get a reaction from a readlord, but he's not reacting.
You know him. You never know.
The G-Gist. Oh, that's G-Gist 7. No. GG is 7. Okay, never mind. I got it.
Hey, can you win if you're 7?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, we don't have...
Stream, it's actually rigged.
Really? Okay, well, guys, that was it. I hope you enjoyed the spicy chicken wings, and I hope you're going to enjoy the video that Cal is about to press play on for our stream and for the mustache. So we'll see you tomorrow at 4 p.m. CET, and the day after, at the same time. So be here, or be square, or be both.
Goodbye, guys.
Bye. it's falling apart right in front of you. Just caught in the undertow. Every step that I take is another mistake to you. Just caught in the undertow. And every second I waste is more than I can take. I've been gone so long, I could feel you there. So tired, so much more aware. Something this, all I want to do is be more like me and be less like you.
And I know